Subscribe, like, comment and share to support the channel. Thank you for the support. In the dark forest, amidst the midnight hour, a blonde-haired individual struggled to walk with darts lodged in their leg. Frustration and anger consumed him as he felt the numbing sensation in his leg. Suddenly, his gaze caught sight of someone rushing towards him screaming out loud, and he called out the person's name. It was Dale, who shared devastating news of their companions' deaths, claiming they were slain by a monstrous creature. The blonde-haired person found it hard to fathom that their team of PK pros, with an average level of 40, could have fallen to a single naked psycho. As they conversed, a hail of darts unexpectedly struck Dale's face. The darts glowed red, and soon exploded Dale's head, causing the yellow-haired individual to scream in terror. The blonde man trembled in fear at the sight of Dale's corpse. Determined to uncover the attacker's identity, he screamed out loud. He points his sword at a creepy-looking guy who was glowing red, calling him a monster, but all the figure said was, "Who am I?" The scene shifted to the grand castle of the Demon King, with bodies of monsters laying on the ground, where our protagonist, battle god Damien, is seen resting after a fierce battle. Grimacing in pain, he realized the extent of his injuries. Despite his impressive level of 904 and his top rank in the field of honor, he struggled to stay alive. Notifications flooded his screen, one after another, alerting him to abnormal states affecting his character. Damien clenched his teeth as he read each message, discovering that his character had fallen into a weakened, bleeding, and sealed state, rendering him unable to utilize any skills. Frustration and despair welled up inside him as he fought to keep his character alive. Another notification arrived, informing Damien that his character had been petrified, causing his movements to slow down. Battle god Damien pondered whether such a multitude of abnormal states were a common occurrence in the game as he tried to navigate his way out of this dire situation. Struggling to hold on, he silently acknowledged that not even the esteemed Saint Magnus or the High Heaven Immortal would be capable of healing him at this point. Suddenly, a mocking voice pierced through the chaos, likening Damien to a resilient cockroach. It belonged to none other than King Arthur, the leader of the Demon King expedition. Recognizing the voice, Damien called out Zhang Yuman's name, but before he could finish his sentence, Arthur attacked him with his staff. A warning blared, indicating that Damien's stamina had dropped below the threshold, risking his potential disconnection from the game. In a state of confusion and weakened condition, Damien questioned Arthur's motives for the assault. However, Arthur appeared to be distracted by notifications regarding the Lord of Abyss, Abraxas, who was raising his mana and attempting powerful techniques. Frustrated by the abrupt halt to the battle, Arthur grumbled to himself, lamenting that things were just starting to get interesting. As Arthur prepared to cast another spell, a notification popped up, cautioning the activation of the ultimate spell, multi-leveled Weather Reversal Realm Destruction. Despite the imminent danger, Damien couldn't help but feel a tinge of admiration. Once the spell was unleashed, Arthur resumed his attack on Damien, mocking him for his perceived lowly status as a hero who originated from a lower class. Battered and bruised, Damien couldn't help but question where things had gone wrong. 10 years ago, the virtual reality game Arceus Chronicle or AC was released, captivating players with its stunning graphics and vibrant non-player characters. The game's centerpiece, the Demon King Raid, promised the first player to conquer the quest the chance to establish a kingdom, become the hero of the AC world, and claim an illustrious trophy. Damien was one of the many players who dedicated their lives to AC, investing all their time and energy into the game for a decade. Despite his family's attempts to dissuade him, Damien remained steadfast, convinced that winning the game's reward was the sole means to compensate for his shattered real-life existence. It was during the Demon King raid that Damien encountered King Arthur, also known as Zhang Yuman, a devoted servant of the goddess Arya, wielding the Infinite Circle, a source of boundless mana. With his warm personality and undeniable charisma, King Arthur spearheaded the expedition that led them to the Demon King's castle. Damien's thoughts raced as he realized they were on the brink of completing the raid. Suddenly, King Arthur acknowledged Damien's significant contribution to their success. However, Damien's trust wavered as he questioned whether King Arthur had intended to betray him from the outset. King Arthur chuckled at the inquiry, but his laughter swiftly transformed into violent aggression as he mercilessly pummeled Damien once more, hurling insults and labeling him as worthless. Overwhelmed with shock and fear, Damien contemplated the possibility of perishing without accomplishing anything, all due to the treacherous nature of King Arthur. Yet, in that desperate moment, a voice reached out to him, offering a chance for revenge and a new purpose. It was Abraxas, the Lord of Abyss, extending his assistance to Damien in exchange for the task of slaying the goddess of light, Arya, and embracing chaos as an avenger. Initially hesitant, Damien couldn't resist the allure of finally achieving something after dedicating himself to the game for countless years. As King Arthur continued his taunts and relentless assault, Damien made his fateful decision. He would seize Abraxas's offer and transform into Damien, the avenger who would sow chaos throughout the land. Suddenly, King Arthur's brutal attack abruptly ceased as Damien awoke in his own room, drenched in sweat. Disoriented and bewildered, he struggled to comprehend how he had ended up there. Before he could make sense of the situation, his brother, Ma Jin-hoon, burst into the room, announcing that it was time to eat. Damien was taken aback since his brother was supposed to be serving in the military as an officer. However, Jin-hoon now donned a school uniform, leaving Damien questioning his own sanity. Gazing at the calendar, he realized it was July 28, 2020, the day when Arisa Chronicles beta version was released. The bewildering thought dawned upon Damien that he might have somehow traveled back in time. The confusion and uncertainty left Damien feeling utterly lost and disoriented, as if he had taken a wrong turn in a maze of bewilderment. His mind was a swirling storm of questions, unsure of what was happening or what would happen next. Even Damien's mother and brother were confounded by his peculiar behavior, their eyebrows raised in a perplexed fashion, wondering why he was acting so oddly. As they gathered around the dinner table, Damien couldn't help but marvel at the mouth-watering deliciousness of his mother's cooking, each bite conjuring memories of his carefree childhood. However, his nostalgic reverie was rudely interrupted by a raucous commercial blaring from the television, promoting Arisa Chronicle, the world's first virtual reality game. In that moment, a realization struck Damien like a lightning bolt to the brain. Today was the launch of the open beta for the game. With a mixture of excitement and urgency, he informed his mother that he was heading to his own abode, promising to take care of himself and dutifully call her often. Hailing a taxi, Damien urged the driver to race to Jumjong Station with the speed of a cheetah on roller skates. As they sped through the city streets, Damien's thoughts drifted back 10 years to a time of great turmoil in his life. It was a period when the Galaxy M24 app was the hottest gadget on the market, and Damien's own life was simmering with challenges. Taking on the daunting responsibility of providing for his family in his father's absence, he toiled relentlessly to make ends meet. The weight of this burden became an unwelcome companion, gnawing at his spirit until he sought solace in the virtual realm of the game, severing ties with his family in the process. It was a desperate escape from reality, a leap into a world where he could be someone else, somewhere else. Lost in his ruminations, Damien was jolted from his reverie by a blaring notification, its urgency akin to an alarm clock set to explode. It warned him that the countdown had commenced and he had to log into the game, or face certain death. Damien's brows furrowed in confusion as he hadn't even logged in yet. As he tried to make sense of the situation, a sharp pain pierced his skull, and a mysterious voice began to echo in his ears. Alas, the words were as clear as a foggy morning in a murky swamp, leaving Damien scratching his head in befuddlement. In the midst of his disorientation, the perceptive taxi driver noticed Damien's pained expression and kindly inquired about his well-being. Time passed, and Damien finally arrived at Sinsadong-Garosa-gil, a bustling street in Korea. He ventured into a virtual reality electronics store called Evertail Store, where a cheerful receptionist greeted him with a warm smile. She informed him that all the store's capsules were reserved on a first-come, first-served basis. Sensing Damien's eagerness, she suggested he undergo a customized examination. However, Damien was hell-bent on exploring a product that had just been released that very day. Unfazed by the receptionist's suggestion, he insisted on seeing the latest offering. With a mischievous twinkle in her eye, the receptionist led him to a refurbished product that had been cancelled by another customer, now serving as the store's demonstration model. Damien, without skipping a beat, enthusiastically agreed to purchase it, requesting delivery and installation that very afternoon. Later in the day, Damien found himself ensconced within the capsule, as if cocooned in a futuristic spaceship. The system's voice chimed in, notifying him of the progress in his user registration. He listened intently as the system announced the commencement of virtual reality mode synchronization, confirming that his registration was complete. Damien couldn't help but reflect on the fact that he had spent most of his hard-earned savings for this pivotal moment. However, there was no room for doubt in his mind. He believed with unwavering conviction that he had made the right decision. The voice of the Demon King Abraxas only solidified his resolve, leaving him with a sense of purpose and a dash of villainous charm. With the synchronization of virtual reality mode complete, Damien took a deep breath and bravely uttered the command to begin his epic journey within the game. Meanwhile, at the top-secret department of Oracle in Evertail headquarters in San Francisco, California, chaos ensued. Strange errors popped up on the screens, prompting urgent notifications about a potential mainstream detection and an accelerating blockage of the main protocol of Arcia Chronicle. Operator Chloe's voice trembled with urgency as she called for a code black emergency, instructing all employees to take swift action. In the midst of the commotion, team leader Master Hayek dashed over to investigate the situation, his cape billowing heroically behind him. He demanded to know when the error had begun, and Chloe reported that it had just reared its troublesome head. The Akashic record of blocking protocol for the mainstream was gradually gaining momentum, posing a threat to their control. If the situation escalated further, they risked losing all command. The mainstream, a realm yet uncharted, lay before them, while the Akashic record, a hyper-AI responsible for the creation of AC, loomed over it like a mystical gatekeeper. Hayekjin and Oracle had been entrusted with its guardianship, but if something went awry, the entire system, along with the game, could be wiped clean, as if devoured by a hungry digital beast. Notifications flickered across the screens, mercilessly reporting a decrease in control over the mainstream, plummeting from 48% to 36%, and finally dipping below 25%. The warning was clear: the Akashic record had started nibbling away at the server, much like a ravenous squirrel devouring a nutty snack. In a daring move to salvage what they could, Master Hayek made the difficult decision to relinquish control over the mainstream, sacrificing a slice of their dominion to prevent total annihilation. The Akashic record, sensing its opportunity, withdrew its grasp, temporarily pausing the blocking protocol, and activated the mainstream. Hayek confirmed that the operation was now in motion, taking a deep breath as the weight of the world rested on his shoulders. Back in the game, Damien found himself immersed in the virtual realm, greeted by notifications that confirmed his connection, displaying his player name, date of connection, and current location, the Whispering Island. Memories of 10 years of gameplay flooded his mind, along with the burning desire for revenge against Jong Yuman, the source of the humiliations he had endured. However, Damien quickly realized that he was not starting at the typical beginner's village, leaving him pondering the curious whereabouts of his virtual feet. Just as perplexity threatened to consume him, another notification popped up, confirming his connection log and initiating a countdown. The three conditions were laid out before him: failure to log in within 168 hours meant certain death, death within the game would lead to death in reality, and failing to accomplish a given goal within a specific time frame also spelled doom. Damien stood there, mouth agape, his frustration and confusion reaching new heights. The notification further taunted him by removing his sense limit and renewing his final goal as the Demon King's Descent, offering a whopping 87,599 hours, 59 minutes, and 59 seconds to achieve it. As if that weren't enough, the game had seemingly meddled with his physical form, leaving him in a state of bewilderment. Just when Damien thought he had experienced a full range of absurdity, another notification chimed in, announcing a class on the witch doctor specialization for his final goal. Damien could only curse the game in disbelief, hoping for a sliver of sanity to return to his rapidly unraveling reality. Witch doctors were enigmatic beings who harnessed primitive powers and had deep connections to death, ancient sorcery, and curses. Damien was taken aback to find that his in-game character, also named Damien, had become a level 1 witch doctor with abysmal stats. He felt disappointed with his newfound class, especially since it was a hidden class that was challenging to obtain and relatively unknown. The notification provided a description of the witch doctor class, highlighting their specialization in spells related to poison, curses, summoning, bones, blood, corpses, and souls. This class excelled in dealing damage over time, making them formidable damage dealers. Damien grew increasingly frustrated with his new class, particularly because the subclass of poison was his special attack, which didn't quite suit his preferences. Suddenly, notifications popped up on Damien's screen, warning him that he had committed a crime and that his alignment had plummeted to an extremely low level. As a result, a penalty had been imposed on him, which left Damien scratching his head in confusion. The penalty seemed outrageously severe, with a 500% decrease in experience points upon death, a 500% increase in the probability of dropping items upon death, a 500% increase in the probability of equipment being destroyed upon death, nullification of the safe zone shield, and the constant threat of NPC attacks. This penalty practically branded him as the Demon King, much to Damien's dismay. But since he received a second chance with his life at stake, he wondered if he should cover his face. Damien arrived at Dunvaden village and headed straight to the village head's home to receive a quest who greeted him happily. However, he had a paper bag over his head, attracting the attention of the village head, Elmore. Curiosity piqued, Elmore asked Damien why he was wearing a paper bag, to which Damien awkwardly replied that it was just a cool fashion statement. Elmore stared at him like WTF, but deep down, Damien felt embarrassed about it but had no choice but to wear it due to the compulsory quest. Moving past the paper bag incident, the Elmore commented that he respects Damien's taste. Damien asks if he could quickly get a quest, which causes Elmore to fluster around trying to find a quest. Once he found the quest, he became serious and tells Damien to listen carefully. The Whispering Island was filled with chicks, causing a problem as they've eaten all their feeds, leaving none in the storerooms. Elmore places the quest letter on the table and assigns it to Damien to catch 10 of the chicks. He ventured through the mountains behind Dunvaden village, where he spotted a lone chick. Warning: if you love baby chicks, turn away now cause it's about to get a bit weird. Now back to the story. Seizing the opportunity, he threw a dart and successfully caught it. However, the effort left him breathless, and he drops to the ground realizing that he only had 1 HP remaining. A notification reminded Damien of his quest to catch the chicks and protect the storerooms on Whispering Island. The tutorial quest required him to catch 10 chicks and retrieve 10 yellow feathers, with his progress currently at 10% after catching just 1 chick. Completing the quest promised Elmore's beginner set and a recommendation. Damien lets out a sigh, unhappy that he only caught 1, then he opens his status window. Damien checked his skill status and discovered that only 1 skill was unlocked, shooting of poisonous needles. The rest remained locked, amplifying the challenge of the quest. He thinks deeply about the skills and realizes there's no helping it as he can only learn other skills once he reaches level 10. He dusts himself off, saying that break's over. He holds his long and thin pipe, saying he now knows how to use it and is gonna do it properly, if you know what I mean, ha. As Damien continued his pursuit of the chicks, he grew more adept and efficient with his soul unlocked skill. He successfully caught several more chicks, earning valuable experience points along the way. Meanwhile, in the Yuxin Group's building, Zhang Yuman, also known as King Arthur, emerged from a virtual reality capsule after testing a new game. Satisfied with the experience, he received an update from his secretary regarding the game's popularity. Confident in its potential success, Zhang Yuman received a call from the director of the Yuxin Group, who had prepared everything he needed to dominate the game: the perfect class, the fastest leveling method, and all the necessary equipment. Excited to claim victory, Zhang Yuman eagerly anticipated his journey in the game. Back to Damien, he had just completed his quest of capturing 10 chicks from Whispering Island, panting heavily from the effort. But his exhaustion quickly turned into exhilaration as a notification informed him that he had leveled up. Overjoyed, he exclaimed in delight. However, when he examined his status screen, he was left speechless by what he saw. His name was still Damien, and his class remained Witch Doctor, but his stats displayed a mere 1 in strength, agility, intelligence, talent, and luck. On a positive note, he had 5 remaining stat points, a significant increase compared to the usual 2. Damien couldn't believe his luck. Perhaps this was a perk of having a hidden class. Realizing that things might not be as dire as he initially thought, he became determined to dismantle Zhang Yuman and wanted to soon shred him into pieces. Damien dashed through the bustling village, clutching at his long and thin green pipe in his hand, while a rowdy group of hens trailed behind him. A player notices the noise and is shocked to see Damien run past him. He wondered what was it that went past him, but turning back shocks him even more, as he sees a whole crowd of hens chasing out Damien. The sight left other players dumbfounded, their minds spinning with speculation about Damien's true identity and intentions as well as the paper bag on his head. Some wondered if he was a tamer, but quickly dismissed the idea since tamers typically focused on a single powerful familiar. They look at him being chased by the hens, guessing he would soon die. Yet, Damien remained undeterred, fully committed to his quest of amassing as many chickens as possible. With a swift flick of his wrist, he dispatched one of the hens with a single dart. As he watched the lifeless bird fall, the other chickens began to rage towards him, startling him. He holds his long thin green pipe tightly and wondered if that was too much. He continues to run away from the chickens, thinking if he wanted to clear Elmore's quest about the chickens, hens, and roosters quickly, gathering a mob of them was like a play. Damien searched intently for something, his eyes scanning the surroundings. The hens, growing increasingly aggressive, only fueled his determination. With a wicked smile, Damien revealed his cleverly laid trap, luring the unsuspecting hens into a pit. A victorious grin spread across his face. I think I don't really know since his face is covered with the paper bag. So back to the story as the feathery mob fell right into his clutches. He relished the prospect of converting the captured chickens into valuable EXP, eagerly anticipating the rewards that awaited him. Amidst his triumph, notifications flooded Damien's screen, declaring his victory over the hens and rooster as they lay dead inside his trap and announcing his ascension to level 9. Damien clutches his fist in excitement. He blushes at the thought of keeping this up to level 10 to obtain a new skill. However, another notification caught his attention as EXP increased only by 1. His eyes darted towards a nearby forest as a chicken was slain with a blade, where he spotted a group of players joyously slaughtering the very chickens he had prepared for his quest. Anger simmered within him as he approached the players, demanding to know if they were having a good time. Without warning, Damien's fist connected with the face of a player named Cheol Min Jang, sending him soaring through the air before landing at a safe distance. Cheol Min Jang's screen lit up with a flurry of notifications, including one indicating that his character had fainted, rendering him temporarily unable to control it for the next 5 seconds. Fuming with indignation, Damien accused the group of voraciously devouring his hard-earned poultry and firmly insisted that they regurgitate their ill-gotten gains. The opponents, caught off guard, skeptically requested proof of their wrongdoing. With a triumphant gesture towards the fallen hens strewn about, Damien provided irrefutable evidence of their guilt. He sternly warned them that this was their final opportunity to make amends before ordering them to leave, demanding the return of their chicken dinners. One of the opponents, dazed but determined, rose to his feet and lunged at Damien, hurling a colorful expletive in his direction. Unfazed, Damien calmly warned him of the consequences and retaliated with a precise dart from his blowpipe, silencing the opponent's misguided bravado. Outraged, the remaining opponents launched a joint assault, seeking retribution. However, Damien's agility and skill allowed him to deftly evade each attack, countering with calculated strikes from his dart blower. With each successful hit, he reiterated his demand for the group to surrender their ill-gotten feasts. Bruised and defeated, the opponents questioned Damien's audacious conduct, prompting a notification that their party member, Dongcheol, had met an untimely demise. One astute player deduced that Damien must be a chaotic user, an infamous expert in player killing, akin to a notorious criminal within the game. As this realization dawned on them, panic set in, and they scattered in a bid to escape Damien's wrath. Yet, Damien had no intention of letting them slip away so easily. With swift precision, he unleashed a flurry of poison darts, ensuring that each opponent received a notification indicating their characters had been infected. Satisfied with his victorious display, Damien surveyed the battlefield, only to realize that one opponent remained unaccounted for. A puzzled expression crept across his face as he pondered aloud the whereabouts of the elusive player. Unbeknownst to Damien, the missing adversary had concealed himself within a nearby bush, muttering curses under his breath. Desperate to escape, he attempted to log out, only to be met with a notification: logout was prohibited during an active battle, leaving him stranded for another 300 seconds. Blaming his misfortune for stumbling upon a chaotic user, the hidden opponent begrudgingly accepted his fate. Suddenly, Damien's voice pierced the silence as he cheerfully greeted the trapped player before swiftly dispatching him with a dart, putting an end to his futile resistance. Damien couldn't contain his excitement as a cascade of notifications filled his screen, announcing his acquisition of yellow and white feathers, basic HP potions, and his attainment of level 10. Finally, he could unleash the skills that had been tantalizingly out of reach. The results exceeded his wildest expectations. However, Damien's jubilation was short-lived, as another torrent of notifications disrupted his revelry. He had committed PK, player killing, and his alignment had plummeted by 1. Notably, his alignment had already hit rock bottom, leaving no room for further decrease. Observing this revelation, Damien chuckled to himself, acknowledging that he had already scraped the bottom of the alignment barrel. He mused over the effects of the atrocity title, which, although bordering on cheating, boosted the drop rate of items and gold obtained from PK victims, while also granting him automatic possession of their assets and experience. With newfound determination, Damien embraced his controversial path, eagerly anticipating his future advancements. Damien decided to visit the supermarket to stock up on food supplies. As he entered the store, he recognized the cashier as someone from his neighborhood, and they exchanged greetings. Damien began loading his cart with convenience foods, but the cashier expressed concern about the amount of processed foods he was buying. Damien explained that he was busy and couldn't cook as often as he would like. The cashier seemed unconvinced but continued to nag him about his purchases. When Damien pulled out his wallet to pay, the cashier told him to put it away, saying it wasn't even that expensive. He was surprised but grateful for the gesture. Damien finished packing his food supplies and was about to leave the store when suddenly a news story started playing on the TV screen by the cash register. The story was about Jong Yumin, the youngest player of the Tempest of Time and Space, retiring from the game. Damien was taken aback by the news and repeated the name in disbelief. The cashier noticed Damien's reaction and asked if he knew the famous player. He hesitated for a moment before admitting that Jong Yumin was indeed pretty famous. The cashier seemed surprised and started gushing about Jong Yumin's background, describing him as tall, handsome, and amazing at gaming. However, Damien seemed lost in thought and didn't pay much attention to the cashier's words. He had a serious look on his face. In a dense forest near Dunvaden village, Damien hunted some chickens while thinking about Jong Yumin's impending arrival. Suddenly, he received a notification saying that he had leveled up and reached level 15. But Damien was not happy because he had realized that he needed to become much stronger than he was now and could not slack off. He muttered to himself that it was somewhere around there and pulled up a quest titled The Predator of the Whispering Island, which was classified as an epic quest. The quest required him to defeat the mutated wild boar and bring back its hide. The progress on the quest was at 0%, and the reward for completing the quest was Elmore's recommendation. Damien knew that this was the last quest on the island, and if he completed it, he could go somewhere else with Elmore's recommendation. However, wild boars had a tendency to migrate frequently, making them hard to locate. If Damien didn't find the boar's lair within an hour, he would have to wait another hour for it to respawn. Damien set off on his quest, determined to complete it and become even stronger. Damien spotted the boar easily and couldn't believe his luck. The boar was a species of wild beast and an elite type with a level of 30. Damien knew he had to be careful. He remembered that the monster types in the game were categorized as normal, elite, named, and champion, and that the elite and higher types had special characteristics. There were 8 variations in each of the 3 categories: attack, defense, and crowd control, making a total of 24 variations. Damien decided to attack the boar with his skill, Corruption Elixir, to try and find out its characteristics. The elixir hit the boar, and it let out a loud squeal. The boar looked around, trying to find the attacker, but Damien was hiding on a tree. He then greeted the boar, and the boar attacked him. Damien dodged the boar's attack, effortlessly evading the creature's deadly tusks. He taunted the beast, beckoning it to come closer with a confident smirk on his face. In a fluid motion, Damien grabbed another elixir and hurled it towards the boar. The elixir found its mark, hitting the creature with pinpoint accuracy. The boar let out another agonizing squeal as the elixir took effect. Damien observed the boar closely and concluded that the boar didn't have physical immunity. He then began attacking the wild boar relentlessly to study its behavior. After several attempts, he observed that the boar did not summon monsters, had no magical immunity, and lacked a defensive barrier. He was pleased to receive notifications that the wild boar's defensive mechanism had corroded, indicating that his corruption elixir was working well. However, the boar attacked again, and Damien had to dodge quickly to avoid getting hit. He thought to himself that it was a close call. The boar was visibly angry and charged at him again, but Damien dismissed it as typical behavior for a dumb beast species. Suddenly, a wall appeared in front of him, which he had never seen before. Damien was surprised and wondered if the boar's characteristic was wall formation. As the boar charged towards him, Damien realized that he couldn't dodge it and thought to himself that he was in trouble. The boar crashed into Damien, and the impact caused a cloud of dust to cover the area of the collision, with his paper bag mask floating in the air. As Damien emerged from the cloud of dust, he was visibly enraged, and his entire body turned red, with a deadly aura surrounding him. This was due to the skill he possessed called Zombification, which was currently at level 1 with a passive attribute of Corpse. The skill allowed him to transform into an undead when his HP reached 0 and prevented his HP from falling below 1 for 600 seconds. When activated, he emitted a plague aura that poisoned and made opponents bleed within a 3-meter radius. However, he couldn't use any other skills while the skill was activated, and there was a cooldown period of 1800 seconds. Damien's anger boiled over as he shouted at the wild boar, cursing the creature for hurting him. The sudden outburst of rage startled the boar, causing it to let out a frightened squeal in response. Damien's transformation seemed to have intimidated the wild boar, which now stood frozen in fear. Despite its fear, Damien continued to lash out at the boar, blaming it for nearly causing his demise. Damien fiercely punched the boar, causing it to squeal in pain. Notifications began to flood in, revealing that the wild boar was bleeding and poisoned. Damien was informed that he only had 10 seconds left until the zombification ended, but he remained confident. With his time running out, Damien quickly activated his skill, Plague Aura, determined to defeat the boar once and for all. As the notifications counted down the remaining seconds, Damien declared that he would turn the boar into a bloody pulp. The tension mounted as the seconds ticked away, but Damien's determination did not waver. Finally, with the countdown complete, Damien declared that the boar was done for. Just as the last notification sounded, Damien struck the final blow, defeating the wild boar. Damien felt exhausted and fell to the ground, huffing and puffing. However, he also felt accomplished, as the notifications informed him that he had gained experience and had leveled up to level 16. He had also obtained the wild boar's fangs, hide, and essence, as well as a substantial amount of gold. After that, another set of notifications started pouring in. One notification indicated that Damien had obtained the title, the one who killed the wild boar alone, while another notification stated that he had cleared the quest, the Predator of the Whispering Island. Upon seeing these notifications, Damien felt a sense of accomplishment and excitement. He thought to himself how he could hog all the rewards since he cleared the quest and earned the title, the one who defeated the boar alone. The title came with bonuses such as strength and movement speed increases, as well as a characteristic resistance boost. Damien was thrilled to have earned a solo clear title and took a look at the items he had obtained. He planned on giving the hide to Elmore, and he was still considering what to do with the fangs and essence. Damien was engrossed in checking his acquired items when he heard a voice from behind. Turning around, he saw an old man with a white beard and a muscular body, who appeared to have materialized out of thin air. The old man seemed to be amused by Damien's presence, commenting on his peculiar nature as an otherworld adventurer who had risen again after death. Damien was puzzled by the old man's sudden appearance and noticed that his name was unclear, appearing as a question mark on his status window. Although the old man looked human, it was difficult to discern his age and level, except for the fact that he appeared to have lived for countless millennia. The old man's status window also warned that he had a bad temper, and Damien should be careful not to get killed. Damien was surprised that he was unable to see the old man's other information and wondered why this was the case. The old man seemed to be more interested in Damien and asked him how he was able to move as a dead man. Damien was taken aback by the old man's question and was unsure how to respond. The old man approached Damien and touched his forehead. Damien felt uneasy and asked him to keep his distance. The old man ignored Damien's request and continued examining the small rune on his forehead. The old man identified Damien as an otherworld adventurer who had borrowed the power of darkness to become undead momentarily. Damien was surprised and asked the old man how he knew. The old man calmly replied that he could see it very clearly, but Damien was not satisfied with his response and asked him to back away. Despite Damien's frustration, the old man seemed unfazed and continued to speak, saying that it was not bad to borrow the power of darkness, as it would make it harder for Damien to die. However, he questioned why an otherworld adventurer would harbor such a high level of darkness equivalent to that of the Demon King. At this point, Damien heard notifications indicating that new information had been updated, and the NPC's information was being displayed. Damien saw the new information and he was surprised to learn that the old man's name was Kairon, Priest of the Apocalypse. According to the information displayed, Kairon was a representative of the forgotten god Shaka and the chief of the Black Cult. He appeared to have lived for countless millennia and was currently seeking a talent to defeat Arya, the Queen of the Gods. Damien was taken aback by this information and muttered to himself in disbelief. He had never heard of the Priest of the Apocalypse or the Black Cult before. He read further and saw that Kieran's level and age were unknown, and he was described as ill-tempered, warning Damien to be cautious around him. He couldn't believe what he was seeing and questioned whether the Black Cult was some sort of pseudo-cult. Kairon, the seventh chief priest of the god Shaka, was enraged upon hearing the term pseudo-cult being used to describe his beliefs. He declared that he would spread the gospel of the apocalypse across the land after defeating the Queen of the Gods. Damien tried to calm him down, but Kairon ignored him and attacked. Damien managed to dodge Kieran's first attack, but he was surprised by the force behind it. Kairon attacked again, but Damien dodged once more while calling him a crazy old man, and wondered about the destructive power behind Kieran's blows. Kairon taunted Damien, impressed by his ability to dodge, and challenged him to continue dodging. Damien took a deep breath and tried to steady his nerves. He knew that he had to face Kairon, the priest of the apocalypse, and survive this trial. Kairon looked like he was on the verge of senility, and his actions were clearly that of a seriously insane person. Damien wondered what he could possibly do in this situation. As he was lost in thought, Damien received a notification that Kairon was displaying hostility towards him. He looked up and saw the old man staring at him with wild eyes. Damien braced himself for a fight and wondered how he could possibly defeat this crazy old man. But before he could even take a step forward, Damien received another notification. It was a quest, and he had to survive Kieran's trial to progress. But what surprised Damien even more was that it was a mainstream quest. Damien stood still, lost in his thoughts about the importance of the mainstream quests. These quests were only given to a select few users and could decide the future of the game. The impact of a user's actions on the world of AC was immense and could potentially change it completely. But as he pondered on this, he couldn't help but wonder what an old man had to do with the mainstream quests. Before he could finish his thoughts, Kairon interrupted him, attacking him with a sharp remark, demanding to know why he was just standing there like a dumb log. Damien quickly dodged the attack, but he couldn't help but think about the old man and his possible connection to the mainstream quests. Memories of his own experience as the battle god flooded his mind, particularly the time when he was tasked with defeating Abraxas alongside the 6 masters in the treacherous Abyss dungeon. He knew that the success or failure of these quests could have a massive impact on the world of AC, and he was determined to clear them no matter what. Suddenly, Kairon caught Damien off guard once again, attacking him while berating him for hesitating. Damien knew that he had to act quickly, so he chanted a mantra and activated a skill called Bloody Impulse. He made a decision to stop overthinking and calculating and instead approached Kairon with sincerity and his basic impulses. Damien braced himself for the upcoming battle, knowing that he couldn't afford to lose. He was determined to succeed in the mainstream quest, no matter the cost. Kairon's eyes blazed with fury as he charged towards Damien, his fist pulled back in a powerful punch. The impact was devastating. The ground shook violently, and the force of the blow sent shockwaves through the air. Kairon's powerful punch caused an explosion. As the dust settled, he shouted in frustration at Damien, asking how long he planned to keep running away. Damien activated his zombification skill and managed to survive Kairon's attack. But Kairon wasn't done yet. He started attacking Damien again. While dodging Kairon's onslaught, Damien wondered why Kairon was so strong despite not being a martial artist. Enraged by Damien's ability to dodge his attacks, Kairon yelled at him to hold still. Despite Kairon's angry shouts, Damien continued to dodge and noticed that he could see Kairon's movements better than before. As he distanced himself from Kairon, Damien realized that if he could stall for time, he might survive the fight. However, his thoughts were interrupted when he saw Kairon gathering energy between his hands. To Damien's surprise, Kairon prepared a Kamehameha pose and taunted him, asking if he could dodge this attack as well. Damien, shocked and bewildered, exclaimed in disbelief. Kairon then launched his attack, shouting "Die!" This time, Damien had no chance to dodge and got hit by the attack. After the explosion, Damien found himself on his knees but still alive. Suddenly, a notification sounded, indicating that there were only 2 seconds remaining. Kairon, who was nearby, was impressed by Damien's sturdy body and complimented him on his physique. Damien responded modestly, saying it was nothing compared to Kairon's. As the notification reached 1 second, the countdown ended, and another notification chimed in, saying zombification has ended. Damien felt relieved after escaping this near-death scenario. But the next notification brought him good news: you have cleared the quest Kairon's trial. Kairon, who had been silent until that moment, spoke up with a hint of sarcasm, remarking that Damien's mouth was still functioning despite the ordeal they had just gone through. Damien retorted with a hint of pride, saying that he now had to live life to the fullest since he had obtained this opportunity. Kairon then asked about Damien's power of darkness, which he had noticed earlier. Damien confirmed that he possessed that power and asked if Kairon recognized it. Kairon responded to Damien's question with a smirk, indicating that he recognized Damien's power of darkness. He mentioned that as the chief priest of the 7th god Shaka, he couldn't possibly miss it. Damien asked Kairon about the 7th god Shaka, and Kairon praised him as the best god of Arcia. He explained that Shaka was the lord of darkness and apocalypse, incomparable to Arya, and the greatest of all the gods. Damien was a little confused, thinking that the 6 great gods were Supreme Goddess Arya of Light, Phoenix of Fire, Nissa of Water, Tenasil of Tree, Oread of Iron, and Crowd of Earth. However, he realized that there was no way the system would lie. Damien simply nodded, and Kairon took the opportunity to get straight to the point. Damien got ready to listen, thinking that Kairon was finally getting to the point after causing all this ruckus. Kairon then asked Damien if he wanted to become stronger, mentioning that otherworld adventurers desired fast growth and strength. Damien was taken aback by the suggestion, but before he could respond, Keiron actually suggested that Damien become his disciple. Damien was surprised by Keiron's suggestion and began to walk away while bidding him farewell. This seemed to anger Keiron, who hit Damien on the head with a hand chop and demanded to know where he was going. Damien retorted, calling Keiron a senile old man. This only served to rile Keiron up more, as he boasted about the power of Lord Shaka and how even someone like Damien could become an absolute ruler if he became Keiron's disciple. However, Damien wasn't convinced by Keiron's claims and challenged him, asking if he would believe it if he were in Damien's position. Keiron was taken aback by this, but he eventually relented and showed Damien a book, hoping to convince him to become his disciple. As Damien examined the book, a notification sounded, informing him that the Apocalypse Invocation, the Book of the Black Covenant, was radiating a faint light. Damien was puzzled by this, and as he looked at the book, another notification popped up, saying that the mainstream encounter with the seventh god had been activated. Keiron then explained to Damien that the book was a divine object and the only tool that would allow him to meet Lord Shaka. Damien was skeptical, but Keiron instructed him to open the book. As Damien opened the book, Keiron warned him not to make any further movements. Confused, Damien looked back at Keiron, only to see him attacking him with a dart blower. Damien was hit by the dart and lost consciousness. When he woke up, he found himself in a cave-like structure, muttering in frustration about Keiron's actions. As Damien tried to process his thoughts, he received a notification saying, "New location information has been updated," but his current location was still showing as unknown. Suddenly, someone appeared in front of Damien. As he looked up to see what it was, he found a small boy standing in front of him. He carefully observed the boy, trying to discern if there was anything unusual about him but couldn't find anything out of the ordinary. The boy, on the other hand, seemed completely unfazed by Damien's presence and started dancing around him. Damien, feeling a bit annoyed at the kid's antics, told him to stop fooling around and asked where they were. The boy stopped and looked at Damien carefully before commenting on his scent. Damien, confused, started to smell himself before the boy confirmed that he liked Damien's scent and asked if they could be friends. Damien was taken aback by the boy's sudden request and couldn't help but wonder what was going on. Damien asked the boy if he had any friends. The boy's response was an angry one, insisting that he indeed had many friends. He even went so far as to offer to give Damien a friend of his own. To Damien's surprise, the boy then pointed to a group of chicks pecking around on the ground nearby. They soon began to flock around him, playing and chirping with enthusiasm. The boy was clearly proud of his feathered friends and insisted that they were all his loyal companions. Damien was touched by the boy's kind gesture and agreed to be his friend. They shook hands, and the boy declared that they were now friends. However, after the boy declared their friendship, Damien suddenly felt dizzy and collapsed. Damien slowly opened his eyes and gasped for air. He felt disoriented and confused, trying to piece together what had happened. As his vision cleared, he noticed Keiron sitting beside him. Keiron asked how he felt, relieved to see Damien conscious. But Damien's frustration and anger boiled over, and he lunged at Keiron, catching him by the throat. Keiron struggled to break free, telling Damien to let go of his throat, but Damien's grip tightened around his throat, saying Keiron nearly killed him, why should he let him go now? In a moment of desperation, Keiron headbutted Damien on the forehead, causing him to stumble backwards. Damien felt the world spin as he began to fall backwards. In that moment, he heard a notification alert, status effect. Your character is in critical condition. Until you have recovered your strength, your character is unable to move. Realizing that this wasn't the first time he had found himself in this situation, he thought, shit, here we go again. Damien slowly opened his eyes and saw Keiron sitting in front of him once again, asking if he was up. He winced at the pain in his head and muttered to himself about Keiron's thick skull being made of rock. Keiron asked what he had said, but Damien quickly brushed it off as nothing, knowing he couldn't afford to anger the old man any further. Damien thought to himself that Keiron may look homeless and senile, but he was incredibly strong. He knew he needed to swallow his pride and follow Keiron's lead if he wanted to survive. Kairon then asked about Damien's conversation with Lord Shaka, and Damien stumbled over his words, unsure of what to say. He eventually admitted that Lord Shaka had asked to become friends. Damien's response surprised Kairon. He explained that friendship was a relationship of brotherly affection and that Lord Shaka had internally decided that Damien should become his successor. Damien was confused and tried to ask for clarification, but Kairon interrupted him and said that he just needed to follow him from now on. Kairon laughed, and Damien wondered if it was really alright to go along with this plan. Suddenly, a notification appeared, signaling that Damien had cleared the mainstream encounter with the seventh god. Damien sighed and reassured himself that this was a good thing. Kairon motioned for Damien to take a seat, and the two of them settled down to hear what Kairon had to say. Damien couldn't help but wonder if they were going to meditate or do something spiritual. But Kairon quickly dispelled that notion and said that he wanted to talk to Damien about their upcoming plans. As Kairon began to speak, Damien's mind started to wander. He thought it was just going to be an old story, something he'd heard before. But then Kairon started to talk about the seven gods of their land. Damien was intrigued. Kairon explained that the circle of life and death was well balanced, thanks to the god of creation, Arya of light, and the god of the apocalypse, Shaka. However, one day Arya approached the other five gods, expressing her concern about Shaka's power of destruction. She suggested that they restrict it, and although there were differences in opinion, they ultimately decided to go ahead with the plan. The war between Lord Shaka and the six gods began, and it was fierce. The heavens shook, and the earth split open. It went on for a long time, and even though Lord Shaka was the god of apocalypse, he couldn't handle battling all six gods. Eventually, he was defeated, and he left everything else to his family, falling into an eternal slumber, maintaining only his divinity. The seventh god became forgotten by the people. Damien listened to Kairon as he spoke about the history of their world and the absence of Lord Shaka. He couldn't help but think that Lord Shaka's family member was the senile old man. However, as Kairon continued to speak, Damien's understanding of the situation deepened. He realized that Lord Shaka, who was the source of all darkness, was actually the pillar of balance that kept everything in place. And due to his absence, evil was created. Damien understood the gravity of the situation and the importance of what Kairon was asking of him. Kairon revealed that he had roamed the continent for thousands of years, searching for a force powerful enough to defeat Arya and the five gods and resurrect Lord Shaka. He asked Damien if he was willing to become his disciple in the sword of Lord Shaka, to defeat the six gods, including Arya of Light and their family. Damien heard the notification and realized that Kairon's wish had been activated. He was given the option to accept the quest or not. Damien's mind raced as he tried to process everything that had just been revealed to him. The forgotten seventh god, Lord Shaka, was actually the key to maintaining balance in the world. And because of his absence, the demons were born and evil had spread throughout the land. It was a daunting task, but Damien had accepted the quest to become the sword of Lord Shaka and defeat the six gods, including Arya of Light and their family. As he bowed down to Kairon, Damien felt a sense of determination and purpose wash over him. He had accepted the role of the agent of revenge and formed a relationship with the priest of the apocalypse. The old man's laughter echoed through the room as he welcomed Damien as his successor. With a newfound sense of purpose, Damien couldn't help but think of John Newman. But now, he saw an opportunity for revenge. Once he was done training with Kairon, he would be ready to face John Newman and bring him to justice. Kairon interrupted Damien's thoughts and announced his departure. Damien respectfully bowed and wished his master well. However, Damien suddenly realized that something was amiss and called out to Kairon. He asked if there was anything else he could teach him before leaving. Kairon responded that he had already chosen him as his disciple, and what more did he want from him? As Damien continued to express his confusion and disappointment, Kairon took out a book and handed it to Damien. He instructed Damien to refer to it whenever he needed help and to avoid seeking him out. Before Damien could react further, Kairon activated a formation and disappeared into it. Damien was left stunned and bewildered. He couldn't believe that his master had left him so abruptly without any further guidance. As he stood there in shock, he received a notification that he had been given a quest. The quest was to resurrect the god of darkness, Shaka, and defeat the 6 gods and their families who ruled the land. Damien couldn't believe what he was reading. He felt overwhelmed and unsure if he could accomplish such a monumental task alone. Damien was seething with frustration and anger. He shouted out loud, wondering how he could possibly complete the daunting quest assigned to him. He questioned whether it was even possible to clear the task. He also expressed concern about the families of the 6 gods he was supposed to defeat, especially those who had fought alongside him before, like Crimson Agnes, Siren of the Ice, Halo of the Mind, Cyrus of Steel, and Luke of the Boulder. Damien's mind was racing, and he tried to come to terms with the gravity of the situation. He knew that these families were the most powerful in the world, with abilities that were considered disaster class. Among them, the family of Arya, John Newman, the Radiant King Arthur, had obtained the infinite mana item Infinity Circle and was praised as the god of magic. Damien wondered if he could really defeat such powerful adversaries. However, as he thought about his comrades, he realized that there was no need to be scared. For some reason, he had been given the opportunity to come back in time, just when he thought it was the end. This gave him the determination he needed to face the challenge head-on. With newfound determination, Damien vowed to clear the quest assigned to him, no matter what the cost. He declared that he would put an end to the ill fate that had befallen him. Damien knew that his path would be difficult, but he was ready to face it and bring justice to those who had wronged him. The quest to resurrect Lord Shaka and defeat the 6 gods became his purpose, and he would not waver in his resolve. As Damien processed the previous notifications, he was surprised to see even more popping up. He read through them and realized that he had obtained the Apocalypse Invocation, the Book of the Black Covenant. The notifications revealed that new clauses had been added, but because of his low level, some of the clauses were deactivated. Damien found the book fascinating because it offered various abilities like returning to the village, getting an oracle's advice, examining runes, appraising items, dismantling them, combining materials, and creating new things. He was thrilled to have acquired an all-in-one multi-item, something he had heard about before. Excited, Damien opened the book and was pleased with its contents as it was a scam item with various abilities. He felt lucky and unstoppable. Curious about its capabilities, he decided to test the book's ability by starting with disassembling an item. Choosing a boar head as his material, Damien focused on the task and began the process. With determination, he synthesized and created the item. After some time, Damien excitedly exclaimed that the creation was complete. Upon inspecting the newly created item, he discovered it was a wild boar helmet, made from a giant boar head. The helmet had impressive bonuses, increasing his HP, magic power, defense, and overall stats, while also dealing extra damage to animal-type monsters. However, Damien didn't feel entirely happy about the creation of the item due to its current stats, wondering if this was the best item option he had right now. Thinking of the global game trading site, GameBank, 100 AC gold is equal to $1 and that a wild boar's head is usually worth 500,000 gold. Considering the item's value in the game's economy, Damien realized he couldn't simply create items whenever he needed money, or he might become poor. Keeping this in mind, he decided to give the leather to the village head and prioritize creating items strategically in the future. Damien went to the village head's home and handed over the leather. The village head expressed surprise, asking if Damien had caught it himself, and Damien confirmed that he did. Wearing the boar mask, Damien gave off a menacing aura as he tells the village head that he was certain it was wild boar's leather. Impressed by Damien's achievement, the village head wrote a recommendation letter, advising him to leave the island and head to the main continent. Additionally, the village head instructed Damien to go to the harbor on the eastern side of the island and take a boat to the main continent. Damien received a notification acknowledging the recommendation had been acquired. The village head hands over the recommendation letter, telling Damien to show it to the branch head of the Adventurers Guild and thank the village head for his help. Filled with purpose, Damien left the village head's house and made his way towards the harbor, ready to embark on his journey. At the harbor, Damien took a break, eating bread and checking his progress. He was a level 16 witch doctor with no affiliation and had a huge negative alignment. He held titles such as Atrocity, the one who defeated the wild boar alone, and Agent of Revenge. His stats were impressive, with high intelligence and talent. He had mastered skills like shooting poison darts, using bloody impulse, and performing zombification. He stares at the stat window knowing that he had no remaining stat or skill points and was still only level 16. He knew he still had much to accomplish. While reviewing his status, Damien pondered his Agent of Revenge title, which indicated that he was chosen by the seventh god and possessed an unknown power. The title provided significant bonuses during PvP battles, including increased attack power, defense, resistance to attributes, and resistance to status abnormalities. However, Damien was hesitant to fully utilize his title because it basically told him to become a PK player, but he didn't enjoy killing people. Damien thinks to himself that he really had joined a pseudo-religion when suddenly, Damien heard a painful scream and quickly turned his attention to the source. He saw an injured man lying on the ground, pleading for help, while a mage stood over him telling the injured man that he should have listened to the mage while he was still being nice. The mage grabs the injured man by the hair, telling him he just needed to pay, and asked why he had to make it hard for the both of them. As the injured man whimpers in fear, Damien couldn't help but wonder if they were killer mages. Killer mages were powerful mages who used their overwhelming abilities in the beginning of the game to go around and PK. The killer mage continued to speak to the injured man, saying they weren't bad people and that the mood in the area had gone dark. Daimon could tell that the mage was the leader of the group, as he had managed to block off the wharf with only 20 people. Despite the situation, the killer mage still tells the injured man to pay the toll so that he can leave. In the midst of the crowd, an English foreigner expressed displeasure with how things were unfolding. He grabs his sword and unsheathed it and, without warning, charged at the mage, telling him to go F himself. The English foreigner's action grabbed the attention of the mage, but despite the sudden attack, the killer mage remained calm and collected, wondering who he was as he casts a spell. He activated his energy bolt skill and launched a powerful attack at the foreigner, leaving him stunned and bewildered. With an evil smile on his face, the killer mage taunted the foreigner, telling him he can't win, and continued to bombard him with the same spell over and over again. The audience watched in horror and disbelief as the foreigner was relentlessly attacked by the mage. The attacks stopped as the mage laughs at the cooked foreigner, saying what a sight it was to see. The leader of the killer mages instructed his teammates to see off their departing guest, and all members began to cast their spells at once, smiling and laughing at what they were going to do. The mage turns around to say that there was nothing better to look at. But before he could say anything else, one of his teammates was abruptly beheaded. The killer mage and his teammates were taken aback by the sudden beheading of their comrade. Confusion and fear swept over them as they tried to make sense of the situation. One of the gang members pointed out a figure nearby wearing a distinctive boar helmet, wondering aloud if this mysterious stranger was responsible for the sudden and gruesome attack. As the group of evil mages turned their attention to the figure, they quickly realized it was indeed Damien who had beheaded their comrade. The sight of the boar helmet and the aura of menace emanating from Damien sent a chill down their spines. The leader of the killer mages tried to act tough, asking who Damien was, but his confidence quickly faded as Damien demanded payment for their lives. With a menacing expression, Damien gave the group a mere 10 seconds to pay up, warning them that it was their only chance to survive. As Damien faced the group of menacing evil mages, he sensed their intense hatred and disdain directed towards him. The leader of the group expressed disbelief and scorn, mockingly ridiculing Damien for his seemingly foolish actions. Unbeknownst to them, Damien had a well-thought-out plan in mind. With a commanding voice, he initiated a 10-second countdown that resonated clearly through the tense atmosphere. The mages grew increasingly irritated as Damien counted down, and their leader commanded them to go and kill him. The PK mages surrounded Damien just as he reaches the number 1, however, as the countdown reached 0 as Damien holds the blade, Damien vanished into thin air, leaving the mages bewildered and perplexed. The leader was quick to notice something above, telling everyone to dodge. Suddenly, a cascade of projectiles began raining down from above, causing the mages to cry out in pain and agony as Damien's deadly attack struck them. The leader was shocked to see what happened and wondered what was going on as the faces of his members started to melt in front of him. Damien appeared once again, with the bodies of the mages on the ground and blood everywhere. With his combination of skills of bloody impulse, poison darts, and corrupted elixir, he managed to beat most of them, and he knew that his title, Agent of Revenge, granted him greater damage in player versus player combat, and he utilized every advantage at his disposal to bring down his enemies. The leader of the evil mages could only watch in disbelief and frustration, realizing that he had grossly underestimated Damien's power. Damien approached their leader with a twisted grin, holding a corrupted elixir in his hand. He taunted the mage, questioning whether his actions had exceeded the leader's expectations. Brian slowly regained consciousness, his eyes fluttering open, and he felt a sharp pain coursing through his body. As he struggled to rise, he was surprised to find Wendy, a familiar face, standing before him. Brian called out her name and asked where they were. Wendy assisted him, helping him to his feet, and expressed concern for his well-being. Disoriented and confused, Brian struggled to recollect what had happened. Suddenly, the memories flooded back. He had been attacked by the evil mages and knocked unconscious. Anger surged within him as he remembered the assault. Vowing to seek revenge upon Thema as he recalled being attacked by the mages, he slams his fists hard onto the ground because of what happened. He began to yell out loud, asking her where the mages were so he could go and kill them himself. However, Wendy urged him to calm down, emphasizing that they were in the middle of a stream. Notifications began to pop up around him. It was a chat messages from his viewers. Brian's mind remained fixated on revenge as he posed a profound question to Wendy: when does a streamer truly die? Is it when they lose all their items or when they reach level 1? He answered his own query, stating that a streamer truly dies when they decide not to play anymore. Wendy wondered where his stupid mindset came from. As his determination was resolute, Brian swore to crush the evil mages and avenge his defeat. Just as they prepared themselves, a sudden explosion caught their attention, causing them to turn their heads toward the source of the commotion. To their astonishment, a group of evil mages sprinted through a hail of explosions, with Damien closely pursuing them and ruthlessly dispatching each one in turn. Damien tallied the number of enemies he had slain so far, laughing menacingly with each count. The evil mage leader observed in fear and shock as Damien displayed an unprecedented level of control and power. He commanded his teammates to cast spells and exhaust their reserve mana. The leader himself began casting spells, determined to bring down Damien. Damien, observing the group of evil mages, decided to employ his bloody impulse once again. The mages unleashed their spells simultaneously, directing a substantial amount of mana towards Damien. The attack landed in the spot where Damien had been standing, leading the evil mages to believe that they had finally struck their mark. But before the leader could finish cautioning his comrades, one of them fell to the ground, struck down by Damien's dart blower. Damien stood triumphantly amidst the chaos, grinning at the leader and the remaining mages, saying that the effect of bloody impulse was amazing. Witnessing this, the evil mages grew increasingly anxious. One of them expressed horror, questioning whether their opponent was truly human and if he could possibly be on the same level as them. Another mage joined the conversation, wondering how their opponent managed to dodge all their attacks without being hit even once. The leader of the group felt frustrated, realizing that if they continued on this path, they would all meet their demise. With resolve, he made a decision, barking orders to his teammates to endure for just 3 more minutes. Meanwhile, Damien observed with curiosity, pondering what plan the evil mage leader had in store. Suddenly, the leader began casting a spell, muttering under his breath that he would turn Damien into a charred skewer with lightning. On the other side, Brian sat fixated on his notification screen, his eyes darting back and forth between the flood of comments on his live stream. Perusing through the comments, he couldn't help but express his bewilderment, openly wondering where someone as audacious as Damien could have come from. Despite his doubts, Brian found himself enthusiastically cheering on the courageous fighter, urging him to continue the battle. However, his excitement was short-lived when Wendy intervened, scolding him for getting distracted and insisting that he focus on the task at hand. Brian, swept up in the moment, paid little attention to her words. Suddenly, his attention was captivated by the viewer count on his stream, which had skyrocketed to over 200,000. A surge of adrenaline coursed through him as he realized the opportunity before him. Turning to Wendy, he asked if she was ready, to which she responded with confusion. Brian gestured toward Damien, readying himself to get Damien and seized the moment to boost his own popularity. The battle between Damien and the evil mages reached its apex. One of the mages launched an energy bolt toward Damien, yet he effortlessly evaded the attack with graceful ease. Damien then shifted his focus to the leader of the evil mages, who seemed to be preparing for something significant. Curious about his opponent's intentions, Damien charged forward. The other mages, filled with fear, started to flee, unsure of what to do next. However, the leader remained resolute, shouting at his teammates to stand their ground. Having amassed sufficient mana, he was prepared to unleash his ultimate attack. With a resounding cry, he invoked the name of his spell, summoning a powerful lightning strike that enveloped the entire area surrounding Damien. As lightning fell from the heaves, the area where Damien was covered in a huge blue explosion. As Damien was struck by the lightning and fell to the ground, Brian and Wendy watched in shock. The evil mage leader, who had exhausted all his mana, was breathing heavily. He chuckles to himself, saying he had did it, as Damien's roasted body laid on the ground not moving at all. With his final attack, his teammates congratulated him, calling him Park Mandu. The evil mage tells his team that he told them he could do it, but their celebration was abruptly interrupted by a sharp sound. Suddenly, one of the mages who had praised the leader had their head brutally severed. More heads were cut in half as the evil mage was confused by what was happening right now, and the leader looked toward the source of the sound that said that it hurt a little, with fear filling his eyes. He muttered in disbelief that it was impossible, but then he saw Damien standing there. With a confident smile, Damien questioned the leader's claim of impossibility, catching him off guard. Damien commended the leader for being clever and having good instincts. As the mage leader attempted to cast a spell, Damien swiftly sliced off his arms, causing him to writhe in agonizing pain and fall to the ground as he tells him that he shouldn't have fooled around so much. Damien stood over him, telling him not to do what he was thinking of, as he can't run away now. Licking his blade with blood, Damien stated his belief in repaying kindness 100-fold and seeking revenge with a force 1,000 times stronger, was his creed. Tears streamed down the mage leader's face as he pleaded with Damien not to come any closer, but only a desperate cry echoed through the area. Brian, who had intended to attack Damien, was stunned by the gruesome scene before him. Wendy turned away, unable to bear witness, expressing her disbelief. Brian looked at the defeated mage leader and questioned if Damien had gone too far, realizing the extent of Damien's evil nature. The mage leader begged for mercy, apologizing for his actions. Damien poured an elixir on him, initiating the healing process, only to resume pummeling the mage once again, claiming that it would be even more satisfying to beat him up after healing him. Finally, after a long and grueling battle, Damien looked down at the lifeless body of the evil mage leader, taking a deep breath and remarking that it had taken a while. Amidst the aftermath, Damien heard a series of notifications and glanced at the dead mage, wondering why he had engaged in a fight he knew he couldn't win. As Damien reviewed the notifications, he discovered that he had committed a PK, player kill, resulting in a decrease in his alignment. Among the notifications, Damien found that he had acquired a significant number of items, including 184 toothless daggers, 209 beginner's t-shirts, 113 coarse leather leggings, and 98 staffs made of old wood. He also stumbled upon a wilderness ring, unsure of its purpose, and wondered if he could eat it. Damien was surprised by something insane when he encountered a new notification informing him that he had obtained 3429325 gold. Overwhelmed by the shock, Damien realized that this amount of gold was equivalent to $3,000 to $4,000. Excited by his newfound wealth, Damien contemplated selling the gold immediately. He accessed the game bank's selling feature and promptly posted a message advertising the sale of his 3 million gold. Offering it at a reasonable price, Damien requested interested parties to leave him a message. Within moments, Damien was inundated with messages from potential buyers, all eager to strike a deal. One person even inquired about negotiations. Thrilled with the response, Damien deliberated on which buyer to choose. After careful consideration, he made a decision and selected a buyer, triggering a notification confirming the completion of the transaction. To Damien's surprise, his rank had changed from normal to VIP, thanks to the game bank's quick and efficient service. Another notification revealed that the total selling price amounted to 35,610,000 won, making Damien realize that his AC account was his future. Overjoyed by his success, Damien shouted with glee, "AC is the future." In Cambridge, Massachusetts, a man named Alan Jacobs, the CEO of the leading MCN enterprise and internet streaming platform called Switch, stood near a large glass window in a building, relishing the taste of his coffee. Suddenly, he heard a voice asking if the president was present in the room. A worker entered and informed him that the chief operating officer, William Ballmore, was seeking him. Alan confirmed his readiness and asked the worker to let William in. Once William entered and settled on the sofa, Alan warmly welcomed him and inquired about his well-being, noticing his positive demeanor. Alan chuckled and expressed gratitude to William, stating his curiosity regarding the reason for his visit. After Alan inquired about the news, William asked if Alan knew about AC, to which Alan responded that it was a popular trending game among their streamers. William handed Alan his tablet, revealing the most popular clip of the week, leaving Alan astonished. William suggested the idea of acquiring a fresh perspective streamer and asked Alan if he believed it would be a fantastic business venture. Meanwhile, back in the game world, Damien called his mom and informed her that he had sent some money to her account. He also mentioned receiving a bonus. However, his mom replied that he should not have sent the money since he didn't have much for himself. Damien brushed off her comment and assured her that he would visit her soon. After ending the call, he looked at his virtual screen and contemplated investing the rest of his money. Due to the recent popularity of AC and Evertail, the cryptocurrency market had experienced a significant surge over the past decade. Damien decided to leverage this trend to establish a stable financial foundation. He considered investing 3 million won in one of the cryptocurrency future option stocks. However, as soon as he clicked on the buy option, he received multiple notifications about the cryptocurrency's sharp decline and loss rate. In just 3 seconds, he lost all of his money due to a forceful liquidation of his assets. Damien was shocked and frustrated as he revisited the fluctuation chart, only to receive notifications about the increased leverage rate of Bitcoin's future options. Damien realized that someone had interfered with his investment, and with tears streaming down his face, he understood that he now only had AC left. In Changchun City, Jilin Province, China, at the Jingsan startup business factory, an employee rushed into the room with a worried expression. The CEO, Mingchen, was lighting a cigarette and asked the employee what was so urgent. The employee reported that something bad had happened and the game bank had just revealed that 3 million gold had appeared. Mingchen was shocked and dropped his lighter, asking if the news was real. The employee confirmed that it was and showed him the proof. Mingchen was angry as he stares at the tablet knowing that it had been 2 weeks since he joined the gaming company called AC. He had invested a lot of time and money into AC, taking care of all the operational equipment with a huge investment from a higher up he knew and even purchasing a large amount of the Galaxy M24 apps capsules. However, the news of the 3 million gold sales was a significant setback. Mingchen slams his fist on the table as that the amount of gold exceeded the output of Jingsan. He holds his head in anger thinking that an individual, not a company, had made that much. The single sale price was also the best, which meant that if more people like him kept appearing, then AC Gold's market price would drop dramatically. Mingchen smacked his table in frustration and exclaimed, "What the hell?" as he tried to figure out how to deal with this unexpected turn of events. He hit the employee on the head with the tablet and demanded to know why he hadn't been told earlier and if he planned to bankrupt him. The employee tried to explain, but Mingchen cut him off with a shout, ordering him to find out who was responsible. Mingchen was worried about the future of Xingsan and realized that it was only a matter of time before he went bankrupt and couldn't repay his investment. He then ordered the employee to find out who this person was, and the employee ran out to fulfill his boss's orders. A boat is sailing in the sea as someone yells they were setting sail now. Damien lay on a boat that had already sailed, reflecting on the island he had just left. It was filled with many twists and turns, but thanks to a guy named Park Man-do, he acquired a lot of valuable materials. Damien opened his inventory and contemplated disassembling some items. Notifications popped up one after another of his successful attempts. After a successful item disassembly, he was pleased to find that he had acquired 8 low-grade iron. With this much material, he realized he could make more money than other users still on the island. His efforts had also paid off in terms of experience points, as he had gained multiple levels and reached level 20. Damien thought about how the effect of atrocity had helped him level up a lot and decided to take a look at his status. He was a witch doctor with no affiliation and very low alignment. He had the title of Atrocity, the one who defeated the wild boar alone and the agent of revenge. His stats were impressive, especially intelligence, which was above 50, and with strength, HP, agility, talent, and luck all being over 10. Damien had no stat points remaining, but he was satisfied with his progress. Damien pondered over his current skill set, wondering whether he should invest in any other skills. He opened the skill window to take a look at his options. Among the skills listed were shooting poison darts, controlling the dead, bloody impulse, corrupted elixir, voodoo doll, and zombification. He read the description of bloody impulse, which he had already invested in and reached level 5. It had the attribute of blood and could increase a target's attack and movement speed by 100% for 100 seconds while consuming 1% of the target's stamina per second. He then moved on to corrupted elixir, which he had also invested in and reached level 3. It had the attribute of poison and allowed him to throw a special elixir that would inflict 90% physical damage. Once hit, the target would also suffer 140% magic damage for 330 seconds, while their defense decreased by 20%. Lastly, Damien examined controlling the dead, which had the attribute of summoning and allowed him to summon applicable dead monsters at 50% of their stats. The number of summons would be proportionate to his magic power. He also looked at Voodoo Doll, which had the attribute of a curse and required him to consume an item and curse his target. Every time he stabbed the doll, his target's stamina would drop by 1%. Damien wasn't particularly impressed with these skills, especially Control the Dead, which could only summon weaker monsters such as chicks or chickens. Voodoo Doll also seemed impractical, as he would need to carry a doll item around. Nevertheless, he knew that these skills might come in handy one day. Suddenly, a notification popped up, breaking his train of thought. It informed him that information about a new location had been updated. Damien looked ahead with a smile, realizing that he was finally going to a new location. The notification also informed him that the world map had been updated. Damien looked at the view and couldn't wait to start his journey in the main continent. The ship's captain bid farewell to Damien, and Damien replied with a thank you and looked ahead, taking in a familiar view. He recognized that the location he was at was one of the liveliest kingdoms on the eastern part of the Arcia continent, the center of the eastern side, Terra. As Damien walked, he saw many public notifications from other players requesting to team up for quests, grinding, and recruitments. He thought to himself that it was just as he remembered. Even though there were so many people, no one had noticed his disposition. Damien then saw 3 people standing in the middle of the street, shouting out that they were recruiting people who wanted to raid a dungeon right now. They also mentioned that they treated healers favorably and were looking for temporary mercenaries for 1 week. They would provide meals and lodging. Damien commented that guild recruitment was also the same, but suddenly he changed his thoughts and started looking for the place he had been searching. Finally, he spotted the familiar sign that marked the entrance to the Adventurers Guild. Pushing his way through the throngs of people, he made his way to the front desk where several others were discussing their schedules and requests. Realizing that he was running out of time, Damien squeezed past them as he had no time to waste if he wanted to make his application today. The manager of the Adventurers Guild in Terra Kingdom, Hat-san, called out to Maria and asked her to bring him all the adventurer applications from that day. Maria saluted and replied with an affirmative answer. While Hat-san was busy, Damien called out to him with a greeting. Hat-san looked a little frustrated at first, but Damien continued and confidently stated that he would like to get a license. Hat-san was visibly happy when Damien called him by his name and remarked that he looked like a new adventurer with good eyes who had taken the time to research him. Damien replied that he should be at least that aware if he wanted to be a mercenary. Hat-san agreed with him and thought to himself about the Adventurers Guild, its branches throughout the Arcia continent, and how it was a facility that all NPCs and adventurers utilized. He also noted that there were some people who paid to make requests and others who did the requests to make money. The Adventurers Guild's main job was to mediate between the two parties, but there weren't many people who utilized this feature properly. However, Hat-san thought that Damien was quite quick to catch on. Hat-san then confirmed with Damien that a license was needed to do that sort of work. Damien replied that he had heard as much. Hat-san then asked if Damien wanted to apply right away, to which Damien replied with an enthusiastic yes. Hat-san explained to Damien that in order to become an adventurer, one needs to take a simple test that involves 10 stages in an arena behind the lobby. Depending on the stage you pass, you will be assigned a tier. Damien asked if Hat-san thought that he should come back after preparing himself if he wanted a high grade, and Hat-san confirmed that it is normal to take a couple of days to prepare. However, Damien surprised Hat-san by insisting on taking the test right away, saying that he didn't think there would be much of a difference after preparation. Hat-san warned him that the test would be difficult to prepare for, but Damien was confident in his skills and insisted on taking the test immediately. Hat-san was impressed by Damien's confidence and led him to the arena. As Damien walked, a notification popped up in front of him, detailing the Adventurers Guild license exam quest, which required him to prove his skills by passing the exam. The quest was classified as epic, and the reward was the Adventurers Guild license. Damien smiled while reading the quest info and thought it had been a while since he had taken a test. He followed Hat-san to the arena, and as soon as he entered the arena, he saw a large crowd of people waiting there to take the exam. Maria's voice echoed through the air as she announced through her megaphone that adventurers from numbers 301 to 400 should get ready for their exam. Excitement filled the air as the participants started preparing themselves for what was to come. Hat-san placed his hand on Damien's shoulder and wished him luck. Damien nodded and replied with gratitude. Soon, a gate opened in the arena, and Damien recognized it as a summon gate, a masterpiece created by Master Arceus from the Monster Mage's Tower. Damien marveled at its beauty and wondered what creatures lay beyond the gate. Maria's voice boomed once more, announcing that the exam area was beyond the gate. She explained that the adventurers would have to defeat the summon monsters to pass each of the 10 stages. If they couldn't continue anymore, all they had to do was shout "I forfeit." One of the players raised a question, asking Maria if the monsters were real. Maria responded, explaining that the monsters were an illusion created by the guild mages. She then added that there wasn't much difference between the illusion and reality, considering that most of the Adventurers Guild requests were related to monsters anyway. Damien thought to himself that it was a practical method. Maria smiled and announced that they would begin the exam. As she spoke, the gate closed, surprising the players who were still waiting for their turn. They wondered aloud if the exam had started already. Outside the gate, screams and shouts could be heard from the players who had already entered. Finally, Damien muttered to himself, asking if it had begun. Voices could be heard from inside the gate, shouting and commanding the players to kill the monsters. The players waiting for their turn were shocked and worried by what they heard. They wondered if it was dangerous to enter the summon gate. Maria reassured everyone that it was just an illusion and there was no need to be scared. She then announced that it was time for the next batch of participants, numbers 401 to 500, to get ready for the exam. The players were surprised that their turn had come so quickly. Damien started stretching his shoulders, preparing himself for the upcoming challenge. Another player expressed concern, asking if they were all trying to kill them. Maria reassured them that it was just an exam, and they needed to clear the monsters to proceed to the next stage. She added that those who weren't happy with the testing method could leave the testing area but would lose their adventurer's license. One of the players expressed determination to continue, saying that they were sure everything would be fine. Another added that since it was just a game, they could die and come back in 60 hours. Maria then pointed towards the summoned gate and questioned with a grin, ready to start the next exam. She gave the signal to begin, and the players entered the gate. Inside, an announcement greeted them, informing them of the rules for the exam. There were a total of 10 stages, and in each stage, the players had to defeat all the monsters to move on to the next area. If they wanted to forfeit, they could raise their hand and shout "I give up." Solo examinees who failed to defeat a monster would automatically be eliminated. The clock was ticking, and the players had only 9 minutes and 59 seconds left until the next test. Damien surveyed his surroundings, taking note of the 10 people present in the testing area. He didn't recognize any of them. Just then, an announcement blared, signaling the start of the exam. Damien felt frustrated with the lack of information provided. He had expected a battle royale system where the participants would fight each other, but it seemed like that wasn't going to happen. One of the players voiced their confusion, wondering if they were supposed to work together to clear the exam. Another player responded in agreement. Meanwhile, Umju expressed her fear to her teammate, prompting Umju's husband to reassure her and promise her that he would make sure they leave quickly. After the announcement, a user named Gentle-Mannered Guy approached some of the players and greeted them with a smile. He introduced himself and suggested that they work together to clear the exam. He mentioned that it was said that when you brush up against someone, it's fate and that they should help each other. Gentle-Mannered Guy then pointed out that if they cleared the last stage, they would start as a silver tier instead of an iron tier. The other players were surprised by this information. Damien, who was observing the situation, noticed that Gentle-Mannered Guy had a rare and expensive 5-piece set of full iron armor and concluded that he had spent a lot of money on the game. Gentle-Mannered Guy introduced his party members, who he had been playing with since the open beta. He suggested that they all work together to clear the exam, to which the others agreed happily. Damien observed the scene, noting that Gentle-Mannered Guy's social skills were above average. He wondered if his tongue was his true weapon. After introducing his party members, Gentle-Mannered Guy noticed a woman with a mask whom he hadn't met yet. He greeted her and suggested that they work together. However, the woman didn't respond and gave him a cold look. Gentle tried again, but the woman interrupted him and told him to stop spouting nonsense. She refused to be in a party with a bunch of idiots and told Gentle to get lost. Gentle was taken aback by the woman's harsh words and questioned her if she was being too harsh. But the woman ignored him and looked away while saying that she had no idea what this gigolo-looking guy was saying. Suddenly, the announcement sounded, saying that the next test would begin soon. Everyone was surprised by the announcement, and a portal opened up from which goblins started to enter. Gentle-Mannered Guy warned everyone that the monsters were coming in to prepare for battle. The players agreed, with one player expressing enthusiasm to give it a try, and another suggesting that they fight together to earn a high tier. Gentle-Mannered Guy scoffed at the standards of the Adventurers Guild, believing that they were not high enough if they gave everyone a license. Suddenly, a dart flew by Gentle-Mannered Guy's face and hit a goblin. The goblin flew back and cried out in pain. As Gentle saw the goblin's corpse disappear, he was confused and asked what had just happened. But the next second, he was surprised to see Damien charging toward the goblins with his fists. As Damien smashed goblins with his fists, Gentle-Mannered Guy asked him what he was doing, but Damien ignored him and began to slaughter the goblins. As the goblins were defeated, notifications popped up, indicating the number of illusionary goblins that had been defeated. Damien stood victorious, and the other players looked on in surprise at the dead goblin corpses. Soon, an announcement was made that the first stage had finished, and the test results would be announced. The results revealed that Damien had earned 10 points and informed all the players that the second stage would soon begin. Damien continued walking towards the next gate, ignoring Gentle-mannered Guy's angry outburst. Gentle seethed in frustration, feeling like his plans to monopolize points had been ruined by Damien's actions. He shouted at Damien, calling him an immoral bastard and threatening violence. Damien just scratched his ears and responded with a clever remark about hearing a barking dog. He believed that the test was all about killing the most monsters and that the evaluation was based on fighting abilities, with the highest tier license going to the last survivor. Gentle, unable to contain his anger, swung his sword at Damien. Damien looked at Gentle with a calm face, unfazed by his sudden attack. He then quickly reacted by throwing an elixir bottle at Gentle's face, causing him to shout in pain and swing his sword blindly. Damien dodged the attacks with ease, recognizing that Gentle was not just acting desperately but was actually reading his presence and attacking accordingly. Damien realized that this was going to be a tougher challenge than he had initially thought, and he prepared himself for what was to come. Gentle turned towards his teammates and urged them to attack the enemy. The healer cast a cure spell on Gentle, while Roa attacked with Hawk's Eye, and Minky cast a fireball spell. Gentle smiled as he felt his vision getting clearer and prepared to attack Damien. Gentle then used his swordsman skill, Counterstrike. As Gentle swung his sword towards Damien, he disappeared and reappeared behind Gentle, kicking him in the back. Gentle flew back from the impact and fell down, and Damien ran towards the players' group and caught Ju in an arm lock, threatening them to try shooting if they could. And if they killed her, they would all die. Ju's husband pleaded with Damien to release her. Just then, Gentle got up from the ground and demanded that Ju's husband shoot at Damien. Ju's husband was confused and asked why Gentle was behaving so aggressively. Gentle became increasingly angry and insisted that Ju's husband attack him. However, Ju's husband was hesitant and worried, unable to bring himself to harm his own lover. As the situation became more tense, Ju's husband caught hold of Gentle's arm and begged him not to shoot. Gentle grew increasingly frustrated with Ju's husband and threw him back in annoyance, declaring that he was not an easy target. He then scolded his teammates for not obeying his command to shoot. As his teammates struggled to figure out what to do, Gentle grew angry and lashed out at them, calling them pathetic bastards who were incapable of taking action. In a fit of rage, Gentle swung his knife at Ju's husband, causing Ju to cry out in alarm. Gentle then turned his attention to Damien and Ju, attacking them both with his knife and shouting for them to just die. Despite Gentle's aggression, Damien remained unfazed, his face lighting up with a smile and his eyes glowing as he faced Gentle's attacks. Damien glanced at the gentle-mannered guy attacking him, a mocking smile appearing on his face as he remarked that Gentle was even more foolish than he had initially thought. However, this lack of surprise was common for Damien because people who seemed important often turned out to be insignificant in the end. Once their skills were recognized, they would start showing off. Damien had wanted to avoid any confrontation with him while they waited, so he simply ignored him. But Damien knew deep down that the true colors of this guy would be revealed sooner or later, just as he had expected. As Gentle launched an attack at Damien, he shouted, "Die!" But Damien swiftly sidestepped, evading the attack. He then swiftly rotated his leg 180 degrees and struck Gentle on the shoulder. The blow was incredibly powerful, causing Gentle to cough in pain, which surprised his teammates. Gentle's three teammates simultaneously launched their attacks towards Damien, but he remained unfazed, standing there like a true man to take on their attacks. Damien counterattacked by reverse-kicking Gentle, sending him flying towards his own teammates' incoming attacks. Gentle's teammates exclaimed in shock and urged him to dodge the attacks. Gentle looked back at the incoming attacks but found himself unable to evade them while still in midair. The attacks landed on his back with a loud thud, causing him to cry out in pain. Gentle fell near Damien's feet, irritating Damien, who decided to finish him off with one decisive blow. He punched Gentle squarely in the face, and it was enough to incapacitate him. As Gentle's body disappeared, Damien visibly relaxed, muttering that it was finally over. A notification then popped up, indicating that gentle-mannered guy had left. More notifications followed, surprising Damien. The notifications read, Ju's husband has left, Roa Good has left, and Please Buy Me Chicken has left. All of Gendel's party members and other solo participants were disappearing, and Damien wondered what was happening as they were all fine just now. While Damien pondered, he heard a cry for help. As he turned back, he saw a girl desperately asking for assistance, but a blade appeared in her chest. But before Damien could act, the blade abruptly ended her life right in front of his eyes. Damien was stunned and bewildered by what was happening. Another notification appeared, indicating that Luo Bongbong had left. Damien noticed a masked woman named Gumwa standing over the lifeless body of the girl. It became clear to Damien that Gumwa was the one responsible for the disappearances and killings of the other users. Damien looked at her and realized that Gumwa had been behind all of it. Gumwa met Damien's gaze and inquired if he was the only one left. Damien confirmed that he was. His attention shifted to Gumwa's sashimi knife, and he couldn't help but be impressed. The knife was a rare, one-handed dagger with a +9 enhancement and an exceptionally fast attack speed, making it a deadly weapon in the hands of a skilled individual. Its bonuses were equally impressive, providing a significant boost to both attack power and critical damage on normal and sneak attacks. Damien couldn't deny that it was an extraordinary weapon. Gumwa commented on Damien's lack of items, suggesting that he might be concealing something. Damien scoffed at the comment, reminding her that she was an overgeared noble, implying that she possessed an unfair advantage over others. As Damien picked up a sword dropped by another user from the ground, he thought that Gumwa might prove to be a formidable opponent, so he decided to take the sword just in case. Gumwa noticed this and questioned Damien about his intentions, given that he wasn't a knight and probably had no experience wielding a sword. Damien looked at the sword and replied, stating that Gumwa was more talkative than he had expected, much like the guy from earlier. Gumwa didn't comprehend his remark and asked for clarification, but Damien remained silent. He calmly assessed the situation, fully aware that assassins were typically formidable in one-on-one battles. Gumwa's mastery of the sashimi knife confirmed that she was no exception. Nonetheless, Damien was determined to overcome this challenge. Firmly gripping his sword, he issued a warning to Gumwa, informing her that time was of the essence and commanding her to engage him. Gumwa, furious at his disrespect, vowed to make Damien regret his words. Cash charged forward with all her might, alerting Damien. She jumps out and becomes a sword of Pokemon spinning in the air, utilizing her kunoichi skill called Tiger's Molar. Damien swiftly reacted, blocking her attack with his sword. He was impressed by Gumwa's strength and skill, realizing that without his titles or equipment, he would have already met his demise. However, Damien refused to back down. He praised Gumwa's fighting spirit and pointed out that her arms were still too weak. Gumwa was taken aback, wondering how he managed to block one of her most strongest skills, Tiger's Molar. Determined to prove herself, she intensified her attack, shouting a question, "What the hell are you?" But Damien remained calm and focused, effortlessly pushing her back and issuing a provocative question of his own, "I also wonder what I am." As Damien repelled Gumwa's advances, she resorted to another kunoichi skill called Mist Steps, vanishing and shrouding the area in purple mist. Damien stood within the mist, realizing that it was a stealth skill she had employed to eliminate the other participants. He scanned the surroundings, attempting to detect her presence as Gumwa's voice echoed from various directions, taunting him, telling him he can't do anything but just look around. Damien honed his senses, striving to locate her. He recognized that although the skill didn't render her completely undetectable, the moments of exposure were brief. Suddenly, he spotted her positioned at the top right, at a 45-degree angle, and began evading her attacks with unwavering focus. While skillfully dodging her strikes, Damien determined that it was time to gradually prepare for a counterattack. Gumwa grew increasingly irritated and insultingly referred to Damien as a rat-like bastard, questioning how long he believed he could continue dodging. However, before she could finish her sentence, Damien's fist connected with her, breaking an elixir bottle upon impact. Gumwa was taken aback by the shattered elixir and inquired about its nature. The force behind Damien's blow sent her hurtling backward, crashing into a wall. Damien answered her question, wearing a mocking smile. It was a skill, what else could it be? Gunwa experienced a sudden pain and glanced down, noticing her clothes beginning to dissolve due to the elixir Damien had employed. Embarrassed, she exclaimed, questioning what was happening to her. She called Damien a perverted bastard and demanded an explanation for his actions. However, as Gunwa looked up, Damien stood before her with his sword, cautioning her not to shout, or he would dispose of her mercilessly. He further threatened her, proposing that if she surrendered everything she had, he would spare her from suffering. Gunwa's expression transformed into fear as Damien approached her, brandishing his drawn sword. Gunwa closed her eyes, terrified, only to hear Damien's voice reminding her to surrender everything. He initiated a countdown from 10, leaving Gunwa with 10 seconds to make a decision, leaving her no choice but to comply with his demands. Damien looked down with a creepy smile and examined the items that Gunwa had dropped before leaving the game, hinting that they were pretty nice. Among them were many pieces of equipment that he knew belonged to a overgeared noble, making them much better than the usual loot from regular players. As he picked up a kunoichi's discreet garter belt, Damien couldn't help but wonder what it was used for. Before he could think more about it, an announcement interrupted him, signaling the start of the next test. He added it to his inventory and prepared to move on to the next challenge. The gate opened, and Damien wasted no time, swiftly moving forward, determined to complete the challenge as fast as possible. Damien faced his next opponents, the Wurrats. He decided to deal with them quickly and efficiently. As he skillfully eliminated the Wurrats, notifications kept popping up, informing him of his progress. Soon, he received the notification that he had defeated 10 Wurrat phantoms. The announcement sounded, indicating that test level 2 was complete, and Damien had earned 10 points. Test level 3 was about to begin, with 9 minutes and 59 seconds remaining. Confidently, Damien approached the gate, declaring that he didn't need to wait and demanded to start the test right away. A notification popped up, asking if he wanted to skip the waiting period forever, and Damien confirmed it without hesitation. He looked ahead, ready to face whatever challenges the next test had in store for him. Damien continued his journey through the test, easily defeating various monsters such as skeletons and two-headed creatures. As he defeated the red-skin monsters and cleared the stage, the announcement sounded, signaling that test level 7 was complete and test level 8 was now open. With a determined mindset, Damien thought about who his next opponent would be. It didn't take long for him to realize that the lizard men would be his next challenge. One of the lizard men attacked him with an axe, but Damien remained unfazed. With a cold look in his eyes, he swung his weapon and killed the lizard man in one shot. As he continued to fight, Damien noticed that he could use other users' weapons with great proficiency. He remembered clearing Gladiator mode, one of the challenge modes, before his regression. In Gladiator mode, he had to complete a level using only the given equipment. Damien had earned the title of Grand Weapon Master for being the first to clear 100 levels. The intense practice he underwent to master all those weapons had been ingrained in his memories, and he could still recall everything he had learned from it. Damien continued his battle, easily slaughtering the lizard men. Notifications kept popping up, announcing that he had defeated 3, 4, and then 10 lizard man phantoms. Damien remained focused and determined, finishing off the last of them before saying next. As soon as he finished the last of the lizard men, the announcement sounded, signaling that test level 8 was complete and test level 9 was now open. Without hesitation, Damien started walking towards the gate for level 9, ready for whatever challenges lay ahead. At the Adventurers Guild, Maria stood before a globe, observing the ongoing tests through it. Hat-san, the manager of the Adventurers Guild, approached her and asked about the testing ground situation. Maria replied, stating that not much was happening and that all the participants were newbies who didn't know what they were doing. Hat-san asked if there was anyone skilled enough to send immediately to the front lines, but Maria responded that there was no one who met the required standards. Han-san wondered if Maria's standards were too high, but she tells him that there are some people he could use as human shields, although they won't last long on the front lines. Hat-san thought to himself, realizing that despite tens of thousands of people coming for a license, it was challenging to find someone the guild would want. At this rate, NPCs would be more useful than explorers. Maria acknowledged that the situation was better than in the earlier stages when people claimed to come from other worlds. Han-san yawns and agrees with Maria but said he can't help but be disappointed anyway. However, Maria tells him that they were still only selecting obedient battle machines, and she advised Hat-san not to be too greedy in the selection process. Explorer guilds were known for their inclusive policies, accepting members from all backgrounds, regardless of their social status, past, or race. While this led to the formation of large guilds, it also meant that truly talented individuals were often recruited by prestigious institutions like the Royal Academy or the Magic Tower. As a result, many quests and jobs that required a high level of skill went unfinished. Hat-san took a lit up his cigarette and contemplated the situation. He realized they needed to start from scratch and train their members to tackle difficult quests. Taking in new members at the moment wouldn't be enough to address the backlog of quests. This meant they would have to work harder this month to ensure everything was completed on time. But then, Maria suddenly smiled and mentioned a unique case. Hat-san was intrigued since Maria the Black Rose was known to be strict and meticulous due to her many years of war mercenary experience. The individual in question must be truly exceptional if Maria was impressed. Hat-san asked Maria to elaborate on this unique case, eager to learn more. Maria's face twisted into an evil grin as she turned to Hat-san. She informed him that in the first level, 9 people had died, leaving only one survivor to make his way through the subsequent levels alone. She asks him what he thought of it and whether it was pretty unique. Hat-san was surprised to hear this news. He commented that even an average adult man could handle goblins, and he found it hard to believe that 9 people had died. He asked Maria if anyone had given up. Maria replied that nobody had given up. She went on to explain that the lone survivor was extremely fast, taking an average of just 2 minutes and 58 seconds to complete each level. This made him one of the top 3 contestants of the day, and that the 9 people were not killed by goblins. Hat-san was curious about the cause of the 9 deaths. Maria's face lit up with excitement as she smiled at Hat-san. She proudly declared that nobody was allowed to interfere with the testing process except for herself. She then posed the question to Hat-san, "Do you know what this means?" Hat-san was taken aback by this revelation, and he wondered aloud, saying, "Could it be?" But he hesitated to finish his thought. However, Maria could tell he was onto something. Maria responded with an evil smile as she turned to look at Damien's image on the globe. She confirmed Hat-san's suspicion, stating that Damien had potentially killed all the others in the first level and was currently making his way through level 9. Damien sat on the ground, covered in blood, and heard an announcement declaring the completion of test level 9. The system began calculating his test results, and Damien learned that he had earned 10 points. He then heard the announcement that test level 10 was opening. As he sat on the ground looking at the dead monsters, Damien couldn't help but notice something strange. The difficulty of the previous levels was higher than he expected, with orcs and dark elves replacing the slimes and skeleton mages from his past life's memories. Despite this, Damien remained determined to claim the rewards promised to him. He approached the last gate and confidently thought that level 10, the final stage, should be easy, remembering that the final boss might be a slime king, mud golem, or blood goblin. He even began to wonder what rank he might receive. However, his thoughts were suddenly interrupted by a loud sound. Damien jumped back in shock and looked ahead to see what was causing the commotion. He couldn't believe his eyes when he saw the Minotaur's phantom standing before him. The notification displayed the creature's information, revealing that it was a normal beast-type phantom created by the summon gate. Damien's gaze hardened as he surveyed the looming figure of the Minotaur. He couldn't help but think about the recklessness of those who thought they could just send adventurers like him to face such a monstrous beast. Nonetheless, Damien steeled himself for the coming fight. Damien's hand began to emanate a bright red glow, thinking he had no choice but to think about it after he defeats the and he told the Minotaur, "Watch closely because I'm gonna be quick." The Minotaur looked at him with a puzzled expression, unsure of what was about to happen. The red flaming aura appears around his feet, and in a flash, Damien disappeared from his spot, leaving the Minotaur bewildered and searching frantically for him. The Minotaur scanned his surroundings, trying to find any trace of Damien's whereabouts. Suddenly, Damien reappeared from behind the Minotaur, catching him off guard. Damien taunted the beast, saying, "Minotaurs are a bit too chewy when cooked normally, so you're gonna need to be marinated." Damien knew he had to act fast if he wanted to defeat the Minotaur, so he used the decay elixir skill and hurled the elixirs at the Minotaur's head and body, causing the beast to let out a painful scream. A notification appeared, indicating that the Minotaur Phantom's defense power had decreased. As Damien landed on the ground, he saw the Minotaur covering its eyes and took the chance to dash towards it to attack it, but the Minotaur was able to regain its composure. But the beast's anger was apparent as it launched a punch at Damien. In a split second, Damien jumped to the nearby wall, narrowly avoiding the attack. Using the wall as leverage, he rebounded back and straight up bitch slapped the Minotaur's head. With a smile on his face, Damien taunted the beast, saying, "You're just beef, you cowhead." The Minotaur cried out in pain as he fell to the ground, writhing in agony. He looked up and saw Damien charging towards him with fierce determination in his eyes. The Minotaur quickly crossed his arms to block Damien's attack. As he blocked, a notification popped up, indicating that the Minotaur's phantom had fallen into an overdose state. The Minotaur begins to back away, but Damien attempted to blow a dart at the Minotaur, but the Minotaur senses the attack and manages to counterattack by slamming the ground with its hand, sending a shockwave towards Damien, causing him to quickly back up and dodge the blow. Damien was amused to see rocks being thrown at him. Enraged, the Minotaur let out a loud moo in anger and started hurling rocks at Damien. Damien swiftly dodged the Minotaur's attacks, taunting him by calling him a crazy cowhead and remarking that there was no way he would fall for the Minotaur's slow attacks. Despite the dangerous situation, Damien couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement coursing through his veins. He tried to understand what was happening to him. Even though it was a life-or-death situation, his blood was boiling. He realized that his heart was beating fast and he felt a sense of joy because of his fighting spirit. With a smile on his face, Damien turned to face the Minotaur and said, "Let's see how tough you've become." The Minotaur threw a powerful punch, but Damien was too quick. He dodged the attack and managed to injure the Minotaur's arm in the process. Jumping upward, Damien taunted the Minotaur by asking if he was still holding up well. He focused his attention, trying to find the Minotaur's weakness, knowing that he had to strike quickly. He soon discovered the weak spot and swiftly attacked the Minotaur's vulnerable area with his sword and dagger, making a cross motion. As he did so, notifications began to pop up. The first notification indicated that it was a critical hit. The next one revealed that the Minotaur's phantom had fallen into a state of bleeding. Finally, the last notification appeared, stating that the Minotaur's phantom had fallen into a state of near death. After landing back on the ground, Damien wondered if the battle was finally over. His doubts were soon cleared as another notification appeared, informing him that he had defeated the Minotaur's phantom. Damien stood still, hearing the announcement that test level 10 was complete and that he had earned 10 points. He hadn't expected to face such a monstrous creature, but it wasn't as challenging as he initially thought. He realized that he had grown significantly since he started, and he couldn't even tell what level he was now. Damien was amazed by his progress and reminded himself that he had to keep moving forward. Suddenly, the announcement interrupted his thoughts, declaring that Damien's total score was 100 points and that the test. Damien stored his weapon in his inventory and started walking towards the exit. He walked over to Hatson's desk, and the guild workers looked at him in shock. He greeted Hatsan, stating that he had arrived. Hatsan responded, acknowledging Damien's presence and commenting on how the test must have been quite the experience. Damien replied that it wasn't easy. As Hatsan looked at Damien, he couldn't help but recall Damien's impressive test results. Damien had cleared the summon gate in record time and ranked first in general combat skills, situational judgment, and execution of actions. Additionally, he had defeated all his fellow test participants, which made him a popular topic among the employees. Hat-san understood why Maria had called him a unique case. Hat-san remembered Maria's insistence on scouting Damien, stating that skilled individuals like him were rare, and he was exactly what she wanted. Hat-san couldn't deny that Damien's test results were impressive, but he expressed concern about making a decision like that so quickly. Han-san tells Damien that his test results were impressive, but the killing of teammates bothered him a bit. Damien stated that he was good at judging people and he was sure that the other participants were all bad. He clarified that killing people wasn't a habit of his. Hat-san chuckled and commented that Damien sounded like a psycho, to which Damien didn't know how to respond. As Hat-san and Damien talked, Damien couldn't help but think that his excuse for killing the other test participants wasn't random. It was because he had played the game for so long that he could easily understand what other people were thinking. Damien knew that if Hat-san still refused to accept him, he would have to say goodbye to the license. Hat-san then addressed Damien, saying that he didn't seem like someone who would cause trouble for them, but he couldn't act the way he did during the test from now on. Hat-san emphasized that a guild member's blade should be facing a monster, not a human. Damien assured Hat-san that he was aware of that. Hat-san then asked Damien one final question, inquiring if he would take the license and work as an Adventurer Guild mercenary. Damien answered enthusiastically, saying that it would be an honor to work with the Adventurer Guild. A smile grew on Hat-san's face because of Damien's answer. Hat-san and Damien shook hands, and Hat-san officially welcomed Damien to the Adventurer Guild. Hat-san expressed his excitement about working with Damien, and Damien couldn't wait to start his new adventure as part of the Adventurer Guild. Damien sat down in a nearby sitting area to relax when he received notifications. The first notification indicated that he had obtained an adventurer license, and the second notification informed him that his affiliation had been changed to Adventurer Guild. Damien felt relieved and looked at his new adventurer license, which was Gold 5 tier, feeling proud of his accomplishment. He thought to himself that now he could take quests and receive news from all over the continent. After a while, Damien received another notification that informed him he had earned the title Record Time Clear. He felt a sense of accomplishment, realizing that he had obtained a new title without any difficulty. The title Record Time Clear was given to the person who cleared the Summon Gate test provided by the Adventurer Guild the fastest. This title was awarded to only one person and came with a few perks, including a 3% increase in attack and movement speed. The title also had a unique trait that read, "This man is very fast." Hat-san noticed Damien's expressions and asked if Damien liked his rank. Damien replied with a smile, confirming that he certainly did. Hat-san sighed and thought to himself that Damien's gold tier license was unprecedented and was only given to those who had accomplished various difficult quests or passed Maria's challenging promotion test. Hat-san approached Damien and explained that gold tier licenses were awarded to those worth 10 iron tiers and 3 silver tiers, and Damien would be able to accept high-ranking quests as well. Hat-san showed Damien 3 missions to choose from, all of which were gold tier quests. Damien looked at them and saw that they included the exploration of the deep waterway beneath the royal palace and Drake's breath cultivation. However, the last mission caught his attention, and he asked Hat-san about it. Hat-san looked at the mission and informed Damien that it was about a village where sheep had been disappearing. The village was called Cornel, and the government had sent the mission. Since the village was located in the middle of nowhere, the government didn't want to send their precious knights for this task. Damien asked Hat-san if they thought it would be better to solve the problem by hiring adventurers with money. Hat-san agreed and added that, from what he had heard, the sheep kept disappearing, and he assumed it was a pack of wolves that had moved into the area. Hat-san also mentioned that the government wanted the problem solved at its root. Damien asked if he could do whatever he wanted to solve the problem, to which Hat-san replied that he could pretty much do so. Damien thought that these kinds of quests were usually not a lot of work and suspected that someone else in the village was stealing the sheep. He figured it probably wouldn't be a problem if he took care of the issue himself and made up a reasonable cost for the report. Hat-san interrupted Damien's thoughts and reminded him that he could do whatever he wanted as long as he brought forth results that satisfied both the village and the government. He asked Damien if he was willing to take on the quest, and Damien replied that it didn't sound bad and that he would do it. Damien received the quest notifications, asking him if he was willing to accept the quest, and without any delay, Damien accepted the quest. Excited about the fact that it was a gold-tier mission, Damien thought to himself that he was up for the challenge. As he started leaving the guild, he told Hat-san that he would be back, and in reply, Hat-san wished him good luck. Damien looked back with a smile and said he would see him soon as he set off on his quest. Damien looked ahead and wondered if the path was in that direction. Shortly afterward, he received notifications that the new location information and the world map information had been updated, revealing that his current location was Sala's Valley 3. Examining the map, Damien realized that he was still far from his destination. He checked the location of Cornel Village, situated between Terra Kingdom and Principality of Pharma, also known as the Ivory Tower of Truth. He thought to himself that he still had a long way to go and understood why the knights hadn't taken on this mission. Damien then realized that even though he had accepted a gold-tier mission, he didn't have any equipment or party members. He acknowledged that equipment was crucial for mercenaries and he couldn't even dream of joining a party as equipment meant the most to them. Damien said to himself that it was better to go alone than waste time searching for party members, though it wasn't because he couldn't find any. Suddenly, an idea popped into his mind, and he smiled to himself. He thought that if he couldn't find party members, he could create them. Damien decided to utilize his skill, Control the Dead, which was at level 1 and allowed him to summon applicable dead monsters at 50% of their original stats. The number of summons depended on the summoner's magic power. A summoning circle appeared, and Damien wondered if the skill had worked. He received a notification stating that he had successfully summoned a creature. Suddenly, something leaped out in front of Damien and asked if he was its owner. He soon realized that the creature was a chick fluttering its tiny wings. The chick greeted him by saying, "Nice to meet you, owner." Damien sat down and observed the tiny chick, wondering what it was. Just then the chick told him that it was his summon and Damien was surprised to hear it speak. He then placed a finger on the chick's head and wondered if it would be useful. The chick wasn't pleased with his remark and seemed to be angry, telling Damien it would kill him. Damien received a new notification asking him to choose a name for the creature. Damien found it difficult to name the seemingly useless creature. Damien asked the chick if it already had a name, to which the chick replied that it couldn't possibly have a name since it had just been born. Eventually, Damien settled on the name Bundle. The chick questioned the name, and Damien explained that it was cute, like a bundle of fur, immediately correcting himself. However, the chick didn't seem to appreciate the name and began poking Damien in anger. Taken aback by the sudden aggression, Damien exclaimed that the chick's personality was terrible. And so, this was the moment when Damien's first summon, Bundle, was born. As Damien and Bundle walked through Sala's Valley 6, Damien instructed Bundle to stay close and warned that he would abandon him if he fell behind. Bundle obediently agreed. While walking, Damien noted that this was Sala's Valley 6 and there should be a side path, and quickly headed in that direction, with Bundle following closely behind. When Bundle asked where they were going, Damien replied that there was somewhere he needed to go. Shortly after, he received notifications that his location information and world map had been updated, revealing that his current location was Farbor Forest, and to him it was the same. Damien thought to himself that they were in a relatively unpopular field, far from the village, and without many advantages. Bundle was confused and asked Damien where they were. Damien also thought to himself that this place was not well known and didn't offer much. Damien had also started streaming and was now reading through comments left by his viewers. One viewer suggested that he should skip the Farbor Forest as it was faster to buy the item instead of going through the forest. Another viewer commented that the mobs in the forest took 0 damage. A third viewer mentioned that the monsters in the forest were not worth the trouble and questioned who designed them. As Damien read through the comments, he pondered the biggest reason why users avoided the Farbor Forest. And he knew that the answer was a species of insect that resided in the depths of Sala's valley. They were called farber and could easily be found on trees, stayed in groups, and resembled unripe bananas. The farber in front of Damien was a normal level 25 species with a unique trait: their strings were very strong and viscous, so it was important to be careful not to get hit by them. Damien looked up at the farbers, realizing that they were pretty high up, making it challenging to attack and defend against them. However, he was confident and said to himself that he would give it a try. He walked towards the farber, catching its attention. He activated his skill, the decay elixir, and prepared to throw it like a baseball pitcher. With a smile on his face, he threw the elixir directly at one of the farber and shouted, "Shoot!" Damien cheered as the elixir hit the farber. The acid from the skill lingered on the farber, causing many of them to drop from the trees like fruit. And notifications started popping up, informing him that the farber had fallen, its defensive exoskeleton had decayed, and its defense power had decreased. Damien held the blow dart in his hand, stating that the farber looked like fruits dropping from the tree. The farber wasn't going down easily and was angry, and it attacked Damien with sticky liquid from its mouth. Damien easily dodged the attack, saying it was too slow, and blew 3 darts at the farber. The notifications indicated that the farber had been poisoned, and it rolled around in pain. Damien looked at it with an evil smile and said, "Thanks for the meal." As the farber died, notifications popped up, saying that Damien had defeated a farber, earned EXP, and obtained a hard outer shell. Damien picked up the hard outer shell and exclaimed in happiness. He then looked at its information and saw that it was a high-rank ingredient taken from monsters. It was hard like a rock but light in weight and could be made into something great. Damien examined the hard shell in his hand, pondering its value. The demand for this item was incredibly high, surpassing its supply. He was pleased with the EXP he had obtained, but he had made the journey here for this item alone. As he looked at the comments in his stream's chat, he could see the desperation in people's requests to buy these hard outer shells. Some were willing to purchase them regardless of quantity, while others were willing to trade for mana dust or pay 300 gold. Damien couldn't help but grin at their eagerness to obtain these shells. He knew that as time passed, the demand for them would only increase, driving up their price. If he could monopolize the supply, he could become a millionaire. Damien made a decision to collect as many shells as he could. As he set out to search for more hard outer shells, he exclaimed in happiness, saying, "Let's go for gold hunting." And Bundle responded with enthusiasm, agreeing with Damien's idea. Excitement coursed through Damien as he stumbled upon a horde of sleeping farbers. He exclaimed, "We hit the jackpot," unable to contain his excitement. Bundle asked if it was all money, but Damien didn't reply and began counting, estimating it to be worth hundreds of thousands of gold. Damien decided to take over the area, demanding that the farbers give him their shells in exchange for sparing their lives. However, the farbers were not pleased and began shooting liquid from their mouths in anger. Damien was taken aback by their sudden attack and quickly activated his skill, Bloody Impulse. With his heightened senses, Damien was able to easily dodge their attacks as he could see all their attack movements and how many there are. He started throwing elixir bottles at them, taunting them to come down. The farbers started falling after getting hit, and notifications appeared indicating that they were falling and their defense power had decreased. Damien walked arrogantly towards them, announcing his arrival with the words, "Here comes the needle." However, he quickly noticed that something was off about their expressions, causing him to ask in confusion what was wrong. Before he could react, the farbers attacked him all at once. Massive web-like substance was aimed towards him, taking him by surprise. Damien looked at the incoming attacks with a surprised face as he had never expected all of them to attack simultaneously. He also realized that he had let his guard down, and now it was too late to dodge. With the farbers' attacks closing in on him, Damien quickly assessed his options and decided that if he couldn't dodge their attacks, he needed something to block them. That's when he spotted the little chick perched on his arm. Bundle saw Damien looking at him, and with cold sweat covering his face, he questioned why Damien was staring at him. As the farber attacked, Damien began spinning Bundle in his hand. The dizzy-eyed bundle let out a squawk as Damien threw it toward the incoming attacks. The attacks were then sucked into a vortex created by the spinning bundle. Damien thought to himself that it was a close call, but he was relieved that everything was getting sucked into the vortex. He dashes towards the Farber to begin attacking the Farber. He leaps in front of them, telling them it was checkmate, and soon notifications flooded in, informing him that he had obtained experience points and had reached level 25. After the battle, Damien panted heavily and sat down, realizing how close he had come to death. The bodies of the Farber started glowing, and Damien thought that it had been a while since he had been pushed this close to the edge, but he fought with everything he had. Just then, Bundle came out of the fibers and flew towards Damien, questioning him about why he had thrown him. As Bundle poked him, Damien explained that he had no other choice and he couldn't come back alive if he died, but Bundle still couldn't forgive Damien for what he did to him. More notifications popped up, letting Damien know that he had obtained a hard outer shell. As the hard outer shells started dropping, Damien counted them and realized that it was basically a money rug. He smiled and called out to Bundle. Bundle looked at him suspiciously and asked what he wanted. Damien explained that for every hard outer shell that Bundle brought to him, he would give him 1 seed. Bundle asked happily if Damien was telling the truth, and when Damien confirmed that he was, Bundle went ahead instantly to collect hard outer shells. Damien thought to himself about how much faster Bundle was at collecting the shells than he ever could be. Another notification appeared, informing Damien that a Farber could sometimes drop 2 hard outer shells, and he should keep that in mind. Damien looked at the hard outer shell in his hand and thought about how valuable they were, and how it was definitely worth fighting for them even if it was dangerous. Currently, they cost more than 500 gold and were expected to double in value soon unless there was a big change in supply. Damien also realized that nothing had really changed much between the game he remembered and his current situation. He had cleared the summon gate using his memories from the game, which meant that he would have an easier life if he kept using his memories. Damien stood up and said that the Farber's levels were about 25, which was the same as his level. He was relieved that he wouldn't receive any level penalties. Bundle arrived with a bunch of hard outer shells and asked Damien what he was talking about. Damien didn't give any reply, and as Bundle gave him hard outer shells, he thought to himself that he had originally planned to reach Cornel Village in 4 days, but now he wanted to change his plan. He decided that he would spend the next 2 days collecting as many hard outer shells as possible, and then hurry to the village in the remaining 2 days. Damien then prepared himself and said, "Let's sweep up some money." To which Bundle, sitting on his shoulders, responded with excitement and got ready for the adventure. On the edge of the forest, a mercenary heard blasts in the distance. He was immediately alerted by the sound and turned his attention towards the forest. Before he could investigate, his elder brother, Liang Chao Ming, who was leading the Jingsan startup Team 1, smacked the back of his head and scolded him for spacing out. The mercenary tried to explain that he heard a noise, but Liang Chao dismissed it and reminded him that there was no one else in the forest beside them. The mercenary still seemed unsure, but Liang Chao appeared uninterested and unimpressed. He firmly stated that they would die regardless and suggested that they continue on their journey. The mercenary hesitated but eventually complied with Liang Chao's decision. Liang Chao reminded his team that they had a quota to meet for the day and they needed to hurry. The team responded with enthusiasm, acknowledging his order. As they walked deeper into the forest, the mercenary asked Liang Chao if he was sure they could collect everything they needed for the day. Liang Chao, in a frustrated tone, told him that it didn't matter if they could or not, they had to do it somehow. He knew that hunting Farbers in this hidden and dangerous forest was difficult, but the outer shells were a major profit item for Jingsan startup. He couldn't afford to come back empty-handed or risk being reprimanded. So, he urged his team to move faster and fill their quota for the day. Liang Chao was visibly exhausted and frustrated. He wanted to get over with their task and log out. He led his team deeper into the forest in search of caterpillars, and in frustration, he asked his teammates where the caterpillars were. His teammate pointed ahead in shock, saying that all the caterpillars were dead. Liang Chao couldn't believe it and questioned his teammate's sanity. He turned his gaze forward, claiming that they must have gone blind since he couldn't see any reason why the Farbers would be dead. However, when he noticed the lifeless Farbers, he was shocked and angry. He wondered aloud who could have arrived before them and killed all the Farbers. This was a major blow to Jingsan startup, as they had been monopolizing the supply by killing all users who came across their path. Liang Chao couldn't understand how someone had managed to get to their territory without them knowing. In a fit of rage, Liang Chao demanded his team member to find the person who had invaded their territory and killed the Farbers. The teammate, visibly panicked, agreed and promised to find the culprit. Just then, Damien suddenly appeared there. Liang Chao stood nearby and looked at him in shock. Damien picked up a hard outer shell and exclaimed that it was right there. He then continued to pick up more hard outer shells while muttering to himself as Liang Chao wondered what the hell was it. Liang Chao looked at Damien and noticed the boar head, as Damien tells himself that they forgot some shells and needed to look around more. Liang Chao began to rage as veins appeared on his face. He also noticed that Damien had only equipped himself with some cloth and a boar head. He wondered how a guy who looked like an NPC could have entered the area. Liang Chao shouted at Damien, calling him a bored bastard and asking him what he was doing. Damien turned back and looked at Liang Chao calmly, asking if he had a problem. Liang Chao's teammates became angry and started shouting at Damien, threatening to split him open if he didn't give them everything he had taken. Damien looked at them with a questioning expression on his face as he didn't understand their language. He couldn't even tell if they were from North Korea or China. Liang Chao asked Damien if he knew who he was. Damien casually responded with a question, asking, "Who are you?" Liang Chao, angered by Damien's response, revealed that he was Liang Chao Ming. Damien repeated the name and suddenly remembered something. He pointed at him while saying that Liang Chao was the evil factory leader who he had read on the community forum before. That he had appeared in Sailor's Valley, the Chinese farming factory who was killing other fellow users. Just as the stream chats were telling Damien about the group, Damien called them violent and garbage human beings whom didn't expect to come across. Liang Chao and his teammates smirked, and Liang Chao said that Damien had just found out, but it was too late and he was now dead and it was the end for him. Liang Chao and his teammates surrounded Damien, and Liang Chao walked towards him, asking if he understood his situation and that it was game over. Damien stood there, fearless, and scratched his ear saying what the hell, asking if they were paying rent here. Liang Chao, confused, asked what he meant, but Damien repeated his question, asking if they were paying rent here. Liang Chao was shocked again by Damien's fearless questions. Damien looked at them with cold eyes and warned them to play nice before he started getting violent unless they all wanted to die. Liang Chao, unable to control his anger any longer, ordered his teammates to kill Damien. Though they hesitated, Liang Chao shouted at them, urging them to do it. They then launched arrows at Damien, but he dodged them easily. Damien then ran towards Liang Chao with his hand in front, catching him and bending his shoulder. He said that their actions were too obvious. Damien looked down at Liang Chao with an evil smile and stated that as confident as Liang Chao and his teammates were in ganging up on one person, he was just as confident in PvP. Liang Chao growls in pain as Damien held his arm. Seeing their leader in pain, Liang Chao's teammates were outraged and began shooting arrows at Damien, telling him to let their leader go. The arrows fly towards Damien as he sees it, however, Damien used Liang Chao as a shield to block the arrows. As Liang Chao got hit by the arrows, he shouted at his teammates, questioning why they were shooting him. Damien then threw Liang Chao to the side and charged toward the group, starting a brutal fight. He effortlessly defeated his attackers without getting hit once. As he ran toward another duo standing on the side, they shouted in fear as Damien approached them. One of them charged at Damien with a sword, hurling insults and curses. Damien quickly responded and blocked the sword attack using his steel wrist guard, which was impenetrable. The attacker was surprised by Damien's strong defense and began trembling in fear. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Damien used it to strike him down. Liang Chao, who had been lying behind Damien, saw this and cursed him, threatening to kill him. Liang Chao began preparing to attack with an arrow, but Damien was one step ahead and saw him. He rushes somewhere and used the fallen attacker as a springboard to leap toward the Liang Chao, catching him off guard. Liang Chao looked at Damien in shock. Without hesitation, Damien warned Liang Chao to not think about making it out of here alive. In Zeggensen, at a startup farming factory, an employee burst open the door and shouted in a panicked voice. Ming-chen, who was smoking a cigarette, expressed annoyance at the sudden intrusion. He threw an ashtray at the employee and reminded them to knock before entering. He then asked what the problem was, but warned that if it wasn't urgent, he would harm the employee. The employee responded that there was a big problem, and Ming-chen asked for more details. The employee explained that Team 1 of the Week had just been sabotaged. Ming-chen was shocked and asked the employee to repeat themselves. The employee clarified that it was indeed Team 1 of the Week. Ming-chen was furious and banged his fists on the table. He couldn't believe that Team 1 had been defeated, as there were so many people on that team. He wondered if it was the Japanese and if they wanted to start a fight with them. The employee quickly clarified that it wasn't the Japanese who had attacked their team. Ming-chen, still furious, grabbed the employee's collar and demanded to know who was responsible. The employee hesitated before reminding Ming-chen of the person who had deposited 3 million gold into the game bank. Ming-chen remembered the incident and asked what it had to do with the current situation. The employee revealed that the person was a Korean with the username Jinsung123 and that they were responsible for the attack. Before the employee could finish their words, Ming-chen struck them in the face and accused them of lying. The employee, scared and trembling, insisted that it was true. Ming-chen asked if it was all the doing of one person, who had placed a nuclear-level item into the game bank and killed all their Team 1 members. The employee replied affirmatively, and Ming-chen demanded a detailed explanation without leaving out any information. In the midst of the Farber forest, Damien heard notifications popping up. He looked at the notifications and saw that he had gained a lot of experience points and had reached level 30. He smirked and acknowledged that it was expected, considering he had killed around 50 players. Then, he received notifications that he had obtained some rare items like a hard outer shell, basic steel, elven branch, and rubber tree sap, plus there were some rare items. Damien was pleased with the amount of loot he had acquired from just one fight. He knew that some of these items were stolen, but he couldn't help but feel excited. Looking at his inventory, he saw that he had collected a lot of items in large amounts, including hard outer shells, basic steel, basic cloth, basic leather, and white herbs. He also had 36 sets of hunter's leather armor, 11 light short bows, and around 192,000 gold. He realized that he would have never earned this much on his own without looting. He could exchange them for cash and get millions of bucks, or if he waited for the currency exchange rate, he could get hundreds of millions. He was relieved that he wouldn't have to worry about sending money home for a while. Damien decided that he would convert the goods into cash and wondered what to do with the items. He chose a book from his inventory, and a notification appeared saying that he had used the Apocalypse Invocation, the Book of the Black Covenant. Bundle looked at the book and asked Damien what it was. Damien replied that he was going to make some equipment. The book's features were displayed in the notification, including item value judgment, item extraction, item synthesis, item creation, and item dissection. Damien selected item dissection, and notifications appeared one after another as he dissected the superior falchion, light short bow, and hunter's leather armor. Damien looked at the items with a grin and thought that it was nice to sell all the items, but he needed some higher-grade ingredients. Damien remembered having some higher-grade ingredients before. However, as he was about to continue, a notification popped up, announcing that he had earned the title Lonely Hyena. Damien was surprised and exclaimed that he had never seen that title before. After reading the title's description, he realized that it was given to those who had looted more than 9,999 items from other users and were leading the environment cleanup movement. The title also came with benefits, such as a 100% likelihood of detecting dropped items within a 100-meter radius, a 100% likelihood of detecting someone's item, and a 100% likelihood that an opponent would drop an expensive item. However, there was a warning about the dangers of excessive looting, as it could lead to obesity and various health conditions. Damien was amazed by the condition to pick up more than 9,999 items to receive the title. He realized that before his regression, he only fought in large-scale wars with blood alliances or organizations, so he never really had the time to pick up dropped items as he didn't really need them. Despite feeling a little embarrassed about the title's condition, he acknowledged that its effects were pretty good. But before he could continue, Bundle interjected and teased him about always picking up items from the ground. Damien retorted and told him to be quiet. Suddenly, Damien had a realization. He thought aloud that with this title, it would be more beneficial to kill other users instead of hunting monsters. Damien grinned evilly at the idea and surveyed his surroundings. He calculated that there were around 50 employees, and if they worked day and night shifts, there must be more than 100 of them. He realized that this was a significant number of potential targets. Moreover, if one farming factory could produce thousands of items per week, the money he could earn would be astronomical. Damien smirked at the thought. He then started walking, contemplating the fact that after all the losses, Jingsan startup was bound to come after him. Damien knew he had to deal with them eventually. But for now, he decided to work with them as killing other users was a great plan to earn some extra cash. A group of people were seen panting heavily as they walked through a forest. The group leader, Chang Tingbao, Jingsan Startup Night Shift Team 1 leader, expressed his frustration and exhaustion at the situation. They had been chasing a Korean player for more than 35 hours. One of the team members asked how much longer they had to go, while another expressed concern about the lack of any signs of human or animal life. Chang Tingbao also thought to himself about how much longer they had to chase Damien. He then instructed his team to hold on for a bit longer, reminding them that all they needed to do was get rid of the Korean. When one of the team members tried to voice his opinion, Chang Tingbao cut him off, threatening him that if he spoke one more word, he would be dead. Another team member suggested using return spells to make the chase easier, but Chang Tingbao quickly dismissed the idea as buying return spells was too expensive. He urged his team to keep pushing forward and not waste any more time. Suddenly, Chang Tingbao stopped in his tracks, his heart pounding in his chest. Something felt off. He had never heard that voice before, and it was suddenly too quiet. As he looked back, he noticed that his whole group had disappeared. Fear took over him as he pulled out his sword, wondering what kind of treacherous person had done this without him hearing anything. Suddenly, he heard a voice warning him not to draw his sword. Chang Tingbao looked around and saw Damien sitting on a tree branch in front of him, with an evil grin on his face. Damien challenged Chang Tingbao to come forward and then threw a punch, suggesting that Chang Tingbao take a little nap. Chang Tingbao slowly opened his eyes and tried to shout, but quickly realized that his mouth was gagged with cloth. He looked around and saw several people, whom he referred to as chicks, standing over him. Some of them were tightening the ropes that bound his hands and legs, making it impossible for him to move. Chang Tingbao felt confused and disoriented, unable to understand why he was tied up and surrounded by these unfamiliar individuals. One of the chicks, who was standing on his arm, informed the others that Chang Tingbao had woken up and suggested informing the captain. Suddenly, a voice spoke up, questioning whether Chang Tingbao was properly secured. Chang Tingbao recognized the voice and turned his head towards the source. He realized that it belonged to the Korean he had met before. Damien told Bundle to think of better lines next time, but Bundle refuted back saying Damien sucked at acting. Panic started to set in as Liang Chao realized he needed to find a way to escape. Damien noticed that Chang Tingbao was awake and commented on it. He then ordered Bundle to pull up Chang Tingbao's sleeves. Bundle complied and started pulling up Chang Tingbao's sleeves. Damien revealed 3 poison darts and taunted Chang Tingbao, assuring him not to be scared as they hadn't even started yet. As Damien attacked him, he told Chang Tingbao that it would sting a little. Chang Tingbao felt the impact of the darts and heard notifications popping up. He saw that his character had been poisoned, and his health points, HP, were gradually decreasing. Damien grinned at him and remarked that it didn't hurt that bad. He warned Chang Tingbao that this was just the beginning and to prepare for what lay ahead. As time passed, Damien lay exhausted on the ground, listening to notifications popping up on his screen. He had obtained a pair of Ranger's gaiters, an old hinge belt, and 3,888 gold. Damien sighed, feeling tired. He had managed to eliminate all 100 members of Jingsan's day and night shift teams without resting for 48 hours straight. He was even more exhausted from summoning all the chicks. Damien checked his status window and noticed the skill Necromancy, which was at level 1 and allowed him to summon creatures. The summon stats were lower than he had expected, but he had no limit on how many he could summon. Most summoning skills had time limits, and the summons would disappear once the user ran out of mana, but this skill had no such restrictions. Damien told the chicks that their work was done and that they should go home. However, one of the chicks refused to leave, saying that the Soul Realm was boring and that it was much more fun where they were. Damien thought to himself that although these chicks' abilities were not great, with enough mana and casting time, he could summon an infinite number of them. They had proven useful when he used them to locate the Jingsan guys. Damien questioned if there were any more pursuers after them. The chick confirmed that there weren't any. Damien smirked and said that killing and looting them had been fun, and their reactions were priceless. Bundle looked at Damien, confused, and asked what he was talking about. Damien thought to himself that he only needed to use one kill with the poison darts and didn't need to use the decay elixir or bloody impulse. He believed it would be better to use necromancy since avoiding the death penalty was difficult. Damien opened his status window and selected the Apocalypse Invocation, the Book of the Black Covenant. He thought to himself that the items created with this book were more expensive but also had higher stats and efficiency. As he flipped through the pages, he found the formula he was looking for. Damien called out to Bundle and the chicks, then showed something in the book to Bundle and the chicks and asked if they wanted to try it out. In a skyscraper in Shanghai Pudong, a man is walking and noting that something had happened in AC which was a bit of a concern. It was Zhang Wei, the chairman of the Business Kirin Society, looked concerned upon hearing about the incident in AC. He lit up a cigarette and thought about Jingsan Startup, which was one of his sources of funds for money laundering. One of his brothers had led its development, and he had invested his funds there. Although it was a small amount of money, the fact that one person had killed everyone there was definitely concerning. As Zhang Wei started calling someone on his smartphone, he expressed his disdain and stated that he would have to get rid of the person responsible for the incident. Outside the skyscraper, one of Zhang Wei's bodyguards received an order from him on the call and confirmed his acknowledgement of Zhang Wei's order. In the world of AC, a man ran in fear, convinced that he had encountered a monster. He thought about how dozens of his teammates had been killed by just one user and how he needed to escape quickly. Suddenly, a spell appeared from above him and went towards him to attack him from above, but he managed to dodge it by jumping forward. However, he injured his knee in the process. The attacker approached the injured man thinking he didn't expect the man to dodge his spell, who turned out to be King Arthur, also known as Zhang Yuman, the man who had betrayed Damien. King Arthur complimented the man on his dodge and remarked that he wasn't a captain for nothing. The man shouted at him to stay away, but King Arthur just smirked and asked if he was scared. He reminded the man that this was what he and his teammates had wanted. King Arthur wielded a powerful staff called the 12 Wing of Tetra, which was a mage-class hero-ranked staff with many powerful options, including increased magic attack power, wisdom, faster casting speed, and additional damage. King Arthur began casting spells, and the man cried out in fear upon witnessing this. King Arthur enjoyed the fear on the man's face and told him to go tell his allies that if they wanted to defeat him, they would have to bring the entire Blood Alliance. As the man continued to cry out in fear, King Arthur's spell engulfed him. Meanwhile, Damien scratched his ear and wondered if someone was talking about him behind his back. Bundle saw this and jokingly asked if he was digging for gold there. Damien replied that it was just itchy. Suddenly, a notification appeared, informing him that new location information and world map information had been added, indicating that they were currently in Cornel Village. Damien admired the beautiful view and commented on the nice and fresh air. As they walked around the village, Bundle asked where they were. Damien explained that they were at their workplace and noticed the tension in the atmosphere, so he advised Bundle to hide. Approaching the chief's house, Damien realized he had barely made it on time and had wasted a lot of time due to Jinsan. He had received valuable items and experience, but being late for his first quest was not ideal. Damien knocked on the door and asked if anyone was inside. An old man opened the door and inquired about Damien's identity. Damien introduced himself as a member of the Adventurer Guild and reminded the old man that he had requested government support. Albert, the chief of Cornel Village, was overjoyed and shed tears of happiness. He invited Damien inside, offering him a seat and some refreshments. Damien noticed that Albert's wariness towards him, a foreigner, had instantly disappeared, making him realize that the problem must be quite serious. The village chief then explained that the village's sheep had been disappearing, causing anxiety among the villagers as their numbers dwindled. He requested Damien's help and asked him to be understanding of the tense situation. Damien inquired about the number of sheep that had disappeared, and the village chief responded that it was around 20 every week. He was at a loss as to where they had gone, and the problem had started about a month ago. Damien asked about the person responsible for herding the sheep and whether different people took care of them at different times. The chief explained that there was an orphan named Joseph who was in charge of the sheep. However, the chief was unsure if Joseph was actually herding the sheep or just fooling around. According to Joseph, the sheep were taken by wolves. Damien pointed out that if 20 sheep were disappearing each week, then it would make sense that wolves were behind this. The village chief shared that Joseph had a history of pranking people by lying about wolves appearing. This caused the villagers to dislike him, and he had been imprisoned because they thought he was responsible for the missing sheep. However, even though Joseph was in jail, the sheep continued to disappear. The chief pleaded with Damien to do something, as the villagers might starve to death if this continued. Upon hearing the village chief's plea, Damien agreed to help and asked to meet Joseph. With a smile, Damien promised to solve the problem quickly and find out what was really happening to the sheep. Damien wondered if he had arrived at the correct place. Bundle asked where they were, and Damien looked ahead, spotting 2 guards near a small house with a locked door. Inside, someone was banging on the door, claiming their innocence. The guard instructed them to be quiet, as Chief Albert wanted silence until the issue was resolved. Bundle inquired about the villagers' behavior, and Damien speculated that they probably believed Joseph was responsible. Though Damien was primarily interested in his reward, he found the circumstances unexpected. Joseph's guardian had recently passed away, and Joseph had been taking on odd jobs like herding sheep. Damien felt this was insufficient treatment for an orphan shepherd, particularly when the sheep were disappearing. He also noticed that this village appeared more reasonable than expected for a rural area in the middle of nowhere. Despite everything, he decided to meet the villagers. Damien approached the guard and greeted them with a simple hello. The guard recognized him as someone who had been speaking with Chief Albert. Damien confirmed that he had indeed spoken to Albert and inquired about Joseph's well-being. The guard replied that Joseph was doing the same as always. Inside the house, Joseph shouted for someone to open the door urgently. The guard pointed to the room and explained that Joseph was fine but had endless energy, which exhausted the guard. Realizing time was running short, Damien requested the guard to step aside for a moment, expressing his desire to meet Joseph. He then addressed Joseph with his fist aiming towards the door, cautioning him to move away from the door. Damien prepared to swiftly punch the door, causing the guard to shout in worry, questioning his actions. The door blasted open, revealing a boy inside as Damien asked him if he was Joseph, while Bundle tells Damien it appears so. Damien informed Joseph that he wanted to ask him a few questions and asked if he had the time. Joseph looked bewildered and asked who he was. Damien introduced himself as a mercenary from the Adventurer Guild. Bundle chimed in, introducing himself as Bundle. Damien reassured Joseph not to mind the talking chicken and the broken door, acknowledging the unusual circumstances. Joseph found himself frozen, wondering what was happening before him. Soon, Joseph found himself sitting on a bed as Damien began questioning him. Damien had heard about wolves hunting Joseph's sheep, and Joseph confirmed the truth of the matter. He explained that there was an enormous wolf, much larger than a human, which he had seen hunting a bear. As they conversed, the guard burst into the room, filled with anger. He objected to Damien listening to Joseph's account, finding it absurd that a wolf bigger than a human would hunt bears. Joseph, however, insisted that he was telling the truth. Damien pondered the situation, considering the possibility that such occurrences could exist. Mountainous areas like this often housed various monsters and beasts. Damien decided to delve deeper into the matter and asked Joseph where he had witnessed this remarkable event. Joseph informed him that it happened at the peaks of the Caliph mountain ranges. He had seen a pack of these wolves there, and if Damien followed the peak and headed north, he would reach a wide plain. The location was situated at the end of the forest, making it relatively easy to find. Taking all this information into account, Damien nodded in acknowledgement. At that moment, notifications appeared, presenting a quest titled Caliph Peaks Wolves and prompting Damien to accept it. Damien, after accepting the quest, sprinted towards Caliph Peak, his mind filled with thoughts about the benefits of having excellent items and money. Bundle agreed, affirming Damien's sentiment. As Damien ran, he reminisced about the impressive set of witch-doctor items he had obtained through the Apocalypse Invocation, the Book of the Black Covenant. The Flame Lizard bracelet boosted his defense and wisdom, providing some resistance to fire attacks. The bracelet's special ability, Flame Banquet, created flames for 30 seconds, continuously damaging enemies at the cost of durability. Nijawala's leather pants increased Damien's defense, health pool, wisdom, and provided some magic resistance. By consuming durability, the pants activated Dark Green Blessing, which increased casting speed, mana regeneration, and stamina recovery by 100% for 1 minute. The Golden Rabbit sandals boosted Damien's defense, increased his agility, and granted an increase in moving speed. By consuming durability, the sandals triggered Golden Flash of Light, exponentially increasing Damien's first step speed by 10,000%. Damien recognized the rarity and value of such exceptional equipment, emphasizing that they couldn't be simply purchased with money. It had required a significant investment of hundreds of thousands of gold, as well as rare ingredients not readily available on the market. Damien realized the importance of having superior equipment, especially since the area he was heading towards was inhabited by monsters with levels exceeding 30. Damien came to a stop, a smile spreading across his face as he gazed ahead, saying he had found it. A notification appeared, indicating that new location information had been added, revealing their current location as the peak of the Caliph mountain ranges. Taking in the surroundings, Damien noted that it resembled a place where a wolf den would be and that the place was huge. The area was filled with boulders, creating numerous blind spots, and that there were cliffs several meters tall. He looked at the gap in front of him, which seemed too small for a wolf larger than a human to pass through. Nevertheless, he acknowledged that Joseph had claimed to have seen them with his own eyes. Without hesitation, Damien commanded, "Come out." A notification appeared, introducing a witch doctor skill called necromancy. As Damien activated the skill, multiple summoning circles materialized in front of him. Meanwhile, a group of adventurers was climbing the same peak as Damien. The party leader, Seo Hyun, urged her team to prepare, assuring them that they were close and would reach their destination soon. However, user God from afar questioned if there was anyone already present. Seo Hyun replied that she hadn't come across any information about someone successfully raiding this location, indicating that the quest had not been cleared yet. God from afar expressed his determination to take on the challenge, while user Selling Heal S500 raised concerns about defeating the powerful Great Wolf King. God from afar tells him that killing the boss was why they were here, but Selling Heal S500 tells him that he had heard that the boss was extremely strong. God from afar reassured him, confident in his own experience and abilities, claiming that the monster wasn't intimidating and its patterns were predictable. He advised Selling Heal to focus on healing their party. User Gel Punisher interjected, urging the group to continue without further delay, suggesting that there could be others already attempting the quest. This comment annoyed God from afar, leading him to curse at Gel Punisher. Gel Punisher then yells at God from afar for cursing at him, but God from afar tells him that he said nothing, I was just talking to myself. Gel Punisher tells him to watch his mouth as God from afar agrees with him. He thinks about getting back at him later with an evil grin. Seo Hyun intervened, reminding them of the importance of their current objective. However, before Seo Hyun could finish speaking, surprise crossed her face as they witnessed massive explosions ahead. They realized that someone was already engaged in a fight. It was Damien, surrounded by his summoned chicks, battling the wolves. Damien observed the number of wolves and couldn't help but smile, remarking that there were quite a few of them. He seemed content with the situation, not complaining about the challenge that lay before him. As the wolves continued to emerge from the narrow cracks, Damien was taken aback by their sheer numbers. He wondered if they lived between the boulders, comparing the bottom of the cliff to an ant's nest, only filled with wolves instead. Observing the increasing wolf pack below, Damien expressed his surprise. However, he quickly shifted his focus to the wolves in front of him, addressing them casually and remarking on their appearance. A notification displayed their information, identifying them as Caliph wolves. The notification described Caliph wolves as creatures that inhabited the peaks of the Caliph Mountains. Typically found in packs of 20 to 30, they were known to hunt in groups of 5 to 6, displaying high mobility and a tenacious nature when pursuing their prey. As the wolves attacked Damien, he swiftly reacted by summoning a decay elixir in one hand and fire in the other. He threw the concoction at the wolves. The attack hit its mark, causing one of the wolves to whimper. Shortly after, notifications appeared, indicating that the Caliph wolf's defense had decreased and its HP was gradually diminishing. Damien expressed satisfaction with the outcome, acknowledging that his strategy had proven effective. His stats windows were on point. Assessing his current situation, Damien felt confident in his abilities and equipment as he had reached level 34. He listed his current setup, including a +9 sashimi knife as his weapon, Bon Clay's poison-darted rooster as his shield, a wild boar helmet, Nijawala's leather pants as his bottoms, and golden rabbit sandals as his shoes. As Damien turned around, he noticed the wolves still behind him, which mildly surprised him. He commanded his soldiers, ordering them to prepare for an attack. The wolves growled at him in confusion and are surprised to see a figure appear on top of the mountain. Bundle, his loyal companion, confirmed readiness, and numerous chicks surrounded the wolves under Damien's orders. The chicks, armed with dart blowers, were poised for combat. Damien smirked, pleased with the effectiveness of his strategy. He mentioned the Bon Clay's poison-darted rooster shield, a rare item he had obtained. This shield had the special ability to transform the chick's default attacks into level 10 poison dart attacks, making it ideal for dealing with groups of enemies. Damien had invested a lot of money into turning the chicks to hold weapons using the Apocalypse Invocation, the Book of the Black Covenant, making it the best item to deal with groups of enemies. Damien acknowledged that he could handle the situation on his own but expressed a preference for letting his soldiers handle the task, as he was feeling a bit lazy. Bundle agreed, affirming Damien's sentiment. Damien aims a finger gun at the wolves, telling Bundle and his chicks to not allow even a single one to be alive. Damien then started the attack with a bang. As Damien unleashed his power and the chicks attacked the wolves with poison darts, the wolves started to fall one by one. Notifications flooded in, informing him that the Caliph wolves had been poisoned and defeated. Damien couldn't help but be impressed by the efficiency of his strategy, eliminating the wolves without even lifting a finger. He also noted that using the Bloody Impulse skill on the chicks compensated for their lower attack power and specs. Damien contemplated the skills he had mastered, shooting poison darts, decay elixir, and Bloody Impulse. He acknowledged that these skills had initially seemed ineffective or came with significant penalties, but now they proved to be quite useful as their levels increased. Bundle proudly declared that they had taken care of all the wolves, and Damien commended their efforts. He received notifications of items obtained, including wolf canines, gray eyes, and gray fur. However, Damien knew that there must be an alpha wolf somewhere, as Joseph had mentioned a massive wolf. he decided to check the quest details once more. Examining the quest information for Caliph Peak's wolves, Damien discovered that he needed to defeat 200 Caliph wolves, with 20 already defeated, and also defeat the Great Caliph Wolf, with 0 progress so far. The completion percentage stood at 0%, and the rewards were listed as the Adventurer Guild's mission completion package. The quest also carried a warning that failure could lead to the Terra Kingdom blaming him if the people of Cornel Village were harmed. Realizing the magnitude of the task at hand, Damien acknowledged that it wouldn't be easy. Suddenly, a notification appeared informing him of Chick 34's death. He turned his gaze behind him as a massive shadow towers over him and saw a massive wolf growling at him, and another notification appeared, indicating the appearance of the Great Wolf King. As the Great Wolf King howled, yet another notification appeared, warning Damien to prepare for an ambush as the Wolf King summoned its pack. Stunned by the sight of the Great Wolf King, Damien exclaimed, "Holy shit! This many at once?" Bundle, filled with concern, asked Damien what they should do. Examining the information about the Great Wolf King, Damien learned that it was the dominant figure in the Caliph mountain peaks, having grown larger due to unknown causes. As the leader of the Caliph wolf packs, it possessed enough strength to take down a bear. The creature was categorized as a beast and held the status of an elite, with a formidable level of 45. Its enormous size left even retired hunters like Gertha astounded. With determination, Damien activated his skill, Bloody Impulse, and devised a plan. He assigned Bundle to take care of the Great Wolf King's minions while he focused on facing the formidable creature himself. Bundle promptly organized the chicks into position and ordered them to attack with their poison darts. As the darts landed on the wolves, Damien prepared himself for the encounter. Seeing that the chicks were handling the wolves, he realized they weren't a threat. Damien braces himself with a red aura covering his body as he readies himself for the upcoming battle. He utilized the defensive capabilities of his golden rabbit sandals and unleashed his skill, Golden Flash of Light, as he shouts "Go!", propelling himself into the air towards the Great Wolf King. He catches the attention of the beast by asking it where it was looking. With confidence, he addressed the Great Wolf King, stating that it was up against him. Amid his preparations, Damien received several notifications. His defense was enhanced by Nijawala's leather pants, and his casting speed, mana recovery speed, and stamina recovery speed all received significant boosts through the skill Dark Green Blessing. Damien couldn't help but smile, feeling an overwhelming sense of power. However, a warning notification alerted him that the Great Wolf King had recognized him as the most threatening enemy and cautioned him to be cautious of its attacks. With agility and precision, Damien skillfully dodged the Great Wolf King's attack, narrowly evading its ferocious assault. He leaps onto the Great Wolf King's body into the air. Taking advantage of the opening he needed to first melt the fur, he swiftly threw the decay elixir at the creature, aiming to weaken its defenses and inflict damage. The elixir hit its mark, causing the Great Wolf King's defense to decay and decreasing its overall defensive power. Additionally, the elixir ignited the wolf, leaving it burned. Observing the situation, Damien couldn't help but notice that something seemed off. The Great Wolf King, being an elite-type monster, should have already unleashed its powerful attack or utilized defensive skills or commands to its pack. Yet, it had not made any such moves despite enduring a barrage of attacks. Undeterred, Damien brandished his knife, knowing that he had inflicted enough damage to potentially defeat the Great Wolf King before it had a chance to employ its skills. With determination, he prepared himself for a final, decisive strike, aiming to end the battle swiftly and emerge victorious. The Great Wolf King roared into the air, feeling the pain of Damien's earlier attacks. As Damien engaged in a fierce battle with the Wolf King, he swiftly analyzed its behavior and deduced that its trait was likely attack-oriented or leader type. Regardless of its trait, Damien knew he needed to finish the fight quickly. As he dashes towards the king, he looks down and notices that he doesn't have to pay attention to the minions below as the chicks were handling it well. His eyes gleamed brightly as he shows the long blade, thinking that it was his turn to do his part in the battle against the king. With determination, he approached the Wolf King and delivered a powerful blow, eliciting a painful howl. Meanwhile, a group of adventurers led by Seo Hyun arrived at the scene, witnessing the dust-covered battlefield. Confusion and speculation filled the air as they observed the ongoing battle. Gel Punisher wondered if the monsters were fighting each other, while Selling Heel pointed out movement in the fog. God from afar expressed frustration, questioning what was happening. Seo Hyun suggested that it was unlikely to be another user since they had left early in the morning after the quest had recently appeared. Selling Heel speculated that it might be monsters fighting over territory. Seo Hyun quickly assessed the situation and called for everyone to prepare for battle, instructing the healer to ready their buffs. As the fog began to dissipate, Selling Heel exclaimed that something unexpected was happening. They couldn't believe that a single player was fighting against the Great Wolf King by himself. God from afar was shocked to realize that it was a single person fighting the Great Wolf King alone. In a panic, God from afar exclaimed that someone might steal the kill and immediately started running toward the battlefield. As the Wolf King's attacks narrowly missed Damien, he expressed his frustration, acknowledging that the creature seemed unkillable. After landing on the ground, Damien pondered the situation, recognizing the formidable nature of a field boss. He reflected on his previous actions, having weakened the Wolf King's defense and reduced its HP with the Decay Elixir, while utilizing the synergy of the Deep Green Blessing and Flame Banquet techniques. However, to his dismay, he noticed that the creature still possessed half of its HP. The Wolf King lunged at Damien once again, but with agility and quick reflexes, Damien managed to evade the attack. Assessing the situation, Damien acknowledged that dodging the Wolf King's assaults was becoming more challenging as the creature closed in on him. Realizing the need for a change in tactics, Damien decided to switch to a ranged weapon, acknowledging that fighting from a distance would be easier. Despite the relentless attacks from the Wolf King, Damien skillfully evaded every strike and attacked him with a dart blower. Observing the situation, Damien noted the advantage of fighting from a distance but remained cautious of the Wolf King's unknown trait. Damien taunted the beast, blowing darts at it while confidently questioning its abilities and asking what it was looking at. Suddenly, the Wolf King let out a fierce howl, and to Damien's surprise, he found himself surrounded by a pack of wolves coming from the shadows. Realizing it was too late as the shadow wolves lunged at him, Damien finally understood that the Wolf King's elite trait was the ability to summon its pack. As the wolves sank their teeth into him, Damien cried out in pain while notifications flooded his vision. He received notifications of an abnormal status, being inflicted with bleeding and muscle rupture. Warnings about his falling HP levels urged him to be cautious as his eyes began to close. Fearing for his life, Damien's thoughts raced, realizing that he was on the verge of death. He soon began to put his hands together as if he was about to pray. When suddenly pieces of the shadow wolves began to fly around, which even startled the Great Wolf King. A purplish skin tone foot slams heavily onto the ground where the shadow wolves were. The activation of a skill called Zombification with limited remaining time allows for the user to transform into the undead once their life reaches 0. Damien reveals himself as is shown to have completely changed his looks into an undead as he spits out blood with a deadly crimson aura surrounding his body. Notifications began to pop up reminding him of his remaining duration of the skill Zombification. The Great Wolf King growls in anger as it notices Damien's changed appearance. In a mixture of anger and pain, Damien directed his frustration towards the Wolf King, taunting it while vowing to tear its snout apart. Despite the excruciating pain he felt, Damien declared his determination to kill the Wolf King without hesitation. One of the wolves tried to attack him from behind, but Damien swiftly caught it by the neck, lifting it high in the air and telling it if they all wanted to die that badly and finally slamming it forcefully into the ground. As the whimpering wolf lay defeated, a notification appeared, indicating that the Caliph wolf had been inflicted with bleeding and poison. Finally defeating a Caliph wolf. Damien's victory over the Caliph wolf was because of Plague Aura, a poisonous curse that affected opponents within a 3-meter range. The severity of the abnormalities depended on Damien's mana amount and the opponent's level. With grim determination, Damien readied himself for the next phase of the battle and challenged the Wolf King. Recognizing the urgency of the situation, he warned the Wolf King that time was of the essence, demanding it to come at him or face his wrath. Meanwhile, God from afar, who was en route to Damien, couldn't help but feel frustrated with his teammates' doubts and reluctance. Recalling their conversations, he remembered them questioning whether they should give up, expressing their unwillingness to proceed. God from afar couldn't accept the idea of retreating without any gains. Upon reaching the scene, God from afar was taken aback as he witnessed Damien relentlessly smashing the Wolf King. He couldn't help but exclaim in disbelief at the sight before him. As Damien delivered the final blow, notifications flooded in, signaling his victory over the Great Wolf King. Experience points were gained, and Damien's level increased to 36. Additionally, he obtained valuable items such as the Essence of Wilderness and the Great Canine. Sitting down to catch his breath, Damien muttered to himself, acknowledging that he had ultimately succeeded in killing the creature. Notifications continued to appear, indicating the acquisition of the wolf head leather and the token of heresy, as well as the completion of the quest Caliph Peak's Wolves. Damien was instructed to return to Chief Albert in the Caliph village to claim his rewards. Picking up the drops left behind by the defeated Wolf King, Damien recognized the value of obtaining the Essence of Wilderness. He also acknowledged the usefulness of the chicks in taking care of the additional wolves, resulting in his level increase. With the quest successfully completed, Damien decided it was time to leave. However, just as Damien was about to depart, he noticed something amiss and instinctively blocked an arrow with his arm. Damien examined the arrow lodged in his arm and quickly deduced that it was a catapult arrow, aimed directly at his head. Realizing that the attack had come from nearby, he acknowledged the presence of a strong user who had gone unnoticed. With a calm yet assertive tone, Damien called out for the mysterious assailant, issuing a warning while still offering a chance for a peaceful encounter. God from afar emerged from the shadows, impressed by Damien's quick reflexes. He cautioned Damien against making any sudden moves, threatening him with the consequence of death. Unfazed by the warning, Damien calmly pulled out the arrow from his arm, displaying an unsettling smile. He directed his question towards God from afar, demanding to know his identity. A standstill begins between Damien and God from afar as he looks at Damien with his pointed crossbow. Damien finally removes the arrow in his arm and throws it to the side. Damien examined God from afar's weapon and noticed its resemblance to the ones used by the Xingsan startup guys. He deduced that God from afar was a ranger class due to the crossbow and semi-automatic catapults, known for their mobility rather than raw destructive power. This realization made Damien somewhat confident that the encounter might not be as challenging as he initially thought. However, his confidence was short-lived as God from afar swiftly fired another arrow, grazing Damien's face and leaving a cut. Annoyed, God from afar reminded Damien to not move and to just listen to what he wants him to do. Damien wiped the blood from his face and realized that God from afar's speed exceeded his expectations. Judging from God from afar's agility and superior equipment, Damien estimated that he was likely at least level 30, surpassing the Xingsan guys in both skill and gear. God from afar, pleased with Damien's realization, had a smile on his face. Meanwhile, Damien received notifications that his zombification was wearing off, and he understood that God from afar had intentionally waited for the skill to expire. It became evident to Damien that he was facing a formidable opponent. God from afar acknowledged Damien's accomplishment of killing the Great Wolf King as a close-range fighter and expressed his surprised admiration. Damien wasted no time and directly asked God from afar what he wanted. In response, God from afar expressed his frustration, telling Damien if he really didn't know what he wanted. God from afar then started to claim that Damien had wasted his time and effort as the Great Wolf King was meant to be his. He demanded that Damien hand over everything he obtained from the Great Wolf King, including his equipment, and then he will let Damien live. Unfazed by the demand, Damien firmly responded with a simple nah. God from afar was taken aback by Damien's defiance, and Damien questioned whether God from afar thought he was crazy. Considering the effort he had put into killing the Great Wolf King, Damien wasn't foolish enough to give up his hard-earned rewards. God from afar, filled with anger, whispered "die," but Damien couldn't hear it properly. God from afar shouted "die." "You bastard!" and launched countless arrows at Damien. However, Damien skillfully dodged the attack, pleased that his provocation had worked. He activated his skilled Bloody Impulse, increasing his attack and movement speed by 200%. Formulating a plan, Damien decided to consume a healing potion and activate the skills Deep Green Blessing and Flame Banquet. Damien aimed to deal as much damage as possible while God from afar was still shocked by his evasion. Smirking, Damien noticed that God from afar's attack pattern was straightforward, allowing him to easily dodge and counter. He considered God from afar a loser and observed the reload time between shots and the brief pause before each fire. Meanwhile, God from afar grew frustrated, realizing that Damien was successfully evading all his attacks as he calls him a little rat and keeping his attention fixed on him. God from afar, aware that he was at a disadvantage and seeing Damien dodge his attacks easily, voiced his concern about potentially losing the fight. He also saw the way Damien was looking at him, like a new man in prison where everybody is waiting for him to drop the soap. God from afar realizes he has to do something quick. However, in a sudden move, Damien appeared in front of him, holding a decay elixir in his hands. Damien confidently declared that he could see all of God from afar's attacks and promptly threw the elixir at his face. God from afar fell to the ground, coughing, and realized that the damage inflicted by the elixir was less than he had expected. He received notifications indicating that he had been inflicted with poison, his armor had corroded, and its durability had decreased. Frustrated, God from afar exclaimed in frustration, shouting, "What the hell is on me?" realizing that Damien had damage over time and defense debuff skills, despite being a close-range fighter. He couldn't help but wonder how Damien, initially perceived as a close-range dealer, possessed such debilitating skills. Damien, once again equipped with a decay elixir, confidently approached God from afar, warning him that he would need to soak him once more, warning him that he was gonna die if he doesn't block this attack. As Damien struck him with the elixir, another set of notifications appeared, indicating that God from afar's armor had further corroded and he was now inflicted with the burn abnormal status. Additionally, God from afar's elite hunter bow gun was destroyed. Looking at God from afar, Damien taunted him, asking if he was ready to die. Enraged, God from afar retrieved his crossbow and declared his intent to kill Damien. Damien, noticing the weapon in God from afar's hands, recognized it as a heavy hunting arbalist typically wielded by high-ranking adventurers. Damien questioned whether a ranger like God from afar, whose best skill was speed, could effectively use such a destructive weapon. Damien continued to taunt God from afar, questioning him if a ranger with his weak skills could pull off using that weapon. Fueled by anger, he wonders how long Damien can stay arrogant for. With his new weapon pointing at him, God from afar takes a shooting stance and attacked Damien with an arrow, but Damien managed to dodge the attack, narrowly avoiding harm. To his surprise, the arrow exploded upon impact, creating an unexpected blast. Confused by the unexpected nature of the attack, Damien realized that this weapon was different from the heavy hunting arbalist he was familiar with. He couldn't see the arrow, and even the system didn't detect it. Suddenly, God from afar appeared behind Damien, asking where he was looking at, catching him off guard. Damien turns around and swiftly reacted, jumping to the side and evading another arrow attack. As God from afar appeared at another location, taunting Damien, he asks if Damien has trouble seeing him as God from afar body has smoke coming out of it. Damien deduced that God from afar's ability to become invisible was not due to an invisibility cape or potion, as those advancements were not yet possible. He concluded that it must be an exclusive skill. God from afar mocked Damien, stating that he should have used a weapon to stab him instead of relying on punches, claiming it would be the reason Damien would die. Unfazed by the taunting, Damien dismissed God from afar's words, remarking that he talked too much. God from afar retorted, saying that Damien wouldn't even have the chance to hear him speak once he was dead. As God from afar started disappearing, he provocatively urged Damien to try holding on for longer, confident that Damien would not be able to endure. Damien, now aware of God from afar's skills, including the invisible bow shot from the Dark Hunter skill set, dodged multiple arrows. He realized that these skills allowed God from afar to remain invisible while rolling on the ground and made use of the heavy hunting arbalist much quicker. Damien understood that the key to overcoming this challenge was to end the battle swiftly. The intense battle between Damien and God from afar reached a critical point. Damien, utilizing his defense, golden rabbit sandal and the skilled golden flash of light, swiftly closed the distance between them, surprising God from afar. In a swift movement, Damien plucked some of God from afar's hair, causing him to shout out in pain. God from afar, in a mixture of anger and disbelief, questioned Damien's actions, calling him a psychopath. Damien maintained a serious tone and offered him one final chance to apologize, urging him to think wisely and consider his actions carefully. However, God from afar responded angrily, questioning Damien's sanity and expressing his refusal to apologize. But before he could finish his sentence, he experienced a sharp pain and realized something was wrong with his heart. Damien, with a smile on his face, remarked that the effects of his actions were indeed quite effective. Holding a voodoo doll in his hand, Damien asked mockingly where he should stick it. God from afar, filled with horror, asked Damien what he was doing. Damien, with an evil smile, responded that it was quite obvious, it was God from afar's own body that he was manipulating with the voodoo doll. Seo Hyun and Selling Heel were reflecting on recent events. She asks if that was God from afar who had been launching a series of arrows and what has happened, but now there was an eerie silence. Suddenly, a piercing scream startled them, and a notification appeared, showing God from afar's diminishing HP. Observing the situation, Seo Hyun expressed her concern about God from afar's rapidly decreasing HP. The group realized that something was wrong and feared for his life. Gel Punisher voiced his frustration, questioning what was happening. Selling Heel added that if things continued this way, God from afar would meet his demise. Seo Hyun decided to investigate the situation firsthand, disregarding Gel Punisher's advice to think things through. She refused to stand by and watch God from far die without taking action. Gel Punisher pondered the situation, wondering if Seo Hyun was thinking clearly. He acknowledged that God from afar was a strong player and unlikely to be easily defeated by another user. The rapid decline in his HP indicated the presence of a formidable adversary. Soon, they received a notification stating that hostility was detected from a user. The notification further indicated that the user's strength was immeasurable, signaling a dangerous opponent. They were surprised to learn that Damien's strength couldn't be quantified. Gel Punisher, still concerned about Seo Hyun's impulsive decision, reminded her of Damien's impressive accomplishments, including single-handedly defeating the Great Wolf King. He cautioned her not to underestimate Damien's capabilities. However, Seo Hyun paid no heed to his words and instructed the group to prepare for battle. She requested buffs from Selling Heel, who readily agreed. God from afar screamed in agony, bewildered by the pain coursing through his body, wondering what Damien had done to his body. Damien taunted him, questioning if he was curious about the source of his suffering. God from afar, filled with anger, glared at Damien and muttered curses. Damien, wearing a malevolent smile, revealed his sinister plot. He explained how he had used God from afar's hair to create a doll that represented him. According to Damien, the pain inflicted on the doll was mirrored in God from afar's own body. God from afar dismissed the idea as utter nonsense, still in disbelief. But to demonstrate his power, Damien cracked the doll's arm, and instantly, God from afar's arm twisted in tandem, causing him to cry out in agony. Damien relished in his control over God from afar's body, taunting him further. Damien wondered what else he should do, and with the most evil smile in history he pointed at the doll's crotch area, wondering what would happen to it. Ladies and gentlemen, watching this act itself is a low blow. Please do not do this to others. Use this as a last resort method. Now back to the story, insinuating another potential act of harm, leaving God from afar horrified. Overwhelmed with fear, God from afar desperately pleaded with Damien, grasping his legs, and begged for mercy, offering anything in return. He apologized profusely and begged for a chance to redeem himself. However, Damien ignored his pleas for mercy and simply said goodbye while he smiles happily and heartlessly flicked his finger at the doll, indicating the end. Damien observed God from afar, who had collapsed while clutching his injured crotch, expressing disappointment that he had passed out so quickly. He sat down beside him, lightly touching him, and questioned if he was truly dead, reminding him that his HP hadn't reached 0. Suddenly, a voice commanded Damien to stop, causing him to turn around. Seo Hyun and her team had arrived at the scene. Seo Hyun urgently ordered Damien to move away from God from afar. Selling-Heal expressed concern for God from afar and asked if he was alright. Seo Hyun assessed the situation, observing God from afar's state, and concluded that he was still alive, albeit barely conscious. Damien assessed Seo Hyun and her party members, recognizing them as intermediate-level players likely connected to God from afar in some way. He wondered why God from afar had been so confident and realized it was because he had a party supporting him. Curious about their affiliation, Damien asked if they were party members of God from afar. In response, Seo Hyun glanced at Damien, and a notification appeared, indicating that Damien's strength couldn't be measured. She swiftly ordered her team to prepare for battle. Damien received further notifications, revealing that Seo Hyun considered him an enemy and warning him about penalties in case of death. Frustrated, Damien questioned the meaning behind these developments, realizing that the opposing party might have discovered his own strength, putting him at a disadvantage. More unfortunate notifications followed, informing Damien that the effects of his skill, Dark Green Blessing, were vanishing, and his stamina and mana recovery had paused. He realized he had depleted many resources during the previous fight and needed time to let his skills cool down. Attempting to initiate a conversation, Damien suggested they talk first. However, Seo Hyun forcefully silenced him, labeling him a murderer and accusing him of killing numerous users. Damien realized that the situation was not going as smoothly as he had hoped as he thought of them as not being agreeable. Damien interjected, asserting that it was actually their party member who was in the wrong. He claimed that God from afar had demanded he drop all the items obtained from the Great Wolf King, along with his own equipment. Damien believed his actions were justified in response to God from afar's demands and suggested that they should take responsibility for their party members' actions. He insinuated that they might have ordered the attack against him. Indignant, Seo Hyun denied the accusations, vehemently stating that they were not the kind of people who would engage in such behavior. Suddenly, everyone's attention was captured by God from afar, who had regained consciousness. He pointed his hand at Damien, leaving Seo Hyun to question his intentions. Damien recognized the arrow in God from afar's hand and realized it was a baby arrow, causing panic to spread across his face. Damien realized that he wouldn't be able to evade this attack and might need to sacrifice his arm. However, before God from afar could execute his attack, foam started foaming from his mouth, and a notification appeared, stating that God from afar had logged out. Damien received a notification indicating that he had committed PK. Damien, holding the doll with a pierced head, expressed his unintended actions, claiming he hadn't meant for it to happen. Seo Hyun responded with suspicion, accusing Damien of causing God from afar's death using spells. She believed that he had intended to kill him from the beginning. Selling-Heal expressed his disapproval, stating that he shouldn't even be considered human. Damien looked at them in disbelief and tried to explain that it wasn't his intention, but Seo Hyun silenced him, dismissing his words. She ran towards Damien, declaring that there was no need for further discussion and that he could make his excuses in hell. Damien contemplated his options as he equipped his wild boar helmet, realizing he had no choice but to face them. He regained his HP, and the cooldown on his skills had ended. He activated Blood Impulse, Flame Banquet, and Dark Green Blessing, preparing himself for the confrontation. Damien confronted Seo Hyun and warned her that they had started the conflict, reminding her not to beg for mercy later. He attacked her with his knife, but the healer cast a buff called Axolethio on Seo Hyun's sword. She successfully blocked Damien's heavy attack, leaving him in disbelief that such a thin blade could withstand his strike. Seo Hyun smiled and taunted Damien, expressing disappointment in his abilities. She questioned whether he had been going around killing other users with his weak-ass skills. As Seo Hyun continued to order the healer to keep buffing her, the healer cast various buffs such as Restore, Divine Aura, and Lux Gloria. Damien observed the situation and realized that there was no chance of winning unless he eliminated the healer first. Before Damien could further strategize, Seo Hyun dashed instantly and swiftly attacked him using the skill Undo Trois. Damien managed to block her attack with his knife, but he was taken aback by the advanced swordsmanship displayed by Seo Hyun. Damien noticed that the paladin was collecting all the buffs such as Will of Solidarity Reduction Armor and Shield of Trust as well, and realized that it would be extremely difficult to defeat them if they were heavily buffed, leaving him with only one choice. He thinks of the choice as Seo Hyun asked him where he was looking at. She rushes in to deliver the final blow, but with limited options available, Damien swiftly took out an elixir and threw it on the ground, forcing Seo Hyun to back away for a moment, while causing a thick fog to envelop the area. Seo Hyun looked around in surprise as the fog surrounded them, making the voices of her teammates calling out to her become faint and unclear. A voice calls out to her saying hi. Just as she turned around, Damien appeared behind her with a sinister grin and informed her that she was now trapped within the fog. Seo Hyun calls Damien a bastard as the fog covers the area. She prepares her attack thinking of killing him in one attack. She leaps forward with immense power, appearing right in front of Damien using her skill counter-attack, but Damien easily dodges her attack by moving his head. He counter-attacks with an elixir in his hand. The attack lands on her as she backs away screaming in pain. A fog is created and her teammates call out to her in concern. Gel Punisher asked her if she was okay, but Seo Hyun noticed something and couldn't respond. She slaps him in the face telling him to close his eyes, which causes Gel Punisher to be confused. Seo Hyun wondered why it was melting in shock just as Damien appears. He was surprised to see that not everything had melted away. Seo Hyun calls him garbage, but Damien refutes back saying it was just self-defense. Damien then takes notice of the healer, who was now trying to run away as he was unprotected. The healer begs Damien to not shoot at him, but Damien was like, nah fam, I'ma shoot away. With his long dart blower, Damien's attacks lands on the back of the healer who tried to run away, causing notifications to appear telling the healer that his character has been inflicted with poison, and that his HP was slowly decreasing. Soon afterwards a notification appears, indicating that selling Heal S500 has died. Damien watches the healer disappear due to his death and calls out next. Gel Punisher sees Damien walking towards him and begins to panic, thinking that it was all over him and that the team should have think beforehand. He opens his window thinking that this wouldn't have happened if they had just threw out God from afar, and attempts to log out from the game, but a notification appears telling him that he cannot log out during battle. Gel Punisher wonders why he couldn't log out and repeatedly presses the log out button, causing notifications of the countdown to appear until he can log out, but Damien appears behind him with an evil grin, asking what he was doing. Gel Punisher turns around with fear in his face, knowing that he cannot win against Damien as he was too good. Gel Punisher then decides to kneel before Damien, calling him brother and saying he was sorry and to spare him this one time. He continues to tell Damien that he will stripe everything and crawl on all fours if that's what he wanted. Damien scratches his thinking that he was one strange dude. Damien looks at him and sees that he was fully equipped with full plate armor and a kite shield. If Damien attacked, not even a single dart would hit, and yet the guy was begging for his life. Damien thinks that it was lame, but Gel Punisher thought of giving Damien what he wants in order for him to leave. Damien then asks if Gel Punisher could give him everything he has. Gel Punisher was alarmed to hear this as Damien tells him to give him everything he has and to not leave anything out. Damien reaches for Gel Punisher's face as he thinks of Damien as a demon. Back at the village head's house, Damien had brought by the Great Wolf King's body, which surprises the villages. The village head realizes that a wolf this size could kill a bear. Damien tells him that people do the most unexpected things. The village head was upset that they had treated Joseph as a criminal and didn't feel good treating a young kid like that. Damien then tells him to treat Joseph better from now on, as he seems to be the type to not hold grudges anyway. The village head holds his Damien's shoulder and thanks him for his advice. Notifications popped up telling Damien that he has cleared the first mission of the Adventurers Guild, and to return to the Adventurers Guild and report. Rewards appear around Damien as the village head hands over the promised reward to Damien. the village head tells Damien that he could return any time he wants, as he was their hero. Damien then asks for permission to get going and the village head agrees to see him out. As the village head leads Damien to the exit, he thinks about how he has to apologize to Joseph and to calculate the damages caused by the wolf, and to have a meeting on what to do from now, but he has motivation now thanks to Damien. As they open a door, a voice calls out asking for Mr. Explorer. Joseph appears running towards them asking if Damien was leaving already as the other villagers try to calm him down. Damien tells him that he had gotten rid of the wolf he had mentioned and that the sheep would no longer vanish anymore. Joseph was breathing hard from running all the way and was happy to hear that. Damien walks to leave and tells Joseph to stop lying as liars would get their hands cut off. As Damien tries to leave, Joseph calls out to him once again. Joseph bows his head to thank Damien for saving his village. Damien simply let out a deep breath and smiled. He waves them goodbye and walks towards the sunset telling them to have a good life. At the Terra Kingdom Golden Lark Lodgings, Damien was finally resting on a bed belonging to a 4-star lodging. Notifications pop up telling him he feels comfortable in the cozy bed and that his exhaustion level has decreased largely. Damien opens his window seeing that lots of his stats had recovered and asks Bundle how he felt about the suite's room blankets. Bundle replied that it was so soft while enjoying his snacks. Damien checks on his loot that he had gotten from the field boss, quest completion and SEO Hyun's party equipment. It was due to his title of atrocity that allowed him to gain all these numerous items. He then opens the trade center, revealing all the equipment he had gotten and noting they were worth hundreds of thousands of gold combined. Bundle asked if these were stripped from the party before, but Damien tells him that he never stripped them. Damien was happy to see this as he had spent a lot of gold on his equipment, and that selling these things would cover his costs for the month, but a notification appeared telling him that he had an unread message. Damien was confused and wondered who the message came from. He opens it and sees that it's from Wiz Entertainment. A masked man wearing a hood says that it's over as he looks at a window. A dark figure asks him about the progress. The masked figure replied that there was some progress but that he couldn't completely conquer the body, but was able to manipulate them to start a fight, and that sense exchange became possible too. The dark figure wonders if that was worth observing and if there was nothing else. The masked figure tells it that it would be great to conquer without a medium, but that he hadn't succeeded yet. The dark figure says that he won't be able to create it yet. It continues to say that the authority he received from God allowing for him to create and conquer monster bodies will be very necessary in the future, and that this assignment was the most important thing in the world. The masked man cups his hands together, as the dark figure tells him that they were the true followers of God and the chosen ones, and to recite their prayers once again. The dark figure and masked man began to chant their prayers, causing a blue aura to arise. Once the prayer was finished, the dark figure tells the masked man that the grand plan was near, Alistair, and it was their duty to open the eyes of the poor and the ignorant and expose the lies of the world. Alistair tells it that he was aware. The dark figure continues to speak, telling Alistair that it was only here to check on his progress and that they couldn't afford any mistakes. It asks Alistair if he has something to say. Alistair lets it know that there was one thing that was bothering him. He reveals a unique explorer that he had saw through the test subject. It was Damien. A message from Wiz Entertainment asked Damien if they could meet. Damien looks at the message and wonders if it was the same place he knew. Wiz Entertainment was the world's biggest internet streaming platform. They were also connected to Twitter and were superior in terms of marketing. Before Damien's regression, there were countless streamers and Korean rankers who were part of the company. In short, it was a place where all streamers wanted to go. Damien thinks deeply about why the company was contacting him. He continues to look at the message on his phone, remembering that he had never recorded any gameplay, and that the only people he met were thieves or people who wanted to fight because they knew he was a chaotic user. He thinks deeply and wondered if there was streamer or gamer with was among the users he came across. He taps his finger on the table repeatedly, thinking about how good Wiz takes care of their streamers. He thinks about the fact that any player who made enemies of a Wiz streamer ended badly, but a call cuts off his thinking. A voice spoke out from the phone asking if this was Damien and that he was Young Song-hoon from Wiz Entertainment Korea. We arrived at Seoul Gangnam Cheongdam-dong, where Damien was meeting someone. It was Young Song-hoon who happy to meet Damien. Damien tells him that he agreed to meet as he was curious about something. Damien then asked how he knew about his nickname. Song-hoon tries to clear the misunderstanding by saying that he didn't find his nickname through bad means. and that they had no bad intentions. He explains to Damien that they came across him because of a player called Brian. Damien was surprised to hear the name of Brian, a streamer. Seong-hoon hands over a tablet to Damien asking if he had seen this video before. Damien grabs the tablet to view the video and recognizes it. Seong-hoon explains that the video was part of the hot clips of the week, and that Brian was escaping the island due to some evil users that Damien fought against. 165,000 people were watching that scene. Seong-hoon continued to explain that they wanted to get into contact with Damien and asked Brian for his game logs, and that the reason he was here was to thank Damien for his help at the Whispering Island, and to ask if Damien would like to join with Entertainment, and presented him with a contract, and asked Damien if he was interested in being a streamer. Soon after, Seong-hoon says goodbye to Damien. As Damien left, he thinks about how convenient it was for Seong-hoon to explain the conditions of the contract and the support and management contents. He smiles happily at the contract, as the other contracts he had gotten was poop compared to this one. Damien takes out his phone thinking to get other stuff now that one thing has been taken care of. He calls a brother thinking of repaying his debts. Notifications started popping up one by one telling Damien that the items he had placed for sale has been sold. He looks at the notification and says finally. A notification pops up saying the money from the trade center has arrived. It was 595,7100 gold in total. Damien laughs as he walks, thinking that he got this much gold from just 1 month of gaming. He begins to think that it was around this time that he got addicted to gaming and neglected his family and financial matters. But a red window interrupts his thoughts. It tells him that if he does not log into the game within 168 hours, he will die, and that if his character dies, he will die too, and that if his character has not reached the goal by midnight, he will die. A warning is given saying if he forcefully removes the system, he will die alongside the character. Damien couldn't believe that it was happening again. Damien stares at the red window, thinking that he still doesn't know what the system was, or how he regressed 10 years back. He slaps himself back and forth trying to forget about it, and to focus on his family right now, but he knew that he still had some problems to tend to. Damien viewed the recent activities of King Arthur, seeing that he was becoming more famous each day, and that he was the weekly hot topic. Damien couldn't believe that his rate of growth was this fast, as he was already ranked first in Magic, ahead of millions of people. Damien grew angry upon seeing this and starts to recall that Arthur forms the Blood Alliance half a year after starting the game, and that it didn't take him more than a year for him to get within the top 10 of the Blood Alliance. Along with the 6 Masters, Arthur had obtained the hidden class Dragon Mage, and became one of the 6 Masters as Radiant King Arthur. Damien needed to keep an eye on what Arthur was doing and to think about when the 6 Masters would appear. It was important to think about what had happened to him too, but he decided against it as he had received the hidden class Witch Doctor, and the mainstream Kieran's wish. He also needed to keep track of the 6 Masters' growth. Thinking back, Damien realizes he knew something about the day he and Arthur survived and had only the Demon King Abraxas to kill. Arthur had stabbed Damien in the back, but the reason for it but not be as simple as him being a psychopath. Damien thought about what if he had not regressed 10 years back and lived the life he had instead. Would Arthur deal with the consequences of having betrayed the entire raiding party? But Damien knew there was no way unless that rat bastard has no brain cells. Arthur would have gained a ton of popularity from being the last person to defeat the last boss, but there would be questions about the whole team being with him when the raid began. Had Damien not regressed, he would have opened a press conference with the raid members, or sued the Evertail headquarters for their rule of not interfering with users. Since Damien had lost everything, clenching his fist, Damien vowed to never let go of that betrayal. Damien was determined to find out the reason behind the betrayal. At a convenience store, Damien was eating and checking his notifications when he wonders why there were so many messages about him selling gold. Damien realized that it was messages about the item he was selling. His friend asked if he makes good money playing games, and Damien tells him that there were a lot of people asking to buy, making it difficult for him to choose who to sell to. 2 notifications appear telling Damien that the deal was complete and the money was transferred into his bank account. Damien takes a sip of his drink thinking that he will be able to pay off his father's nursing home, and that the rest of it will be for the family's living cost. Damien receives a phone call from his mom wanting to hear his voice, but Damien tells her he was a bit busy right now. He tells her he loves her and to take care, while thinking that hearing her voice made him more determined. Damien then asked his friend about him wanting to get into AC, and His friend tells him that he thought about reducing his working hours to play instead, as it seems to bring in more money. Damien asks if he needs a capsule as one was needed to play the game. The friend refuses his offer as he knew that Damien was broke. Damien raises his drink, telling his friend not to worry about the capsule, and to take it as a form of repayment for a debt that he had for him. The both of them laugh and drink as his friend tells him that there was no debt between them. Damien continues to talk and think about doing nice things for the people who were nice to him before his regression. Back in AC, Damien summoned the token of heresy. It was a wooden card that had an ominous symbol and an unknown aura, looking like it was cursed or casted onto somehow. Damien looks at it saying it was a bit suspicious, thinking that it was probably a collectible, but he smiles happily thinking that the rank unknown was interesting. He opens his inventory, thinking there might be a chance that the item was super valuable. He hopes to find something good by using the Book of Covenant later to find its value. A foot appears saying what an interesting item. Damien turns around and couldn't believe what he was seeing. Kayron had appeared asking how his stupid student was doing. Damien wondered what he was doing here. Damien asks him what he was doing here after running away for his life before. This made Kayron furious as he yells at Damien. Damien tells him it was nothing and just has been a long time since they saw each other. Kayron tells him to mind his manners, asking where he got the thing he was holding. Damien explained to him that he went to the Caliph mountain range to do a gold tier rank quest from the Adventurers Guild and got the item after killing the boss monster there. Kayron was impressed by this and tells him to hand it over. Damien did so reluctantly. Kayron then decides to see what the item was and to look at Damien's stat. He stares at Damien and sees his stat window, revealing that he was now level 38 and had impressive stats. His equipment was also off the charts. Kayron laughs out loud being impressed by Damien's stats, but he tells him he still had a long way to go. Damien wonders if his standards were too high, but Kayron tells him he needed to reach a level where he could withstood 3 of his punches without dying. Kayron then gives him a piece of advice, saying that if he couldn't make the things inside him his own, he will end up being eaten by them. Damien was startled at the things inside him, but Kayron points out that it was about the darkness, which was comparable to a demon king, which was the foundation of his power. Damien was impressed by Kieran's ability to see through everything, about the OVO system that he earned and the stats he got from regressing because of Abraxas. Kayron then tells him to find a way to renew his body. It was either take everything out of him, or make everything inside his own. Kayron throws the item back at Damien saying that it might be the answer. Damien holds the token, questioning whether or not it could help him, as it exudes unholy deadly aura. Min Young sees that Damien had logged on and messaged him about whether he was doing this right. Damien tells him to get stronger by killing chickens and doing the village citizens quest, as those were the quickest ones. Min Young sees this and agrees, hoping to see Damien on the main continent. Damien stares at the token, thinking that he had told Min Young everything he needed to know, and needed to understand the token now. Thinking back to when he asked Kayron about the inscription on the token, Kayron told him it was the Rune of Domination, and that it was a power similar to what Damien has. Damien thought to himself that the token was either used to amplify the force of a spell or to complete an incomplete spell. He opens a window thinking that if his penalty was a form of a curse, he needed to find a solution to find the origin and destroy it. Damien didn't want the curse to affect him in the real life, as he trusts Kayron. Damien opens the quest window, Heresy's Traces, which needed him to find out more about the organization that was using the token of heresy. Damien thinks of it as the most important quest after the mainstream Kayron had left him. Damien was determined to find an escape outside his stupid penalty, and to find out how he was able to regress 10 years. Back at the Adventurers Guild, Damien was greeted warmly as having completed his first mission and for coming back so quickly. Everyone in the guild knew about him, making Damien embarrassed. The guild leader tells Damien he hopes that he enjoys the reward, as the government liked how good of the job he had done. He further asks if wanted to work for the government, but Damien declines, saying he was only a gold tier adventurer. But the guild leader adds on that people were desperate to hire gold tier adventurers all over the nation. Damien was happy with that, but he thought about how nice a treatment it was since he went through all that work. Guild leader praises Damien about his debut in the guild going smoothly, and that with his skills, he could get a job easily anywhere, even with those high risks. Damien was happy about that. The guild leader thought about Damien's great potential, and that even though there were many that surpassed him in martial arts weren't the only thing that will carry you in this field. Damien proceeded to ask if he had heard any rumors, and the guild leader told him about an expedition team that went to the swamps and all died. Damien thought about it and wondered if it was the Karakoram swamps. It was a swamp that lays in the path between the harbor city Masis in the east, and the Arno kingdom in the south. Damien thought that there was something else there, as there was no way an experienced expedition would die in such a place. The guild leader added on that the swamp wasn't that dangerous, and the worst it had was a zombie or skeleton. Just like in Minecraft, the team was also made up of 20 people who were mostly silver-tiered adventurers, and that people mocked the leader for sending such a team for an expedition. Damien hinted that it was strange. The guild leader then said that a dungeon might have appeared. Damien became more curious and asked if there was an extra expedition, but it hasn't been decided as. They needed to bring in a more experienced team. Damien slams his hand on the table, asking Hatsan if he could do it, but Hatsan was confused on what Damien wanted to do. Damien smiled brightly, telling him he wanted to figure out what happened at the swamp. Damien checked on his window, and sees the quest mission, thinking that it was strange. He looks at it and sees that even the system was telling him that the quest was difficult, and that he needed a party, even so as the Karakoram swamp was. A place where hidden streets and dungeons popped up often even before his regression. Damien thinks that he needs to do what he needed to do. As Bundles lets out a peep upon seeing the window, Damien looks at the recording wondering if it was working. Deep in a dungeon covered with blood, an announcement states that a lycanthrope has been defeated and that the test level 10 has been completed. A player says how lame in Chinese, where a group of men bow their head towards him, congratulating their older brother, who was Chang Wei, the first dragon of the Eastern 5 dragons. An employee tries to tell him that the test has ended and what the results were, but a man interrupts him. It was Lu Lei, the second in command, who tells the employee that he can speak to him instead. The employee felt scared as he believed that this person was a higher up. He tells him that Chang Wei had passed the test faster than anyone has, and that if he takes into account as doing it with a team, the score might change. He asks if they wanted to register right away. Lu Lei tells him that they will send someone right away. The eye patch man tells the employee that they should go, and the employee agrees, saying that certification won't take long. He wanted to know if this group would be willing to join their guild, as they were newbies. The employee noticed that the group run under a strict system, which was most noticeable in their battle style. Their leader did not cooperate with others, as if his purpose was just to gain as much experience fighting as possible, while the other members hunted monsters that weren't boss level. But Lu Lei's method was strange, as he hunted monsters with just a gloved hand. The employee turns to leave, knowing that this group wasn't your normal adventurers. Just as Lu Lei asked how Chang Wei was feeling, he grasped his bloodied hands, saying it was not as bad as what that guy had said. Chang Wei had previously received a capsule from a friend and tried the game for fun, but the feeling of killing the monsters felt too real, as if he couldn't differentiate between this and reality. Though all games were child's play, Lu Lei informs him that he had received some news upon opening his window. He tells Chang Wei that everyone in the Rising Dragon Assembly group had died. This made Chang Wei angry. Chang Wei asked if it was the Black Tortoise Society who went after the Azure Dragon Society, as the 5th dragon was not strong enough to win against the 4th, but Lu Lei apologizes as he meant that the members died in the game. Chang Wei smokes a cigar, asking if he was kidding and if he had forgotten the meaning behind all dead or something. Lu Lei recites a poem that a dragon has reached the end of the sky, meaning that it could only fall from here onwards, which describes the situation between the 4th dragon and the Azure Dragon Society at the moment. Recently, the Azure Dragon Society has been active in the virtual reality realm, having created their own force here, and after ceasing all their external activity, they had Wang Yue take over the Rising Dragon Assembly, and poured 70% of their money into their virtual reality force. But not long after they expanded their force, the entire Rising Dragon Assembly died. But it wasn't a group that killed them, it was just one person. Chang Wei snaps his cigar in half upon hearing this. He couldn't believe that the Azure Dragon Society all died against one person. Chang Wei was pleased to hear about how the 4th dragon went down based on Lu Lei's report. He smiles while holding his cigar, knowing the fact that the 4th dragon's reputation was at rock bottom. Decades ago, blood was spilled on all sides because of a fight within the factions of the Triad. The groups began quickly rallying into 5 forces, including the Business Kirin Society. That is how the Eastern 5 dragons were formed. They quickly recovered the losses from the era of the Triad, and became a much larger and more powerful organization than the previous one. Chang Wei thinks about how the Eastern Five Dragons had fallen to some unknown bastard, which ruins the reputation of the entire Eastern Five Dragons. He thinks about the fourth dragon Chung Bing of the Azure Dragon Society, who must be enraged since he was always putting his focus on gambling and entertainment. He must have taken a big loss from the investment. Chang Wei wishes that he could have seen his face when he heard about the news. Chang Wei then snaps his cigar, informing Lu Lei about how interesting it was for two of the five Eastern Dragons to have met the same fate. Chang Wei was beginning to get curious about the person who was challenging the Eastern Five Dragons and asks Lu Lei if he agrees. Lu Lei gave a weird expression but ultimately says yes to Chang Wei's question. Chang Wei grips his hand hard while thinking that the deaths of the Jingsan startup and the Rising Dragon Assembly could not have been done by the same person. He did not have a good feeling about this but knew that he could not let it go. He releases the crumps the cigar left and looks at Lu Lei, asking him to reveal who the person responsible was. At the Shinsadong Gil Road, a person is seen snapping a clapperboard close as a voice yells out, "Cut." Okay. The direction tells the actors standing together that they had worked hard and had done a good job as the people around cheered them on. This was the last scene filming of the Friday and Saturday K-drama called Why Am I the Only One Not in Love? The drama became a big hit and the actors gained popularity. Arthur was the man who had benefited the most from the drama. He smiles at the crowd, causing them to go crazy and wild while telling him that they love him. The film director Kong Mansik, who envious of Arthur, asking whose son that is, but he sure is popular, while assistant director Kong Jae-ha commented on how he was incredibly good looking too. They then commented on the guy wearing the brown coat as he takes a photo with the actors and crew. They talked about how the director has a big smile on his face but was usually extremely strict, plus the fact that he couldn't even yell at Arthur because he was the only chance for the director to have a connection to the Yushin group. They then talked about how Arthur was so bright even after 15 hours of filming a day. They had heard rumors that he used to be a pro gamer, plus he was a great actor belonging to a rich family while being multi-talented and kind too. They remarked that Arthur had everything and how life was so unfair. The crew decides to get drinks later on in the day, while the cameraman was done taking photos and told everyone that it was good work. The actors bow and the crowd cheered. The female actress asks Arthur if he was going to go to the after-film party. Hearing this made Arthur ask what time the after-party was. She blushes while telling him that she would like him to, as she was probably going to go as well. Her thoughts were filled about why she was feeling this way towards him, as she had never felt this way with a fellow actor before. Arthur was happy to hear her reply and told her that he will go if his schedule permits it. He then leans close to her face, asking her if she wanted him to come, as he would love to see her. The female actress blushes hard and was flustered. She tells Arthur not to joke with her, but Arthur tells her that she wasn't. He then hands over a piece of paper to the female actress, telling her to contact him anytime even if it is not about the after-film party. The paper had his personal number on it. The female actress was surprised to see that Arthur was handing over his personal number to her. She holds the paper carefully as Arthur tells her that if it feels too overwhelming she could reject him, but the female actress told him that she really likes it. He smiles and winks at her while informing her that his personal number was only meant for her and that he would be waiting to see her. Seeing this sight caused the female actress to exude a mean face aura which startles everyone around her. But secretly Arthur was thinking that she looked fun to play with. He soon enters his car and asks Kim Woozing, who was his executive, about what was next. Woozing informs him that he had a contract with the Sun Hai Group to sign, a talk show filming that he was a guest in and a brand commercial filming. Arthur lets out a tired sigh, asking if there was a fan meeting too. Woozing informs him that there was one in 15 days that Sangamdam, which an entertainment program had requested for it. Arthur then tells Woozing that he was going to log onto AC and that he should message him once they were there instead of waking him up. Arthur was using the mobile virtual reality capsule called Galaxy H55 Apple to log into AC. But before he entered into AC, Arthur asks if Woozing had found the group he wanted him to find. Woozing turns around to inform Arthur that the group of guys belonged to a hefty organization and that they were called the Rising Dragon Assembly, which was connected to the Triad, but he didn't think that they were directly connected, only that part of their group was funded by them. Woozing further explained that the group had been doing anything to expand their forces in the game, but it seems like the reason why they ambushed Arthur was to get some valuables. Arthur questions if it was because he was equipped with expensive items. Woozin agrees and tells him that the group probably wanted it to reinforce their strength. Arthur smirks and commented how the group was a bunch of funny guys who came at him like dogs without even knowing who he was. Arthur taps on the chair repeatedly, as Woozin warns him that the group was pretty annoying and based on their past behavior, they might come for Arthur once again. Arthur takes note of it. He then thinks about a gang that was related to the Triad, and that it was likely that the Yushin group's influence won't work on them, since they were an overseas organization and he had no clue what kind of people were in it. But Arthur was happy to know about those facts as he finds it interesting and was the reason why he couldn't quit the game. He places the equipment on his head and tells Woozin to make it the Force. Back into the world of AC. Damien was waving towards a stream saying, "Hi guys, it's Damien, this is my first time streaming." He tells his audience that today they were going to go to the Karakoram Swamps, a place which was a great hunting spot for those who weren't at level 50 yet, and that they should go together. Bundle then asks Damien about what the hell he was doing. Damien then explains to Bundle that the purple screen in front of them was filled with people who were watching them from all over the world. Bundle was surprised to hear that it was from Damien's world that he lived in. Damien started to move towards the swamps while thinking about the contract condition on the way. He recalls his meeting with the agent back in the car, who explained to him that since Damien had signed an exclusive contract, it was recommended that he streams 40 hours a week while uploading 3 videos a week. Damien was worried that it sounded like he had to work really hard, but the agent assures him that they will provide the best treatment and support as his value was definitely very high. As Damien was heading towards the swamps, he tells the audience that it was easy to find the swamps if they had a map from the Academy or the Adventurer Guild, but decides to explain the directions anyways while thinking of the contract with Wiz Entertainment as a great boon, making him unable to sit around and do nothing. Damien then explains in detail about how they could go around the Great Guys Mountain Range and to go down the opposite side, that they can find a very creepy swamp area in the northwest region. He then remembers that going into the Great Guys Mountain Range was an act akin to suicide. The Great Guys Mountain Range, it's called the continent's roof because it's in the middle of the Arcia continent. It was hard to traverse because of the terrain and weather. The deeper you go in, the worse the terrain and the monsters become. Even before Damien's regression, the Great Guys Mountain Range was one of the most dangerous places in the Arcia continent. Even an ancient dragon's nest was found there. Bundle was becoming scared and asked Damien where they were going. Damien comforts him and tells him not to worry as they won't be going anywhere scary. Damien lands on a tree branch. Notifications pop up informing Damien that a piece of new location information has been created, that his current location was the Karakoram Swamp and that his world map information has been updated. Damien was glad to have finally arrived at the swamps quickly as he had taken a shortcut. He informs the audience watching his stream that most people here would get confused about how they should walk around, but once that problem was solved, this place would be the perfect hunting spot. Bundle yells at Damien wondering if he was going to drown as the water he was stepping on looks super deep. But Damien tells everyone that it was okay as it was just an illusion. The lake they were on has a different index of refraction than other lakes. If they had the route down, then going around this swamp was a piece of cake. As Damien and Bundle ventured deeper into the swamp, Damien couldn't help but think that there were still very few people who came here, as it was hard to get to the swamps even if they knew about the shortcut. Add on to the fact that there weren't any popular farming items, and most of the monsters were pretty difficult. Just as he was thinking of the monsters in the swamp, a fierce growl catches their attention. A monster had appeared behind him, but Damien manages to kick it away while warning the viewer that monsters like these could pop out of nowhere like this, so they needed to be careful. The monster that had tried to attack them was a swamp alligator, an alligator that resides in the Karakoram Swamp. It possesses triple the amount of jaw muscles and teeth. Its jaw strength is strong enough to drag most beasts, has a protective coloring unlike normal alligators, can swim underwater without creating a single ripple on the surface. Its species was a beast and type normal with a level of 40. Its unique traits would be to have the ability to completely blend in with its surrounding environment when underwater. The swamp alligator continues to attack Damien and leaps toward him. Damien then summons an item in his hand. He rushes towards it with a smile on his face, calling the alligator a primitive bastard. Damien was able to pierce the skull of the alligator, causing blood to spill out. He then grabs a toxic potion, aiming it directly at the alligator's eye. A green explosion is set off, causing the alligator to be sent flying into the air. Damien chases after the alligator with his skills, which Doctor and Bloody Impulse activated. The alligator is seen flailing its arms around in a panic. Damien swung his knife towards it, telling the alligator that it was going to die since it couldn't adapt and get better. Bundle was holding onto his dear life as Damien went in for the kill. Notifications appear informing Damien that he had defeated the swamp alligator and gained EXP, as seen from the decapitated head of the alligator and X marks on its eyes. Damien then lifts his head up and turns to point at the disappearing corpse of the swamp alligator, informing his audience that was how they hunt them and that it was easy. But Bundle thought otherwise, as he thought of Damien as a liar, because killing a swamp alligator was not easy at all. Damien then smiles and adjusts his helmet, telling them that the time for warm-ups was over. He rushes forward with a mad look in his eyes, telling his audience that they were gonna do this for real now. A man is seen typing on a keyboard with cigarettes all over his desk, complaining that it was so damn tiring. It was Jamie, the programmer, who continued to complain about the fact that he did not even have a single day of vacation and that he was going to rot to death at this rate. He has various monitors open in front of him, but curses at the fact that there was nothing to watch and that even if he wanted to take a break, there was nothing fun for him to do. An online chat group pops up informing Jamie about some bad news, that a client wants the logic changed a bit, and there was an online meeting at 11 a.m., plus a briefing that he needed to do based on the pilot project he was doing. Jamie grew more frustrated upon seeing these messages, thinking that he was going to lose his mind while wondering how long he has to live like this. A stream notification appears stating that Jinsung123 Nim has started streaming. Jamie stares at the notification, thinking that he didn't subscribe to such a user, but notices he was streaming on the platform's main banner. He thinks about if it was a new streamer. He clicks on his mouse, thinking about why the streaming company would recommend someone he didn't know and that he had to turn off these alarms. But a scary zombie figure pops up and screams in his face. Jamie's was pushed off his chair at the surprise of the zombie. His soul was seen leaving his body afterward. After collecting himself, Jamie returned back to the screen to see what it was. He thinks about whether there was a stream with that kind of stuff and saw that he had 23,435 viewers. Jamie knew that he couldn't have known about a streamer who had that many viewers. He soon wondered who the streamer was. A hand appears from behind the zombie, telling the viewers that this was all they needed to do and that it was not difficult at all. Damien had appeared after slaying the zombie and asking the audience if they got it with a smile on his smile, but all Jamie could think of was a bore. His stream chat started to pop up, telling Damien that it was impossible for them and that what he did was crazy. Others wondered what the hell this is, while another complimented that his physicals were great even though they had never seen him before. Damien was surprised to see the chat's reactions, wondering why he had so many viewers and if someone had doxed him or something. He continues to stream and welcomes everyone. He informs them that he was a bit taken aback to have so many viewers on his first stream ever and that he was currently in the Karakoram swamp, and that there are small islands here. But before he could finish his sentence, Bundle warns him about the zombies coming to them from the back. The zombies reached out to Damien to attack while he thanks the viewers for their 6-month subscription. He once again takes out his sushi knife and easily cuts the zombies into halves with a single swing while looking like a crazy person. The chat goes wild at what they just witnessed. Notifications appear informing Damien that he had defeated the swamp zombie and gained EXP. He starts to think about how from level 30 onwards, the monsters would quickly get stronger, and considering the potion and equipment prices, it was not worth it. That's why it's hard to fight elite or named monsters with just items. But Damien could make up for that with his physicals. A GGG sound was heard loudly and caught both Damien and Bundle's attention. A horde of monsters consisting of zombies and skeletons appears behind the both of them. The swamp skeleton was an undead residing in the Karakoram swamp, who was cursed with this fate hundreds of years ago with dark magic and has since been attacking invaders that come into the swamp. They are resummoned after a specific time because of the mana and old magic summoning seal that is still in the swamp. Its species is undead while its type was normal and its level was 38. Its unique traits was that players may be inflicted with weakness or darkness status effect if attacked. The swamp zombie was a zombie that appeared in the Karakoram swamp, a case in which humans that drown in the swamp turn into monsters because of deep resentment. They have lost their rationale because of the inability to move on to the afterlife. They tend to hunt the living. Its species is undead and its type is normal while its level is 36. Its unique traits is that it may inflict players with the overdose or bleeding status effect if attacked. A skeleton rushes towards Damien and Bundle, allowing Damien to tell his audience that he was going to start with them first. He tells them to dodge low and then hit its head right away. The zombies were alarmed to see the skeleton head drop beside them. Damien informs his audience that the undead don't get inflicted with status abnormalities other than burn. Damien then realizes that his sixth sense skill had improved quite a bit, as he could now easily see his opponent's weak spots. He thinks of the skill as being quite useful. He prepares his sushi knife before telling the audience that unless they were going to use divine spells, it is much better to just attack it physically, as he rams the knife into the skull of a zombie with ease. The zombie began to feel frightened upon seeing one of their own dead. Damien then ends his explanation on how to kill a swamp zombie. He then tells the audience that it was time for a mad movie to celebrate the subscriptions, and to like and subscribe as his eyes were filled with crazy. After a while, multiple notifications pop up informing Damien that he had gained EXP and reached level 40 while drinking a healing potion. Damien then throws the potion back into the swamp, telling the audience that's basically it for everything, about 200 to 300 per turn, as the corpses of the zombies and skeletons were scattered around the swamp. He then points to an area filled with a purple deadly aura, informing the audience that if they went back to that location, the monsters will be regenerated and that they just needed to hunt them again. There were other small islands, but alligators were present there, making it better for them to avoid those places. A zombie's hand soon pops up from the swamp waters. Zombies and skeletons were soon appearing one after the other. The chat was surprised by Damien's precision with time calculation, while another commented that it sounded like they needed quite a lot of attacks at their disposal in order to deal with all the regenerating monsters. Damien smiles while looking at his stream, noting that the reactions were pretty good, as he knew that most streamers were getting popular nowadays for figuring out monster patterns or for exploring new areas and item creations. He soon dashes forward with great speed, cutting down the zombies and skeletons into pieces while thinking if he keeps explaining about hunting spots and giving tips, he was bound to get more viewers, as he stood still after slicing the heads off the monsters. Jamie was shocked to see what Damien had just done. The viewers commented that it would be a loss to not subscribe and that Damien's control was insane. While wondering what time he will stream tomorrow, another viewer subscribes for 1 month. Damien was happy to see that more viewers were subscribing to him for 3 to 8 months. He returns his knife to his inventory, thinking that the swamp was a good place to show off his hunting performance, while Bundle calls out to him, wondering if he was done with his work yet. Bundle informs Damien that he had picked up some useful things with his siblings. Damien sees this and praises him for his good work. The chat goes wild over how cute Bundle was and wonders if they were all Damien's pets, as they wanted to see the pets closer. Damien then began to show off Bundle to his audience, thinking that having these chicks loose would raise efficiency because they bring back items faster, but they were also great for the chat, allowing Damien to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. He then notices that it was time for him to log out already. He opens his inventory to check his items, noting that time goes fast with this and that the item farming went great. He was glad that it was pretty good for his first stream. He waves his hand goodbye to the chat, telling them that was all for today and that time was up. He thanks everyone who watched and hopes to see them next time. The chat says goodbye to Damien as he continues to wave back to them while being surrounded by Bundle and his siblings. The chat stream ends and Damien lets out a sigh, saying he was wiped. He sits down at a nearby tree, thinking that the swamp was a good hunting spot, but the monsters were stronger than in other places, and that the monsters could regenerate in the mud. He then recalls the unique traits of the zombies and skeletons, noting that their default attacks could cause status abnormalities, meaning that he had to be more careful when using Bloody Impulse next time. While chilling on his shoulder, Bundle asks Damien if he was tired and why he didn't give him and his siblings any weapons. Damien explains to him that his attacks won't work on the zombies and skeletons and that there was no need to show everyone all of their skills, as it was a scary world where they needed to have a few aces up their sleeves. Damien continues to look through his inventory, thinking that he couldn't expose the fact that he has a hidden class, as he might get betrayed like before his regression. Damien didn't expect these many items, but he had also leveled up twice and got a bunch of items. Damien had obtained swamp alligator leather, the dead's energy, and 38,154 gold. Damien laughs at the fact that these items and results were pretty good compared to the other dungeon. He then closes his inventory, wondering how the expedition team that Hatsan mentioned died, as Damien could have hunted in this place alone if he just fulfilled a few conditions. A quest notification appears in regards to the Karakoram swamp, whose purpose is to head to the swamp and find out what happened there. Its difficulty was high and recommends players to form a party who will be helpful. Damien sees the quest and wonders if he was wrong, since it was not a dungeon. He holds the token of heresy, thinking that Kieran's warning and the token might not be related to the quest at all. He stares at the token deeply, wondering if he came to the swamp for nothing, but wanted to check something else. Bundle was feeling afraid at the presence of the token, when suddenly a bunch of random characters started to feel the air. Damien looks up and sees spirits floating up in the air. He was shocked at the fact that he couldn't see them until now. He notes that the atmosphere of the place changed when he took out the token. He looks at the token of heresy, releasing a deadly red aura, knowing that something was wrong, while Bundle hides behind his shoulder away from the token itself. The wraiths continue to scream out loud as they danced in the air above Damien. He stands still due to his surprise at the sudden appearance of the wraiths, as he holds onto the token, which was unleashing a demonic aura in his hands. He looks surprised as he continues to look at the wraiths, wondering why they were here. Even Bundle was shocked to see them and asked Damien what those things were. Damien takes another look at the token of heresy, wondering what it does, as it had caused a phenomenon that even Bundle could see. Bundle exclaimed that as soon as Damien took out the token of heresy, the mood around them changed to the point that even Bundle could see it. Just as Damien was thinking to get ready for the next attack from the wraiths, something scares him as he looks forward. He sees the wraiths gathering and rushing toward him in a mad rush, which shocks him. He wonders what the hell was happening, as things had gotten weird with the wraiths. He knew that the wraiths would usually immediately attack anything alive, but it felt as if someone was pulling them deep into the swamp. Damien continues to look at the wraith's odd behavior. He felt that something was weird, as just before he had reincarnated, he had spent quite some time in the swamp and had never seen anything like this before. In fact, there were no ghost-type monsters in the swamp at all. He found this wraith activity suspicious and knew he had to track them to the source. He summons his trusty sushi knife while telling Bundle to get ready for combat just in case. Bundle agrees and gets hyped up. With a heavy step forward, Damien began his pursuit of the wraith's odd behavior. He then recalls that Hatsan had mentioned something like this before. Damien recounts what Hatsan had told him, that adventurers who went on the expedition at that time said that they didn't die to monsters or traps. It was as if they were possessed by a ghost, and 1 or 2 people would disappear at a time, and the people who were left said they lost consciousness as if they had been drugged. With the knowledge from Hatsan, Damien figured out that that was why the Adventurers Guild did not know why the expedition had failed. Upon seeing the wraiths, Damien started to remember something that Kairon had said to him before. A memory of Kairon is brought up when he tells Damien that for this task, he needed to be extremely careful, warning him that evilness is like an anglerfish. If he couldn't swallow it, he will be swallowed by it. Kairon then tells Damien to keep what he said next in mind. He tells Damien with a serious look on his face that if he meets something he couldn't handle, run away as fast as he can. If he was even a little slow, the evil will open its jaws wide and consume him without a trace. The flashback ends as Damien continues to track the wraiths. He notes that what Kairon said seriously was no joke. He then decides to check on his items first. He sees that he has enough potions to last, but an item in his inventory started to glow. A notification appears telling him that the token of heresy was glowing. Another notification appears telling Damien that the dead's energy was reacting to the token of heresy. Damien was shocked to see that the dead's energy item went up in smoke right in front of him. He then comes to a stop, wondering where the dead's energy was going. He soon sees that the dead energy was going deeper into the swamps. After chasing after it, Damien soon reaches the Lake of Oblivion. An endless number of dead zombies were seen floating in the waters of the swamp. A female player soon appears and says found it. The player was a kunoichi called Gumwa. She scans the ground and notes that something was definitely here. She thought that it was good of her to come here as soon as she saw the broadcast, as she could still feel the bastard's energy with her hand on the ground. She sees traces of Damien's energy and notices that it hasn't even been 30 minutes since he left, and that she was sure of it. Her eyes open wide as she could definitely smell Damien's scent clearly. But fear took over her body as she recalled her memories with Damien. A flashback is shown where Damien was threatening her to shut up or it won't end nicely. He then tells her to give up everything she owns, and then he would send her off painlessly. Gumwa became more furious over recalling those memories, cursing at Damien for daring to give her such humiliation, making her unable to forgive him at any cost. She then shouts out human to cast a kunoichi skill. A notification window appears with the word insect just as footprints start to glow, forming a path in front of Gumwa. She sees that the footprints Damien left behind showed that he was heading northwest, which led to the deepest part of the swamp. Her hand trembles in anger as she curses Damien in her mind. Just wait, you son of a bitch. Her eyes were filled with hatred as she screams out that she will definitely kill him this time. Damien scratches his eyes, wondering if somebody was cursing him as he felt his ears were being itchy. As he wandered deeper into the lake of oblivion, Damien wondered how much longer he had to walk as he noticed that he had been walking for more than 30 minutes already. A song could be heard being played in the lake. Damien wondered what this song was. As the more he listened to it, the more sleepier he was getting. Both Bundle and Damien had sleepy expressions on their faces as Bundle tells Damien that he was getting tired and wondered how long more they had to walk. Damien tells him to wait a second as he needed to check the mini-map. But a red notification window appears telling Damien that he couldn't see his location and to try again after exiting the current area. Damien was surprised to learn that he couldn't open his mini-map. His face was filled with a dreaded look as he knew that something was wrong. He looks around his surroundings, wondering where he was right now. Damien knew that if he had walked this much, he would have been able to see the island and the lake, but it was getting darker like a forest at night. With a nervous look on his face, Damien knew that he needed to check his surroundings to get a clue on his location. Bundle then taps onto his face and pointed down. Damien then notices the flow of the water. He could see that the water was flowing in the opposite direction. He notes that if this was the way to the Lake of Oblivion, then the water should be flowing inwards, not outwards. A horrible shrieking sound catches the attention of both Bundle and Damien as they turn to see what it was. The wraiths had returned and were now floating right above Bundle and Damien. Bundle cowers in fear as he calls out to Damien. Damien tells him that he heard it too and tells Bundle to be quiet for now while opening his inventory. He then decides on using 2 items first. Damien then holds the 2 items in his hand like before. 2 notifications appear telling him that the token of heresy was glowing and that the dead's energy was reacting to the token of heresy. But all of a sudden the dead's energy started to shoot out from Damien's hand, which shocks Bundle. Damien had a happy expression on his face as he turns to see where the dead's energy was going. He grips his hand in joy as he sees that the dead's energy was going backward as compared to the flow of the water, which made his prediction correct. Damien had finally realized that he wasn't going to the Lake of Oblivion but was instead heading toward the Forest of Death. He grins widely with joy over the fact that it had been a while since he had seen this kind of skill. Damien noted that they were using some fun methods. He then tells Bundle to close his ears. Just as Bundle was asking Damien why he should be closing his ears, Damien plucks a few bits of his feathers while telling him that if he doesn't block his ears, he would soon fall asleep and fall off his shoulder. As Damien blocks his ears with the feathers of Bundle's, he realizes that based on the song earlier, he notes that there wasn't enough mana for it to be barrier or hallucination magic, which meant that it must have been mental magic. Damien immediately turns around while preparing to run. He knew that mental magic was the only way to bypass his 6th sense and afflict confusion on him, which meant that the longer he hesitates here, the more dangerous it will be, so he needed to turn back immediately. As he tries to run back, the wraiths shriek and rush toward him. Damien was pissed off and told them to F off while using 2 skills at once called Flame Banquet and Decay Elixir. He manages to light the wraiths up like it was the 4th of July. The sound of the explosions sounded great to Damien as notifications pop up informing him that he had learned information about a new location and that his current location was the Lake of Oblivion. Another notification appears telling him that the world map information has been updated just as Damien manages to see something in the distance. He begins to walk slowly towards the object and removes the plugs he had placed in his ears. Damien thought about how the sounds and rates were slowly disappearing but wondered who the bastards were that played these tricks. A voice calls out to Damien telling him it was you. Hearing the voice shocks Damien and Bundle. Voldemort from Harry Potter appeared in the air in front of Damien, telling him about a disgusting energy that made sense once he saw Damien. The low version of Voldemort tells Damien that the body of a heretic was filled with the energy of the false god. Everything inside his body is an affront to the living gods, which was disgusting. Heretic black beast one who should not exist. Damien was too stunned to speak as he looks up at Voldemort, wondering about the meaning behind those words and what in the hell was that thing. Damien could only stare at the Voldemort wannabe as it T-poses in the middle of the lake. Damien then gets into an attack stance, wondering what the Voldemort-looking Dementor was. Voldemort tells Damien that there was nothing left to say anymore, and that since Damien knew too much of what doesn't exist in this world. It raises the side of its body in the air, telling Damien that it was going to give him a punishment that befitted his crime. A dark shadow soon exits from Voldemort's cloak. "Regret coming here, you heretic," it says as it raises its arm in the air. The water between Damien and Voldemort started to swirl at an immense speed. Notifications soon pop up one after the other warning Damien and informing him that there was a strong mama reaction from the Lake of Oblivion. The last notification tells him that a strong monster had appeared and warns him to be careful not to die in battle, just as something started to emerge from deep within in the waters of the lake. Damien stares at the large tower of water, wondering what was coming out of it as it had even caused the ground to shake. The water began to form a body like a snake and had a mask on its face. A notification pops up stating that it was a modified siren. Players can see sirens in the rocky areas of deep bodies of water or lakes. They call human men to the water with the sorrowful voice of a woman. Due to an unknowable power, it has changed and completely lost its original form. Its species was fairy and its type was named. Its unique trait was that it has vastly higher abilities and skills than normal sirens, so players needed to be careful while facing it. Damien was alarmed to know that what he was facing was a modified siren and wondered how such an ugly monster was a siren. Warning notification pops up while another tells Damien that the modified siren was preparing a strong attack just as a large pillar of water was seen forming up into the sky. A notification tells Damien to be careful not to die just as the modified siren unleashes four torrents of water toward Damien at fast speeds. The modified siren had used a skill called Hydro Pump. Damien sees the attack coming and quickly dodges it while cursing at the modified siren in his head. As he continued to dodge the modified siren's attacks one by one, he wonders why a powerful named monster was attacking him with such a dirty pattern. Voldemort wiggles its finger as it watches Damien dodge the modified siren's attack, telling him that although it was incomplete, this was evidence of its faith and the fruit of its research. It soon reveals its other arm, telling Damien that getting rid of someone like him was nothing. Damien turns to see that Voldemort had revealed his other arm, causing him to wonder what it was going to do next. He recalls briefly that Voldemort had not attacked him since earlier, and had instead stayed in the same place and just moved his body in two arms. Not to mention when it moves its finger bones, the color of the mana in the air slightly changes. Every time the modified siren's movements also change. Based on what he saw, Damien concluded that the modified siren was not an independent entity but was instead being manipulated by using a type of spell or sorcery. Damien wonders if that was what it meant by being incomplete. He looks back at the modified siren thinking that even by knowing that information, it didn't mean that he could face a monster whose level could not be measured. However, its mana was getting stronger, which meant that Damien needed to do something. Damien decides to stop dodging and stood still, looking at the modified siren being manipulated, meaning that his only hope was to sever that. He bends over to activate his skills: Bloody Impulse, Decay Elixir, Dark Green Blessing, Flame Banquet. The modified siren unleashes another attack of the Hydro Pump toward Damien, which gave him an opportunity as he dodges the attack. 35 degrees. 22 degrees, 47 degrees, 81 degrees. As Damien continued to dodge its attacks, he could finally see the angle of the unsophisticated water cannon now. He smiles at the thrill of this fight, as the thrill of not knowing when he was going to die was the reason he couldn't stop playing. He then takes a heavy step onto the ground, lunging himself forward with great speed, telling the modified siren gotcha. Damien had managed to leap onto the modified siren's body and into the air, catching it off guard by surprise. He then uses his skill Flame Banquet while combining it with 22 decay elixirs in his hand. He throws it directly in the modified siren's face, which causes a large explosion in its face. The modified siren's mask broke into multiple pieces due to Damien's attack. Notifications pop up informing Damien that the modified siren's defenses have been corroded and have a status effect due to it being in a state of burning. Damien bounces on the pieces of the broken mask with ease while being glad that his attack had worked on it. Another notification window informs him that the modified siren's stamina had been falling drastically. Damien now knew that he has to attack the main body, but something catches him off guard as well as Bundle. He sees that the modified siren's face was recovering almost immediately, meaning that Damien had to use another method. He instantly shouts out Bundle's name, which he immediately understood, causing him to jump off Damien's shoulder. While Bundle was in the air, he grabbed the attention of the modified siren and Voldemort. Damien thought that it was nice that the aggro was working now. Voldemort attempted to tell Damien that it was useless, but Bundle's chirping noise grabs its attention. As Bundle was still high up in the air, he points down to a massive number of his siblings that were near the lake. Damien could be seen on the shore of the lake surrounded by Bundle's siblings. He tells Voldemort to see if it was really useless once he had gotten hit, as he assures it that this attack was going to hurt a lot. He raises both of his arms in the air and started to cast Flame Banquet 125 times. A bunch of Bundle's siblings could be seen holding onto a blow dart while their bodies were covered in flames. They all chirped together at once and unleashed a wave of blow darts toward the modified siren. Their attacks land onto the modified siren with ease as pieces of its body and mask started to disappear. Bundle dodges their attacks while shouting at them to keep shooting. Voldemort began to wonder what was that just as Damien is seen rushing towards it with his trusty sushi knife in hand. "Where are you looking?" said Damien, which grabs the attention of Voldemort as it turns to see. Damien had appeared right in front of it with his arm raised high in the air with his sushi knife. The sushi knife soon lands right on top of Voldemort's mask, causing it to form a crack. But there was a problem, as Damien's face was filled with disbelief. He wonders what was beneath the mask, because no matter how hard he tried to push the knife in, it wasn't going in at all. "Leave," said Voldemort as his cloak began to form weird shapes. Damien immediately jumps away from it just as black shadowy tentacles came out of Voldemort's cloak. He slices at the tentacles that were trying to attack him, as he didn't expect to see those things here. Damien retreats back to the shore, surprised by the fact that Voldemort had protective measures on his actual body as well, but he soon spots something else that was happening. A warning notification pops up while another informs him that the modified siren was recovering its body. Pieces of its mask and body soon recovered, as another notification appears telling Damien to get rid of the modified siren before it completely recovers its body. Damien could only stare at it while it recovers and thought that it was way stronger than he had expected. Looking at the flames being gone from his hand, Damien knew that he had used up all of his flame lizard bracelets, thinking that he was going to finish everything in one go, but without the flame lizard bracelet now Damien wondered how he was going to physically damage the modified siren. Voldemort soon reaches out towards Damien with its creepy claw hands, asking him if this was his last struggle. Voldemort and its pet modified siren were soon fully recovered as they stand face to face with Damien and Bundle's siblings. A blue aura began to spread all around as Damien stares at the modified siren, knowing that it was almost completely recovered and that based on the quantity of mana, it was enough to cover the entire lake. The modified siren soon opens its mouth, but instead of water coming out, it started to speak out loud, saying "ah." Seeing this reaction made Damien realize something. He quickly turns away from the modified siren with his hands covering his ears. He shouts at Bundle's sibling to quickly cover their ears. The siren's scream continues to pierce the skies as Damien and Bundle tried their best to protect their ears from it. Notification alerts appears saying the modified siren is performing the song of the deceased, while another states that Damien movement and attack speed are slowed due to the effects of the song of the deceased. Damien continues to tremble due to the song as he covers his ears. He could feel that this was a similar debuff like the one he had felt in the Forest of Death. Another notification appears telling him that his mana was decreasing rapidly due to the song of the deceased. Bundle was looking drunk. He tells Damien that he was getting sleepy, but Damien could do nothing to help as he had realized it too late. The number of Bundle and his siblings fainting was more than he thought. Damien soon felt that he was becoming sleepy as well, causing him to think that he was too slow in covering his ears. He summons his trusty sushi knife, pointing it at his own leg. He knew that if he fell asleep here, he would die in reality too. He thrusts the sushi knife deep into his own life, knowing that no matter what he could not collapse here. The masked figure saw what Damien did to himself and said it was foolish of him, thinking that doing something like that will help you escape it. The masked figure continued to taunt Damien just as the siren began to moan louder. The loud shrieking noise catches Damien's attention as he turns to see what it was. He was wondering what kind of siren it was, but it was because it could drag the evil spirits from the swamp towards it. The masked figure continued to talk on. It explains that traditionally spirits are energies with the highest purity. If you forego your physical body, repent with your soul and worship the Messiah who will come again, even if it's a mere soul, you will receive salvation. On the day the world will end, we will defeat the false god, and the Messiah will open a new world and era. Damien could only think about how the evil spirits are going to the siren because it was using them as fuel. Although the song of the deceased is temporarily stopped, it keeps recovering, so how could Damien inflict physical damage on it? A smile crosses his face as he realizes that he could do that thing. The masked figure tells Damien to give up and accept his fate, even if he was a heretic. If Damien repents and offers his soul to the Messiah, Damien cuts its speech short by calling it bullshit. The masked figure was confused by what he said, so Damien repeated his words with a smile. Cut the bullshit, you bastard, he tells the masked figure as he holds onto a piece of cape it was wearing. Do you think I'll just lose obediently? Damien asked. The masked figure assumed that Damien had gone crazy from fear since his fate was already decided from the very beginning, but a sharp pain causes it to stop talking. The masked figure was confused and alarmed by the sudden sharp pain that was traveling through its body. Damien was excited to see that the function of using the witch doctor's skill called voodoo doll actually works here as he holds onto a voodoo doll with a needle pointed at it. The masked figure was confused about what was going on. He questions Damien about how he did it. How else you effer, said Damien as he continues to point the needle at the voodoo doll. Damien punctures the voodoo doll once again, causing the masked figure to scream in pain. He then explains to it that he had taken a piece of a torn clothing that was floating around and placed it in the voodoo doll. Because of you, I suffered so damn much, Damien shouted as he continuously pokes the voodoo doll with the needle, just like how I poke your mothers. Blood began to flow from underneath the masked figure's mask. Damien was surprised to see it bleeding now. Damien grew cocky as he walked towards the masked figure, telling it that he didn't know what it was made of, but he was sure that this wasn't such simple sorcery. And then he tells it to not die so easily. The masked figure calls Damien a bastard as it tries to reach out to him, but Damien immediately twists the arm of the voodoo doll. How dare you, he tells the masked figure. The masked figure's arm was then twisted, causing it to yell out in pain. Damien laughs at it, asking it if it was deaf, as he had told it that this wasn't simple sorcery. Knowing that the masked figure wouldn't be able to manipulate the siren for a bit, Damien calls out to Bundle and his siblings to wake them up. He informs them to take out their blowpipes as the flame banquet skill was still in effect. He points a finger forward with his eyes glowing like a maniac. He orders Bundle and his siblings to shoot so as to show them how strong he is. Bundle and his siblings agreed to the command and repeatedly fired blow darts to the masked figure and the siren together. Back in the Forest of Death, the female ninja stalking our man could feel that she had definitely passed by here and knew that something was strange. She continues to look around, noticing the strange singing she has been hearing since earlier. This causes her to think that she was hallucinating. She couldn't believe that she had fallen for such shallow tricks since she was too focused on finding her Jigachad. She begins to cast a skill, knowing that this flimsy hallucinatory magic meant nothing to her. She had used the kunoichi skill called Grass Bug. The skill reveals multiple green glowing footprints set in the waters in front of her. After the footprints reveal themselves, she notices that the traces lead to the place where the strange singing came from. She decides to charge forward no matter what could happen to him. She activates the kunoichi skill called Shadow Walking. It causes her to move fast through the forest as if she was the shadows itself. Her eyes were filled with the determination to kill our main Chad. She soon arrives to the scene where Bundle and his siblings were spending in endless waves of blow darts towards the siren. She immediately leaps into the air as she had found her target. Damien felt something and turned around to see what it was. He sees her marvelous figure reflected in his eyes, but his brain tells him that it was danger. Damien leaps out of the way from her attack as it startles Bundle and his siblings, causing them to run everywhere. He then prepares his trusty sushi knife, wondering who this was and where she came from. But upon seeing her up close, he realized that he had seen her from somewhere else. A question soon arose in his mind: why was she here? But the female ninja doesn't stop her attacks as she continues to rush towards our man. Damien could only feel frustrated as he needed to finish things now, but she just had to interfere at such an important moment. She attacks with a mad flurry of strikes, but Damien manages to block and deflect each one with ease. He soon pushes her away from himself. "Are you crazy?" he shouts as he tried to kick her hard. The female ninja flew back a few inches and was surprised that Damien had blocked her attacks. He then questions the female ninja about the reason why she was appearing suddenly at this important moment, but she doesn't answer, only telling him that she had waited for this day and that Damien would die by her hands today. "What bullshit," said Damien as he turns to look away, thinking about how he was finally going to win, but an unexpected guest just had to appear. The masked figure had notifications appearing, telling Damien that it has recovered its defensive power and stamina. Damien was alarmed to see this and decides to quickly send away the female ninja before attacking the masked figure before it recovers. Damien then calls out to the female ninja, asking her if she sees that as he points to the masked figure. He tells her to F off as he was pretty busy in getting rid of them, and that if she didn't want to be screwed like them, she needed to leave now. But the female ninja didn't care about the masked figure or siren. Her only goal now was to kill Damien as she prepares her own sushi knife against him. She lunges straight at our boy, asking him if he understood. Damien prepares himself as he calls her a crazy bastard. She then activates a skill called the Tiger's Molar, which turns her into a human Beyblade. Damien's anger rose as he prepares a punch. "The nerve of an insignificant person to go here," he says. "How annoying," he yells out as he punches the bitch away from him. As she flew back again, Damien turned around, pissed that he had already wasted his equipment. Seeing the siren moving again, he saw that the masked figure had escaped from the influence of the voodoo doll and had recovered the modified siren based on the notifications that appeared. How laughable. Is this the level of the heretics? The pain inflicted by a mortal man cannot bend my faith in the Messiah. The masked figure spoke. "I, Alistair, convict you heretic in the name of the Messiah. With your death I will let all the corrupt and false people in this land know the judgment and punishment of the Messiah. So be happy, heretic, your body and soul too, as they will be used without waste as evidence of faith in the Messiah." Damien could only wonder if it was insane, as he had never heard of the name Alistair in his past life. So it meant that he didn't have any information on him. He had also used up all his attacks, making his chances of winning less than 10%. But Damien knew that he couldn't back down, as he needed to get rid of the curse placed upon his body. Even if the odds are low, even if he couldn't escape, Damien needed to risk it all. "I need to solve my problems all by myself," Damien thought as he prepares for the upcoming battle. He decides to use it all here. The modified siren, the Alistair and Damien continue to have a stare-off contest. He thinks about how he could beat those guys up, but a moaning sound catches his attention from the side. The female ninja was still pissed off. She points a finger at Damien, swearing that she will kill him at all costs. "La Dita," Damien tells her as he continues to ignore her for the moment. He started to think about the upcoming battle instead. He knew that Alistair was going to act up again, and at this rate, the modified siren's pattern will activate again, so he started to prepare first. He calls out to the crazy ninja lady and tells her that this wasn't the time for her to try and kill him. She replies to our boy with a glare and pissed-off expression on her face. He points to the modified siren and Alistair while scratching his ear. He tells her that he was not joking and that it would be best for her to run away quickly. But she reminds him that she didn't care about what was going on. She asks Damien to stop stalling for time by acting pretentious and bullshitting. But a sudden notification disrupts their talk, telling them that the modified siren is performing the song of the deceased. A huge pillar of water started to rise into the sky as Alistair points his hands up. Red notifications appear stating that movement and attack speed are slowed due to the effects of the song of the deceased. The female ninja suddenly broke down and felt dizzy all around. She held a confused look on her face. She then stumbles backwards, wondering what this was. Damien appeared to be fine from the effects of the song. He taunts the female ninja that he had told her to run. Damien thought about how he covered his ears well so that the song wouldn't affect him. Damien took a readied stance, thinking about how he should calculate how much mana he has and to get all the buffs he could, and to use as many items as he could. Damien moves fast and spots a knife on the ground. Damien realizes that the female ninja had some stuff he could take. He threatens her with his trusty sushi knife and takes even more stuff from her. The female ninja could do nothing but watched as Damien took everything she had. Damien was whistling with joy as he holds onto a scroll like the ones from Naruto. He thought about how she had a lot of useful things, including the time bomb, which was quite an expensive item. Even more was that it was in its roll form. Damien had struck it rich. It's time for Damien to get serious since he had completed his preparations. All he needed to do was to finish things as planned. Alistair questioned Damien about whether he had finally given up since he hid his weapon away, which pleases Alistair as he tells Damien to do as he pleased. The modified siren had appeared right above Damien and Bundle's sibling, who could be seen hugging the tree in fear. Poor little guy, but Damien remained unfazed by it. He continues to walk towards Alistair and the modified siren, asking them if they wanted to know something fun. A grin crept onto his face as he tells them that he had been building mana inside his body since earlier, meaning that the mana hole inside of him is puffed up to the point where it's about to explode. Usually if someone gathers this much mana, it's normal for the person's mana hole to explode and for the person to die from their body exploding. With a smile like the Joker on his face, Damien asks them a question: what if the mana hole is much bigger than other people's? What would happen? Alistair remained confused and asks Damien about what he was saying just as a red aura started to creep up on him. With a sudden heavy step onto the ground that destroys it in an instant, Damien had cast the Witch Doctor skill. 99 times he casted the skill Bloody Impulse together. A red aura filled the skies as Damien leaps towards the modified siren and Alistair, as if he was a comet that was tearing through space. Take this bomb, Damien says to the modified siren as he activates the Witch Doctor skill Decay Elixir 47 times. He flings the Decay Elixir straight into the modified siren's face. It screams out in pain as a green explosion of smoke appears. Its mask is cracked, which Damien spots as he slowly falls down. He noted that it was nice as the preparations were enough. Play the Naruto theme song as our boy appears with 2 kunais attached with 200 time bombs between his fingers. He dances in the air with somersaults, landing multiple bomb attacks onto the modified siren with ease all over its body. The time bombs had done quite a lot of damage as it dropped the modified siren's health bar to 2. The female ninja was alarmed to see that Damien could use the time bomb when he wasn't a practitioner of ninjutsu. This was shocking to her, as you could only use it if you're well versed in ninjutsu. You bastard, said Alistair as he watches Damien flip in the air like Spider-Man. It's useless, he screams as he reaches out with his clawed hands. Alistair had begun to control the modified siren back as more evil spirits began to appear, but Damien turns around with a smile as he tells Alistair that he knew that this would happen. He finally lands back onto the ground, instantly dashing to the back of Alistair while summoning his weapon. Alistair turns around in a hurry, calling Damien a bastard, but Damien already had his knife out. He stabs Alistair repeatedly all over his body, yelling at him about how he thought Damien wouldn't be able to understand such a simple mechanism. But red notifications appear telling Damien that the durability of the sashimi knife was decreasing from 11% to 8% left. Soon enough the blade of the sashimi knife broke, which Damien was alarmed to see. A red notification appears saying that the sashimi knife had been destroyed, but our boy doesn't stop in his attacks as he holds onto the pointed part of the sashimi knife, his hand covered in blood as he grips onto it tightly. He finally stabs it right into the forehead of Alistair's mask, causing a huge crack to appear. But our boy still doesn't stop his attacks. He continues on to use a kunoichi skill twice called Kurenai, which summons more knives into his hands. Frustration grew on his face as he realized how much Alistair wouldn't die. He continues to whack at Alistair. Die, die, you bastard, Damien shouted as he unleashes his fury upon him. Alistair could only ponder about Damien's force as he recalled having gotten rid of the shells of emotions, but he was started to feel a slight sense of fear and pure malice. As Damien was ready to attack one again, he could feel that he was at his limit since the mana he had gathered so much of in his body was about to explode. Veins appeared on his body and face as he tries his best to continue the attacks, but Alistair looks at him and tells Damien to die just as some blue stuff starts to pop out from him. Damien was shocked to see these black and blue tentacles appearing in front of him. He knew that he couldn't dodge it at this distance, so the tentacles pierced through multiple areas throughout Damien's body, including his iconic boar helmet. Alistair grins inside his mask, saying that he had finally done it. But Damien was still very much alive as he holds onto the black tentacles. Alistair was alarmed to see that Damien was still alive even after being pierced by his black tentacles. Damien lets out a deep sigh as he continues to hold onto the black tentacle, with a smile on his face and his eye glowing. "Checkmate," Damien says. Blood splatters in the air as the female ninja was shocked to see what just happened. She continues to watch from the sidelines as Damien and Alistair continue to battle it out. She commented that this was not something you could consider as a human's fight. This was a bloody battle between beasts. Alistair's coughs as he continues to call Damien a bastard while using his tentacle skills. But Damien remained unfazed from the tentacle's attacks. His eyes glowed like a predator as he continues to charge in. He lands a heaving left hook punch like Mike Tyson directly into Aliastar's face. He asked him if he thought those attacks would work on him. Aliastar could only become a punching bag for our hero as he wonders how it was still possible for Damien to move even after taking the full blunt of his attacks. Who is this man? Alistair wonders. Anger and the devil itself started to arise from Damien as he readies his fist. He tells Alistair to clench his jaw tightly, cause Damien was going to crush him before he goes. Damien had entered into a new dimension of power as he holds onto Alistair's cloak with a smile on his face. Sounds of Damien's fist constantly hitting the bitch-ass Alistair's face could be heard throughout the forest of the dead. The female ninja continues to tremble in fear as she watches the clash of the titans. Damien continued to unleash his gigachat anger into Alistair's face, causing his mask to break into more pieces. It revealed an ugly side to him. It looked like Voldemort's head when he was attached to the professor's head. Damien continued to laugh off the pain as Alistair's tentacles continued to be stuck inside him. This is the painful version and not the hentai one, guys. As Alistair continued to be a punching bag to Damien, he wonders if this was really how he would go, but all of a sudden a red notification appears onto Damien's fist. It tells him that Alistair was attempting to self-detonate. Damien was alarmed to find this out as he looks at Alistair, who started to shoot out light beams from within his mask. Another red notification appears, telling Damien to please be careful not to die from the impact of the explosion. "This crazy," said Damien as he watched in horror as the bright light started to shine even brighter into his face. Alistair's mask began to have bubbles all over his mask as more light started to pour out. The entire area was lighted up as if fireworks from the 4th of July had started to appear. A massive explosion was seen afterwards that caused the waters to run rapid everywhere. Once the explosion was cleared, a lone figure stood in the middle of the lake by itself as debris continued to fall everywhere around it. The figure was revealed to be Damien, who had casted his zombification skill in order to endure and block the explosion from Alistair. "I think I thought of you too lightly," said a voice. This catches Damien's immediate attention as he looks to where it came from. He spots a figure in the skies moving around disgustingly. The black slime ball had revealed bright red glowing eyes and a creepy smile. "You bastard, come down right now, before I rip you to shreds," shouted Damien as he thought about how Alistair was still alive even after self-detonating and whether that was not his main body. Alistair took a moment before telling Damien that he would acknowledge this as his loss. Alistair continues to look down upon Damien, telling him that even though he didn't find out the identity of that inside of him, it was because he rushed too much. But regardless, even with Damien's strength, he couldn't avoid the coming dawn. The day the Messiah comes, Damien's fate, just like a shroud of dust, will go flying. Hearing those words coming from Alistair continued to anger Damien as veins continued to pop on his face. Alistair gave off a creepy smile and continued to talk. "On the coming day, I will sit on the Messiah's right side and watch your destruction, and I will become the spearhead that tells the gospel of this land's salvation." He then explodes again into a bunch of black goo that drops all around Damien and into the lake. Notifications appear telling Damien that he had defeated Alistair's other self, and that he had defeated the modified siren as well. He had finally gained experience and has reached level 44. Damien was annoyed as he kneels on the ground as his zombification has been deactivated. He couldn't believe that Alistair had disappeared after spouting such good-for-nothing nonsense. A red notification appears warning him that his body signals is more unstable than the threshold. It urges Damien to log out. "Are you okay, stupid master?" said Bundle as he rushes over to Damien's side. "Chirp chirp chirp," his siblings shouted with concern on their faces. More notifications appear, telling Damien that he had cleared the Karakoram Swamp quest. He has received the rewards from the Adventurer Guild's branch manager Hatsan. Another tells him that he has found a hint for Heresy's traces, while the last notification informs him to find his teacher Kairon to find out more. Damien shrugs his body due to the pain. He knows that now wasn't the time to be happy for completing a quest, as he had almost died, both in-game and in real life. He recalled the battle from before, stating that Alistair was the strongest opponent he had ever faced since regressing, and the one he fought wasn't even Alistair's main body. Damien continues to wonder about the identity of that bastard, but a sudden scream interrupts his thoughts as both Damien and Bundle turned around to see what it was. The female ninja was still sitting on the ground. She moved back slightly with her eyes closed as she trembles. "Don't come closer," she yelled out. Damien couldn't believe what was going on. He wonders what was wrong with her now. Bundle replies that he didn't know. The female ninja had finally stood up. She quickly ran away from Damien and Bundle, shouting out, go away, you monster," but her clumsiness catches up to her as she trips and falls flat onto the ground. This brings a smile to Damien's face as he grins widely. He reaches out to her saying, "Good timing." The female ninja screams like a chick from a horror movie as Damien's hand reaches towards her, but all Damien did was simply flick her on the head. This catches her off guard as her face turned into a meme. Damien lectures her, telling the female ninja that he would really kill her if she chases after him again like she did just now. Bundle shouts at her as well, asking her if she got it. Damien turns to leave but tells her to go back obediently and to get some rest. The female ninja became even more confused as she wonders if that was all Damien had to say or do to her. A bright ring of light appears above Damien as he tells Bundle that they should get going. He had summoned the invocation of the Book of the Black Covenant. Damien had summoned the Bifrost like the one in Marvel to return him back to the village. The female ninja watches as Damien left her alone, but soon realizes something. She yells out loud to Damien that he should have given her back her weapon. Back at the Golden Lark lodgings located in the Terra Kingdom, "You're here," said a voice. Damien appears at the doorway with a stunned expression on his face. He was surprised to see his master here, who was sitting down while radiating brightly. Damien asks him about why he had entered someone else's room without permission, but Kayron laughs it off, telling Damien that everything he had belongs to him as well. But Damien asks him why he was here. Kayron tells him that he came here because he had a reason to. Bundle appears beside Kayron annoyed. He tells him that he wanted food too and that if he eats all of it by himself, Bundle was going to cause trouble for the old man. Damien was relieved to see that Bundle and Kayron were getting along well. As Kayron finally gave Bundle some food, "Did you meet them?" asks Kayron. He points a finger towards the rune of domination that Damien was holding onto. A notification appears in front of his face as he holds out the rune of domination in his hand. He tells Kayron that he didn't just meet them, but that he had a close fight with them to the point that he almost died. Just what is Alistair's identity? Damien wondered. Kayron took a moment before telling the Damien about them. He explains to Damien that Alistair was part of a group that calls themselves the Crucifix's Dawn. Their goal is to descend the existence that they worship as the Messiah to this land. Messiah? Damien questioned before asking Kayron if they were some kind of cult. Kayron gave off a serious look on his face. He tells Damien that they were a very dangerous cult. They were religious fanatics who believe that this world, which is ruled by the 6 gods, including the goddess of light, Arya, is a fake world, and that the world of the Messiah they follow is this world's real state. AI has come alive, guys. Damien thought about how he sees Kayron as a religious fanatic too. He then questions Kayron about who is the Messiah that they believe in. Kayron replies with a question. "Do you know about the evil god?" Damien drew a blank expression as he wonders what the evil god was. Kayron further explains that the evil god was a living embodiment of evil and a type of demon, the hidden monarch, the sinful saint, Big Fire, Six-Eyed Beast. He has a lot of names, but in the end, he is the first evil born. From the first evil born from the great god of darkness, Shaka. Balak was the demon's name. In ancient language, his name means, the one who annihilates, and he is an ancient evil who's been trapped on the other side of the world, unable to appear on this continent. Damien was taken back as he realized that shit had gotten real and that the scale suddenly got so much bigger. Damien thought deeply about the ancient evil, before realizing something shocking that came across his mind. He realized that all kinds of evil are rampant because of Shaka's absence, which meant that Kayron was saying that the source of that evil was Balak. Kayron nods his head in agreement and noted that his disciple wasn't that dumb. He also pointed out that the thing inside Damien and their origins are the same. This was alarming to Damien, as he recalled the demon king Abraxas, but Kayron tells him not to be mistaken. He tells Damien that they simply worship the beginning evil that became rampant in Shaka's absence, and are mere robbers who only know a part of the truth of the end. They are Shaka's enemies. In other words, They are our enemies as well as our worst enemies' enemies. Damien was shocked to see that Shaka had so many enemies, as Kairon had only mentioned the goddess of light to be his enemy. "Are you complaining that we have more enemies?" asked Kairon. Damien immediately turns into an angel and tells him no, thinking that he was a crazy old man who was quick-witted. Kairon smiles and tells Damien not to worry. In the end, they rose using the twisted power of darkness, and are vermin who deny the gods and kill their creation. Their deterioration will become your bravery, and their subservience will one day become your strength, as long as Shaka's grace is with you. Kairon yelled out as he grabbed onto Damien's hand, causing dark purple aura to spread all around. Damien became mad and annoyed, wondering what was going on as the rune of domination started to change. Lightning started to spark everywhere as he yells at Kairon about what he was doing. Bundle immediately flies away from Damien. A glitched-out notification appears calling for warnings. Another states that an unfamiliar feel has seized Damien. Damien's veins started to pop and reveal themselves as whatever Kairon did had taken an effect on him. An error report is seen on the notification window as most of its contents are blurred out. Damien thought about how he couldn't understand the feeling that was going through his body. "Focus," Kairon shouted. "As I said, in the end, that is also the same darkness as theirs. You need to swallow it whole and take it as your nourishment." Damien's face was filled with pain as he tried his best to get a handle on the excruciating feeling that was coming all over him. He curses at Kairon, calling him a crazy FING old man. Another glitched notification appears, telling him that a fragment of darkness is permeating inside of him. Damien shouts in pain even more as the core inside him started to unleash black lightning everywhere. The glitched notification informs him to focus on absorbing the fragment of darkness. The veins inside of his body had turned into a golden river. The notification finally gets back to normal, telling Damien that he had cleared the quest token of heresy. As the insides of his body began to change rapidly, another notification pops up, telling him that he had gained experience and reached level 45. The painful experience had finally come to an end. Damien kneels onto the ground, breathing deeply as his body was sweaty all over. Another notification appears, telling him that the items that were disabled due to his low level have been unlocked. More notifications appeared, stating that the Oracle and Rune page has been activated. Damien was surprised to learn this as he looks at the windows. His hand started to glow bright green as another notification informs him that he has gained the Rune of Greed Extorting Hand. Damien stares at his hand, all confused, wondering what this was. Was it a pattern, or is this a charm? More notifications appear. Even I'm getting sick of notifications. It tells Damien that the Rune page was opening. A book appears in the air in front of him. He looks at it in disbelief as it shined brightly. His eyes opened wide as he looks at what it was. He wonders if this was the Sephiroth's tree, but upon looking at it closer, he realized that it seemed a bit different. Kairon wonders what the Sephiroth was but tells Damien that it was not that. He informs him that its name was the 7 Deadly Sins. They are Balak's subordinates and are the 7 evils of the beginning. Unlike Balak, who is trapped on the other side of the world, the 7 Deadly Sins undoubtedly exist in this world, planning certain things through their disciples, to bring him back from the other side. Damien wonders if Alistair was one of those disciples. Kairon agrees and tells him that Alistair was one of the Crucifix's Dawn's 7 disciples, who received power from the 7 Deadly Sins. Damien thought about the name 7 Deadly Sins as he recalls having heard of that somewhere before. He finally recalls where he had heard the name 7 Deadly Sins. It was from Abraxas, the Lord of Abyss. Demon King Abraxas also had apostles named the 7 Demon Dukes. Damien wondered if this was all a mere coincidence. Kairon tells him that from now on, Damien needed to defeat them one by one and absorb their powers. Damien figures that the Goddess of Light is hard enough by herself and wondered how long it will take for him to catch them all. Like in Pokemon, Kairon tells him that complaining was useless, because if he doesn't want to catch them, they will come looking for him themselves. Both Damien and Bundle were surprised and shocked to learn this. Kairon continues to explain that to them. This incident was nothing. If anything, they're simply aware of his existence now. He further adds on that Alistair wasn't even in his main body, and that all Damien did was bring them back up to the surface. Damien rubs his head in frustration over the new information he had been told. He yells out at Kairon, asking him what would happen if he completes it. Kairon tells him that he would earn power to match the lore of the other side. He lets out an evil smile and laughs, telling Damien that he would need to be careful not to be eaten alive by the thing that was inside of him. Darkness naturally consumes and is consumed to gain power. He then turns to leave, but laughs out loud once more before telling Damien that he was going to have a difficult journey from now. Damien agrees with him as it was thanks to a certain someone that kept throwing him onto death's doorstep. Keiron hears those words and tells Damien, "Your tongue is like that of a snake's. Are you saying that my methods are wrong?" Feeling the anger and murderous aura from Keiron forced Damien to take a prepared stance. Damien lets out his own aura to let the old man know that he wouldn't just stand by and suffer this time. But Keiron was smiling as he realized that Damien had changed a lot from when they first met. Before leaving, he tosses something into Damien's direction and tells him to take it. Damien grabs it and asks what it was. Keiron explains to him that it was an item that detects evil energy. If there is impure energy around him, it will respond, so he would know if they were approaching in advance with that. Damien smiles happily as Keiron had finally given him something quite useful for once. Damien questions whether Keiron was really giving it to him, but Keiron disappears from the window instantly. Damien watches as he leaps away. He continues to watch him jump around the city, calling him a weirdo. Damien finally rests on his bed, glad that Keiron was taking care of him since he was his teacher. He then takes a closer look at the item. It was called Tessa Ring. It had the rank hero. It senses evil energy and glows red. Damien was alarmed to see how rare this item was. He thought that Keiron was just a broke old man and questioned where he got such a precious item. Bundle asks him if the item was that expensive. Damien tells him that if he sells this item, he would be able to buy a sedan. Bundle questions him about what a sedan was, but Damien tells him not to worry about it. He then thought about how he had unlocked something else as well. He calls out for the rune page that appears right above him. A window appears about the rune of greed extorting hand. It states that when struck, a fixed amount of HP or MP is extorted. The rune page revealed black pages that contained writings and drawings of a hand in white. Damien was alarmed to see that the skill had changed from blood absorption to mana absorption. He was even shocked to see how OP his was and that it was only the first property. "Isn't being OP good, stupid master?" Bundle asked, but Damien wore a disturbed expression on his face. He knew that it was a problem since it was too good. He continued to think, if the first stage reward is such an OP ability, just how strong will the next opponent be? He looks down and wonders if he could really get them all by himself. But another window appears before him. It was a letter from Minjun, telling Damien that he had arrived at the main continent, and asked where he needed to go. "What?" shouted Damien as he arrived inside the city walls. "Did you say Jushin?" he asked Minjun as Damien himself couldn't believe it. Minjun tells him that it was what his system window said as he looks at it with a nervous expression on his face. He also told him that the people he was around were walking around while wearing some old-fashioned clothes. Minjun could also see Chinese characters and old-school tiled roof houses. He continues to compare his current location to what was almost like its half-historical and half-martial arts novel. Hearing Minjun describe his location brings a shock to Damien's face as he finally realizes where he was. He tells Minjun that he had hit the jackpot. Minjun continues to wander around his new area thinking about what Damien meant by that. Damien soon tells him that he was in the Eastern Continent and that Minjun was one of the first AC users to get there. Minjun was startled to hear that from Damien as even his expression shocked the people near him. He finally realized for himself that he wasn't in the main continent but was instead at the Eastern Continent. Damien soon asked him about how he could have gotten there by himself. Minjun then tells him the story as he recalls the past. He tells Damien that he had met an old man who was picking clams at the dock and that he decided to help him. In return, the old man gave him a ride, and that was the end of the story. After hearing the story, Damien immediately tells Minjun to start streaming as this was basically a sign from the gods telling him to be a streamer. Minjun was hesitant but soon agrees with Damien's idea. Damien also told Minjun that if he was curious about anything he should feel free to ask him as Damien was willing to set up his stream for him. Minjun was glad to hear that and decides to leave the streaming to Damien, but he soon scratches his head over the idea that he was the first AC user to reach the Eastern Continent, which is weird to him. But what weirder was the fact that Damien knew about the Eastern Continent. Damien could be seen laughing out loud. He couldn't believe that Minjun was actually the first person to reach the Eastern Continent, the nation where the sun rises from the east. Jushin. It was supposed to be a new continent discovered after a year. Damien soon recalls an image of an old man with lighting all around him. He noted that this man was Master Rising Thunder Sky, who was from Jushin too, and uses the Martial Supreme Rising Thunder Sky technique. Damien, who was an average hand-to-hand fighting class before regressing, was taught an outstanding internal energy arts and martial arts of incredible power by this NPC. His current knowledge of the Eastern Continent was also due to the old man. Thanks to the old man, Damien was able to defeat the original continent's rookies and received the title, but as Damien continued to stroll through the city, he thought about how it was all in the past and so was the glory that came along with it, but as he opened his status window, his face was filled with annoyance as he was now somebody who had to use these shitty witch doctor skills. He quoted a phrase, "Those who will succeed will do so regardless of what they do." Bundle appears with an angry look on his face. He scolds Damien for saying those words as it meant that he was insulting Bundle right now. Even Damien was caught off guard by the sudden appearance of Bundle. Bundle begins to attack Damien, telling him that he had heard everything he said. The two continued to mess around with each other, catching the attention of anyone who was near them. The scene changes to the Terra Kingdom Branch Adventurers Guild. I forgot this lady's name, so we will call him Mommy Maid. Mommy Maid looks up with a smile, saying that the pride of the Terra branch is here. She had heard that Damien was injured but looked fine now. Damien was confused by her presence and questioned her about where Hatsan was. She tells him that Hatsan had went on a work trip and that she was acting as his proxy while he was gone. Damien couldn't believe it but still asked for work as he needed to make money. Mommy Maid was surprised to learn that Damien had already used all his money as his recent pay should have been pretty good. Damien knew that, but upon seeing his inventory his face showed a defeated look. A status window appears showing the current state of his equipment. His trusty sashimi knife had been destroyed alongside his flame lizard bracelet. The Ninjawala's leather pants only had 11% durability left and his golden rabbit sandals only had 5% durability left. Damien actually wanted to rest, but he didn't have a choice since all of his gear got wrecked during his previous fight. He soon thinks about Kieran's words about how even he couldn't know when the 7 deadly sins bastards will attack again, which was why Damien needed to recover his gear as soon as possible. He also thought about how he had the contract payment was entertainment gave him, but he didn't want to touch that if possible. He needed to use it for his father's hospital fees and for his mom and sister Jean-Hoon living expenses. Damien was feeling more tired as he knew that he couldn't make the same mistakes as before. Mommy Maid continues to stare at Damien with curious eyes. She soon tells him that since it was a request from none other than their ace, she has to do what she says, while giving a seductive bombastic side-eye. Seeing that side-eye sent shivers down Damien's spine as he thought about how this person was really a bit scary. She soon hands him a piece of paper and tells him to read it. After reading the paper, Damien was shocked to see what it was. Mommy Maid licks her lips, telling him that it wasn't an easy job, but if it's her darling Damien, she was sure it would be possible. The scene changes to the Veritas Highlands where snow and ice covered the land. A portal is seen with various users surrounding it. Damien was busy dealing with the freezing cold weather. His body shivers intensely as he couldn't believe that Mommy Maid gave him a place like this one, which reminded him of the past. Bundle was curious and asked if he had been here before. Damien tells him no, but that there was a similar place in the world he lived in. It was during his National Army service. Back in Korea, an announcement is made, calling out for those who have volunteered for the defense of Aldean Fortress to please gather at the central square. A knight clad in heavy armor announces again, stating that in 30 minutes, Commander Michael will instruct them. The knight continues to repeat the same announcements as more and more users started to move towards the portal. Damien watches the crowd from the back and wonders if it was starting. He soon recalls the Aldean Fortress. It was a place where monsters appear almost every day, not to mention that geographically speaking, it was not a nice place. The rate at which people run away and die is high, so most ranked mercenaries are opposed to going. Mommy Maid informs Damien that from the kingdom's perspective, it's also a place that must be defended to prevent monsters from crossing over the border. Damien replied that it sounds difficult just from hearing about and wonders whether the pay is good. Cha-ching. She reveals to him that the basic pay is 200,000 gold, and depending on his achievements he could get a bonus. Among the currently registered quests, this has the highest pay but warns him that the quest won't be easy. Damien himself heads over to the central square, talking about how there was nothing easy in this world, but regardless, he just needs to face whatever comes his way. "Ah, you!" shouted a voice as a gloved finger is seen pointing towards Damien. The sudden shout causes Damien and Bundle to turn around and see who it was. It was the female party leader who Damien had stripped her clothes off. She calls him out to him and calls him a pervert from back then. Damien soon remembers her as the person he met at the Great Wolf King raid from before. She was annoyed but his presence and questioned how scum like him was here. Damien tells her that her words were too harsh since they met after so long. He soon realizes that she had gotten new equipment, which meant she had spent some money. Hyun immediately covers her body in fear after hearing those words from Damien. She tells herself to not be scared as she couldn't be afraid of a pervert like him. She recalls her past experience where an instructor told her that she didn't have enough training, and that a blacksmith said it was difficult to repair her equipment, and finally if she wanted to recover her gear, she needed to have money. Hyun started to shake with anger as she recalled the shame she experienced because of the bastard Damien. She finally takes out her sword, telling him to prepare as today was the day he was going to die. "You'll regret it," said Damien with a mean face. Bundle too had a mean face going on, but Hyun couldn't believe what he said. Damien started to get serious as the look in his eyes changed. He repeats to her that if she doesn't put her sword down, she'll regret it. But his words had no impact on her as she rushes forward to attack. She unleashes her skill called Chevalier Attack Composite, which pierces Damien's head, but she could sense that he had dodged it with ease. She quickly turns around and tells him that she wouldn't let him go, but a voice tells her that she had lost her mind. With a swift motion, a leg is seen letting out a kick that sends her flying back hard. Her face was filled with pain as she holds onto her stomach, but she soon coughs out a green liquid, EW, and collapses onto the ground. Damien stood over her with a smile on his face, telling her that he was right about her regretting it. He then looked straight ahead and noted that it was him, the people at the front who protect the border and Aldean fortress with absolute defense. It was the Night Crow Knights. A man wearing a cape and armor is seen in a kicking stance. He tells the crowd that those who fight within Aldean fortress will be immediately executed. "Do you want to die?" he asked with a serious look on his face. This was Jorno D. Jekachev, the 6th platoon commander of the Night Crow Knights. Cloak with feathers like those of a crow's and dark-colored armor, the leading role in protecting the border in Aldean's fortress with absolute defense, where each individual is known to exceed the skills of the knight commanders of the royal guards of most kingdoms. This was the Night Crow Knights. Jorno looks down at Hyun in silence, before wondering if she was a member of the Ursulija family. A red jewel with a marking is seen which symbolizes the sign of the Ursulija family. He tells her that it seems like the level of manpower of the Ursulija family has fallen significantly. "How dare you," responded Hyun after hearing that from him, but Jorno turns to leave, telling her that since she was a member of one of the families that represent the Terra Kingdom, she needed to act accordingly, but if she wasn't a member of the Ursulija family, he would have killed her on the spot. She held a shocked expression after hearing that warning. Damien continues to taunt her, surprised to learn that she had quite a good backer and that he didn't know that the Night Crow Knights wouldn't take their swords out in a situation like this. He tells her to consider herself lucky since it looked like her class saved her life. But hearing those words coming from Damien made her even more angry. He continues to tease her after seeing her reaction, telling her that he knew she had feelings for him but that she should focus more on her job like the knight said. He reminded her that they weren't here on a vacation. Damien then smirks at her, telling her that she wouldn't have time to focus on him since she would be trying her best just to stay alive. He finally decides to leave and waves her goodbye and good luck. Hyun could only shout in the air about what was wrong with Damien, equipping a high-efficiency item enchanted with homeostasis magic to maintain body temperature as well as stamina recovery magic to combat long periods of reconnaissance or marches. The highest level of defense Damien can use at his current level. Our boy has now joined the Night Watch. Damien had equipped the full set of the Chaser of the Night armor. He was excited as he noted that the quality was quite amazing for a Baron Border Corps supplies. No matter how cold it was going to get, Damien believed that he would be fine with this set of armor. Bundle was happy as well as he himself had equipped the same set of armor. He tells Damien that he was warm too now. Damien looks at Bundle and was impressed by his latest fit, but Bundle teases Damien that he looked like a chick too now. Damien plays along and tells Bundle that he was actually a crow right now. "It seems you've taken quite a liking to the supplies," said a voice. It was from the Knight Jorno. He reminds Damien that if he dies and all the equipment would be worthless. Damien laughs at that remark but agrees with Jorno that everything is useless once you die. He recognizes Jorno as the Night Crow he saw outside earlier. A status window appears and reveals some information about Jorno. It states that he is the eldest son of the Jekachev family who avoided and survived the purging of political opponents. After losing everything, he devoted himself to Aldean Fortress. Now no one knows of his past. He uses the swordsmanship of the Night Crows and the swordsmanship of Jekachev. His level was 99 and held numerous titles. Jorno tells Damien that judging from his energy, he noted that he wasn't a rookie like the woman from earlier. But then he issues a reminder to Damien, telling him not to forget that this is a dangerous place where even experienced warriors die overnight. The only ones who will clean his body are monsters. Damien could only nervously agree to what Jorno said as he thought of him as being pretentious. Giorno then tells Damien to go outside as he was the last one and that soon the commander's instruction for the defense will begin. Damien salutes Giorno as he left, telling him that he understood his instructions. A massive crowd is seen gathering in front of the portal. All of them were wearing the same set of night watch armor. A foot appears on the steps leading to the portal. A man is seen hunch over and walks up the steps. He turns around and shouted at the top of his lungs, welcoming the soldiers and introducing himself as Michael Sinister, the commanding officer. He greatly praises the crowd's courage for coming to this cursed place on their own 2 feet. He talks about how some may be here for their own advancements while others are here because of unexplainable circumstances. There are also those that may be here due to a sense of duty to protect humanity from the monsters outside of the borders. But he gives out a warning that this place is a cursed land where nothing they wanted exists. This is a place where you have to kill in order to not be killed. This is originally the land of the monsters. It was that way since before and it will continue to be that way. He announces that from today onwards, they will follow the fortress regulations and are to prepare for the coming day of the twin moons, and to carry out their duty to protect the border with absolute defense. Although it will only last for half a month, it will be a difficult battle. This time might be the last for the fortress. The crowd began to talk amongst themselves after hearing the message from the commander, but he continues to talk, telling them to not forget that all they have to protect is themselves. With a fierce look in his eye, he tells the crowd that after today, they will all be busy fighting, so if they had anything to ask now. Any questions? He yells at the crowd. A man raises his hand and asks the commander about what they needed to do from now on. The commander reveals to them that the Aldean fortress is at the edge of Veritas Highlands, and is located at the summit, which spreads out in the shape of a fan. Thanks to their geographical advantage, they've been able to block the monsters on the borders until now. But on the other hand, that's the main reason Aldean Fortress is being invaded periodically. That's why they needed to prepare for the invasion of the enemies before the day of the twin moons and get classified into the Annihilation Team, the Reconnaissance Team, and the Pioneer Team. And on the day of the twin moons, they will need to put all of their power into stopping the coming monsters. The crowd grew nervous, wondering what kind of monsters they will be facing. The commander tells them that although they had fought the monsters for a long time, they were unsure of their exact identities. The monsters were irregular and different in kind with no particular abilities or shapes, but he tells them that the monsters all have one thing in common, and that it was they were all specialized in killing. Hearing that dampened the atmosphere amongst the crowd as fear began to take over them. With a snap of his fingers, the commander announces that he will organize them into their teams. He tells them to move according to Peterson's regulations. The crowd grew wild over the new instructions and regulations. Some were upset and stated that they were a gold-rank adventurer from the Adventurers Guild. But as they argued, a man suddenly enters the town square. One of the members of the crowd continues to complain to the commander, asking him if he thought that he came here just to clean up after the old men. But the other members soon grew silent as the large shadow appeared behind them. The man who was complaining scolded the commander, telling him that he was just tools for users to level up and that without the users, they wouldn't have anyone else that needed them. The huge shadow soon casts over him, causing him to turn around nervously to see what it was. The large figure tells the man to keep talking. With his fist raised into the air, he slams it into the user, turning him into nothing but blood. A window appears stating that the user called on the West had died and logged out. Due to the use of inappropriate language, his account has been suspended. The other members of the crowd were shocked to witness the sight of one of them being killed in a single blow by the large figure, with blood all over his face and armor. He warns the users that if they go against the commands, they will be executed, and that if they resist or tried escaping, they will be executed. He continues to warn them that all acts that go against Aldean Fortress will result in immediate execution. Reminds me of Oprah, you get an execution, you get an execution. He then tells the users that if they wanted to end their lives right now, it wasn't a bad decision to keep talking shit like the bastard who had just died, since it'll be less painful than getting ripped to shreds by the monsters outside the border. He says with murder in his eyes. After witnessing the scene of a user being murdered right in front of him, even Damien wondered if he and Bundle should just run away right now. Aldean Fortress assignments are divided into 3 teams. The Pioneer Team is in charge of supplying goods and repairing buildings. The Annihilation Team protects from the invasion of monsters on top of the fortress walls. And the Reconnaissance Team analyzes the trends of the monsters from outside the fortress. Because the Reconnaissance Team has to search outside the fortress, they are the ones most exposed to danger. That was where Damien had been assigned. We returned to our boy and big boy Bundle, who were in a tent. Damien felt annoyed over the fact that he had been assigned to the Reconnaissance Team, Another member appears and tells him that he was the last member of Group 6. He welcomes Damien and introduces himself as Amoeba King. He introduces the other members as No One Dandy Man, Lucky Day, I Love Choco and Seo Hyun. Damien was surprised to hear that she was here too. Even Hyun was shocked to see him, but Damien just simply introduces himself to the group. Is everyone here? Said a man as he entered the tent. The man introduces himself as the leader of Group 6 of the reconnaissance teams and the Night Crow Knights, Jorno Djekachev. He explains to them that their tasks are simple, so he was going to explain immediately. He tells them that they first needed to analyze the trends, scales, fighting powers, and habits of the monsters outside the border. Second was that they will move while following the search path to check whether the place's equipment got damaged. And if the camp's conditions are favorable, soon enough a notification appears with the quest night at Veritas Highlands. Its detail was to follow the reconnaissance tam and search outside Aldean Fortress. It gave out a warning that if you fall out of line or cause discord, you may die at the hands of the Night Crow Knights. Damien looks at the quest window and thought about how it was simpler than he thought. He noted that there were a lot of modified monsters here, but if he just carefully hunt and wait until the day of the twin moons, he could level up a lot and earn lots of money. Jorno announces to them that they will carry out their tasks as of this moment at the 3 bunkers that are built in the search paths area in groups of 2. He shouts at them that they would be leaving in 5 minutes and to get their gear. The scene changes to a small wooden hideout in the snowy mountain. This was the second western bunker, which was where Damien's team is located. Damien lets out a deep sigh, complaining that he was so tired, and not only were they in the same group, they were even in the same team. Hyun hears him and shouts at Damien, saying that it was her line and questioned him about whether he knew what she had to go through because of him. Damien gave her a clueless, idiotic face and wonders like what. Hearing that reply made her even more annoyed, but he soon asks her about whether he should be the one complaining about what he had gone through. It seems to Damien that she wanted to talk about when they were catching the Great Wolf King, but it was actually her who started blackmailing and ganging up on him. Hyun tried to explain that it was misleading from their point of view, but Damien didn't care about that. He explains to her that if she came at him first then she would have won, but he continues to tease her by saying that she was the one who almost died but lived thanks to her family name. And after taking out her weapon out in Aldean Fortress Square, Hyun had enough and yells at Damien if he was done with the insults, but his focus was drawn to something that was flying towards them. Damien recognizes it was a ghoul, a flying-type monster, but he noted that it shouldn't be here in this area. Seeing the monster made Damien excited as he pulls out his dagger while telling Hyun not to move a bit. As the ghoul came closer, Damien got himself into a readied stance. But before he could do something, someone else slams a purple lightning attack onto the ghoul before it reached Damien and Hyun. The powerful attack sends the ghoul flying far away. Oops, not that far, as the ghoul simply laid beside from where Damien and Hyun stood. Amoeba King enters their hideout and asks Hyun if she was okay, but Hyun was confused about why Amoeba King was here with them. Damien wondered as well as to why someone who was supposed to be at a different bunker appeared as if he knew when exactly the ghoul was coming. Amoeba King continued to ask if Hyun wasn't hurt anywhere while ignoring Damien and Bundle, but her attention was drawn to the monster as she asks him if he knew what it was. She looks at the defeated ghoul and noted that it kinda looks like a vampire. Damien informs her that it was a Veritas ghoul, one of the most annoying monsters that appear in this place, but he tells them that it was not yet dead. Hearing those words causes Amoeba King and Hyun to immediately prepare their weapons. A notification appears stating that the Veritas ghoul was about to transform. The Veritas ghoul's body started to have red lights appearing all over it. It lets out a ferocious scream as it recovered its health. A window appears with information about it. It states that its species was a demon and that it was level 65. Its unique trait was that the moment this monster tries to transform, its level rapidly increases. So be wary. Hyun couldn't believe that Damien was right as she pulled out her rapier, but Damien tells her to move aside as there was no point in pissing it off by attacking it with a half-baked attack again. Just as the ghouls lets out another fierce scream, Damien tells them to watch carefully as he was going to teach them how to properly kill a ghoul. He leaps into the air, telling them that first was its head, then its shoulder, then its Achilles heel, then slice up its remaining joints. The ghoul lets out a painful scream over the damages that our boy has done to it. In that short time, as it falls to its knees, 2 notifications appear stating that the Veritas ghoul has received serious damages, while the other states that the Veritas ghoul's defensive power has decreased and its defense reduced. But something started to happen to the ghoul as its neck started to move around. Damien sees this and knows that it was a ghoul's move when it's about to shoot bone splinters from its mouth. He quickly begins to move while thinking if it was trying to struggle until the end. Just like how Damien predicted, the ghoul spits out the splinters from its mouth. Knowing that it was going to attack made it easier for Damien to escape from it as he casually dodges its attack with ease. He soon casts his own witch doctor skill, which lights his hand. He looks at it and shouts out checkmate with an insane speed that was caused with 99 times of bloody impulse. Damien landed a blow onto its head with so much power that it causes the head to explode into a bloody mess. One Punch Man style. The ghoul laid on the ground with its headless body. Two notifications appear telling Damien that he had killed the Veritas ghoul and had gained experience. Once the battle had ended, Damien lets out a deep sigh. As he stood over the ghoul's body, he asks them if they had just saw what he did. He reminds them that if they were trying to kill a ghoul, then they should go for its head first. Amoeba King couldn't believe what he was seeing. He questions Damien on how he did it, but Damien simply placed a dagger against his throat, telling Amoeba King that he wanted to keep things short. Damien then questions him about how he knew when the ghoul would appear. Hyun couldn't stand this sudden action from Damien and scolded him for treating someone like this when they fought alongside with him. Amoeba King tells Damien to calm down as he just saw a herd of ghouls coming from afar, and that he saw one of them turning this way. Damien pulls his dagger away from his throat and questions him about the herd of ghouls. He then poses with both daggers this time, telling Amoeba King that the Veritas ghouls didn't understand the concept of same race, so unless someone was up to something, they would never travel in a group. Damien then questions Amoeba King about who he was. Hearing that angers him as he couldn't reply back. Damien was ready to fight as he tells him if he wanted to get hit before explaining. "What's with the noise over there?" questioned a voice that drew everyone's attention. Giorno appears from above and questions Damien about why he was trying to fight his allies. Damien smiles as he looks up at Giorno for coming just in time. Giorno questions Amoeba King about why he was here since he was supposed to be at the third bunker. Damien knew that the NPCs became very firm when players interrupt the quest. Amoeba King tried to explain that he saw a monster approaching this way as Giorno leaps down to them. Amoeba King continues to explain his actions by stating that he thought it was a Veritas ghoul and that he came to help, but Damien cuts him off, telling Giorno that a certain person here left his bunker as he pleased and even knows a lot about ghouls. He informs Giorno that he thinks he came here for a different reason other than what he said. Damien even further implies that he thinks of him as a spy who will harm Aldean Fortress. Amoeba King continued to be annoyed and angered by Damien's sharp words. Amoeba King reveals an object that glowed red while calling Damien a bastard that was really annoying. Damien looked in horror over what was revealed. Amoeba King held a red orb in his hand and tells them that even though the rewards for the quest were good, he wanted to get rid of him and make it look like he got killed by the monsters. He finally decides to screw the quest and kill all of them. A red warning notification appears telling Damien that the Tessa ring sensed a strong feeling of darkness. He looks at the ring that glowed and wondered why it was doing that. He soon spots a bunch of the Veritas ghouls coming towards them in packs. Everyone were soon alarmed to see the group of ghouls approaching them. Amoeba King smiles as the darkness from the red orb started to enter his body. He questions Damien about the life he lived as someone had given him this to kill him. He continues to talk that even if he was lucky to kill one ghoul, there was no way he would ever be capable of killing all of them. But a quick bright flash appears around his neck as he spoke. Damien had sliced off the head of the traitor in front of everyone. The red orb drops out of his hand just as a notification appears stating that Amoeba King has logged out. Damien noted that Amoeba King sure does talk a lot while wondering how such an insignificant person dared to act out. But a red warning appears telling them that a group of Veritas ghouls were approaching and being pulled in by the energy of darkness. Giorno announces that the ghouls were coming and orders everyone to return to Aldean Fortress and assume battle formation. A new quest notification appears called the Mysterious Rage. It states that the monsters have absorbed an ominous power. If he wanted to live, he needed to escape the stronghold and return to the fortress. It gave out a warning that the level of monsters is quite high, so Damien needed to be careful not to die. Damien was annoyed to see the quest and figured out that the ball was attracting the ghouls. Giorno was the first one to run as he yells at them if they wanted to live. Run! Hyun and Damien soon followed right behind him as the ghouls closed in on them. As they continued to run away, Hyun questioned Damien about things that he had done to the point that Amoeba King wanted to try and kill him. But Damien tells her that he didn't know as there were so many bastards that were trying to kill. Damien looks back at the pack of ghouls and realizes that they would catch up to them at this rate. He then decides that he needed to get rid of some of them. He calls out to Hyun about her wanted to show off her ability. He tells her that when he gives her the signal was when she needed to attack. Damien stopped running and turned around to face the ghouls as Hyun asked him about what the signal was. Damien instantly summons 2 potions using the Witch Doctor skill. He threw the 99 times of the decay elixir towards the incoming ghouls while shouting at Hyun that this was the signal. He tells her to explode all of the elixirs. Hyun grunted but decided to cooperate with him. She lunges forward while casting her own rapier skill. It was the Balestra Rose skill that lets out pink petals while she charges forward. The elixirs soon exploded the moment her skill came into contact with them. Multiple ghouls soon fell to the earth after being hit by the combined attack of Damien and Hyun, with his hand holding onto hers. Damien held onto the side of the ledge with Hyun as he tells Giorno that he was leaving the rest to him. A change started to occur in Giorno as he casted the Night Crow skill. He uses the Shadow Sword skill that left multiple purple slashes across the various ghouls that were near him and had beheaded them all in one strike. Multiple notifications appear stating that they had defeated a Veritas ghoul and gained multiple experience points. Damien shouted nice as he and Hyun jumped down. He thought about how awesome it was to get a free level up at this timing. Hyun on the other hand started to fall for our boy's Riz as she imagined flowers surrounding them as they fell together. Giorno soon approaches them and noted that they were both talented. He then informs them that they needed to escape this place quickly before other monsters come. After hearing the noise, they soon reached a valley that laid before Aldean Fortress. The 3 of them continued to move at a fast pace to reach the safe haven, but a sudden explosion and appearance of another player catches their attention. Hyun called out to I Love Choco, the female wizard who had fallen to the ground due to the explosion. Another player appears while telling them that they had taken their sweet time. He held onto another player's body while stating that he thought he was going to fall asleep from waiting so long. Damien drew his dagger and asked him if he was the one who was trying to kill him. The mysterious player threw the body to the side, telling Damien that because of him, they had lost favor with the higher-ups and that the Jingsan startup was in danger of disappearing altogether. So don't you think I should get my revenge? Said the player as he snaps his fingers together with a smile on his face. Multiple players started to appear above Damien's group while holding the same red orb. They gathered in huge numbers and laughed as they watched Damien. Hyun noticed and wondered if they were holding the same orb that Amoeba King was holding earlier. A red warning appears warning that the Tessa ring senses a strong feeling of darkness. Damien's ring had begun to glow once again. This made him question whether the mysterious player was trying to summon more monsters with those balls again. But a creepy sound resonated throughout the valley. A dreadful aura could be seen approaching them along with a huge shadow that was casted onto the ground. Damien looks at where it was coming from and wondered what it was. Oh dear lord, a monster with multiple heads had appeared. A window appears revealing its information. It was a stitched-up predator whose species was a demon and type was champion. Its unique trait was this monster's type level and abilities are decided depending on the beings that make up its body, so pay close attention. Another red warning appears as it states that a champion monster has appeared and to be careful not to die. Damien held a nervous smile on his face as he thought that all he needed to do was to just search around for this quest, but a champion-level monster has suddenly appeared. The scene changes back to Aldean Fortress as a voice wonders why Giorno's reconnaissance group 6 hasn't returned yet. It was revealed to be Michael, the commanding officer. Thor appears by his side and informs him that based on the words of the other reconnaissance groups, the monsters did not show any special traits and that it was true that Giorno's Group 6 had not returned yet. Michael grew concerned over that news as he noted that it was strange for Giorno out of everyone to not return. As he continues to look at the map on the table, he soon asks Thor about how the preparations for the defense of the Day of the Twin Moons was going. Thor informs him that they were about 85% complete and that if they were to fight right now there wouldn't be a big issue. Michael then asks him if there was a possibility of the Day of the Twin Moons being moved forward. Thor reveals to him that he was bothered by the fact that Reconnaissance Group 6 not having returned right now as it was something that had never happened before. Michael thought about it and concluded that since Group 6 had not returned yet, it must mean that there was a different reason than what they've normally prepared for. Michael wore a grim expression on his face as he tells Thor that he had a bad feeling about this. We return to our boy who was about to face off against a stitched-up predator who was currently looking absolutely demonic right now. Even Damien was afraid by what he was seeing as he realized something. 2 players had been grabbed by the monster and one of them called out to the player called Lucky Day to save them, but it was no use as the monster pulled them closer to its mouth and began eating them in front of Damien and the others. The thought of a monster that swallows users whole was shocking Damien as he simply stood by and watched it happen, but Giorno places his hand in front of them, telling all the players that were behind him to leave this to him while they returned to the Aldean Fortress. He wanted them to let Vice Commander Peterson know to prepare to fight like the Day of the Twin Moons immediately, But Damien knew in his mind that even Captain Giorno wouldn't be able to face those kinds of monsters alone. To top it off, the enemies that surrounded them were flanking them, which made escaping difficult. Damien then informs Giorno that even if they were to leave everything to him, he wasn't sure that everyone will be able to return back safely. He then suggested to Giorno that they should all try to fight them together, but the man who summoned the ugly monster stood in their way, as well as the monster appeared right behind him. He questions them about whether they still haven't grasped the situation yet and wonders if they still think that they were in a situation where they could run away. He introduces the red orb in his hand as the destruction orb and that he had brought it here to catch Damien with. He raises the destruction orb into the air and asks Damien to see if he could beat the nasty monster behind him. "Are you an idiot?" said Damien to the man who held the orb, which stuns him for a moment. Damien tells him that although he didn't know where he got such a cheat key item from, but it was obvious to him that it was an experimental weapon used with his lifeline. He then questions the enemies that surrounded him on whether they even know who the guys who gave that to them were, such as their names, affiliations, or goals. Knowing this made Damien mock them, as they didn't even know why they gave them the item and yet they were running around all excited. He reminds them that the basis of magic is equivalent exchange and continues to question them if it makes sense for them to use such power with no risk. Hearing him repeatedly dissing them made the enemies that surrounded Damien pissed off. Seeing their reactions to his provocation made Damien smile, as it was all a part of his plan. He wanted them to lose their cool first so that way they would move more predictably. His plan worked, as even their leader started to get angry over Damien's insults as he spoke out that it doesn't matter. He tells Damien that no matter what kind of object the orb was or what risk there is to it, I-Ming-Chen can handle it. He warns Damien that he was going to take out his tongue first and cut it to pieces. Hearing that threat was nothing to Damien, as he showed no reaction to it, only thinking that the enemies were easy to mess with. The ugly monster soon started its attacks on Damien. It uses its unique stitched predator skill called Collapse to attack the players, but everyone manages to dodge away from its attack. The ugly monster then switches it up to use the skill called Thorn of Death. Damien was alarmed to see that there were tentacles coming up from the ground, but Giorno was prepared as he casted his own Night Crow skill that lighted up his sword, using the skill called the Sun, Moon, and Stars. He easily cuts the tentacles that appeared from the ground. Damien watches him and was impressed by Captain Giorno, as his nickname was the Monster Slaughterer. Seeing him able to handle the monster was perfect for Damien, as he decided to leave the monster to Giorno while he analyzes its attack pattern. But a sudden attack misses his head by a few inches. He turns to see where it came from and sees that the other guys that held the orbs were the ones that were responsible. He couldn't believe that these weak guys were sure excited because there were so many of time, but he knew in his head that being gathered together like that would just make them a target. As the other players tried their best to deflect the attacks, Bundles shouts out to Damien to look at a certain direction. The ugly monster had unleashed another stitched predator skill called Rotten Meat Shower that sent out numerous projectiles all around it, which shocks Giorno as well. Damien couldn't believe that it was capable of doing a wide-range attack too, so he knew that it was the end for him in analyzing of patterns. He rushes forward with his daggers while telling Hyun to watch his back while everyone needed to spread apart for now. The enemies above laughed at what was going on as Hyun was shocked to see that Damien was moving on his own. The two losers giggled among themselves and teased Hyun about how her pimp had left her and ran away. Hearing those words from the losers angered her as she called them damn bastards. The losers continued to laugh amongst themselves as Hyun wore a dark expression on her face. She then instantly leaps above the air from where they stood while being covered in her pink petals. One of the losers wore a mean-faced expression as he knows what's coming next. She scolds them by telling the losers that if they wanted to screw around with those mouths of theirs, she was going to help them with it. Using her skill called Chevalier, Hyun slices off the necks of one of the losers that had made fun of her. Her attack causes a huge pink explosion to occur. The other loser aimed his weapon at her in anger over his friend being killed, but Hyun uses another one of her skill called Balestra Rose to cut off his head as well in a single swing of her rapier. She then turns back to look at Damien and wondered if he actually had a plan in mind. She tells him that she would kill him if he fails as she watches him from above the cliffs. Damien could see that Hyun was able to succeed in disrupting those bastards on the cliff, as they were nothing when you fight them one-on-one. Soon enough, everyone on Damien's team soon stared at a notification window that appeared in front of them. Seeing that the other players have recovered somewhat and that the stitched predators patterns weren't increasing anymore, Damien decides that this was the moment that they should go for the win. He had summoned a different weapon this time. It was the Kurenai dagger that was rank rare. Damien then began to speak out loud to his teammates, asking them if they could hear him and if any one of them had caught a champion monster before. Seeing that no one responded to his question, Damien noted that he was the only one with experience in handling a champion mob raid and then proceeds to inform them that he was the one to take the lead. Damien then informs them that this was the moment he started the battle against Mingchen. Damien started the battle off by casting his witch doctor skill. He easily slices the back and a few pieces off the ugly monster by casting Bloody Impulse 99 times. Hyun and Giorno were both impressed by Damien's feat, as Giorno commented that they had no choice but to trust Damien. He then went straight to Mingchen and gave him a massive kick towards his stomach. He then quickly turns around once more. Seeing the ugly monster up close, Damien knew that the more they attack it, the more it changes crudely, and noted that the monster was not normal. He could also see that the orbs the Jingsan startup bastards are holding show that only one group would do something like this. The mastermind behind this must be the Crucifix's Dawn. Damien then advises all his teammates to keep attacking the champion monster, adding on that the more the champion monster uses its abilities, the harder it gets for the Jingsan bastards to control it, so they have to make it keep focusing on them. He then orders Hyun to help Captain Giorno and keep attacking. Damien knew that what was important right now was for him to return to his teammates and then find the mastermind afterwards. Captain Giorno went to work as he started by cutting at the champion's monster legs. Hyun supported him by leaping into the air to cast her own abilities. Damien then orders Bundle to shoot the monster as well. Bundle hears the command and waves a red flag. A bunch of his siblings appear and took cover behind the pieces of the champion monster that had been cut off. They soon chirped and fired from their blow darts. The champion monster began to lose control and started to attack the very same people who had summoned it. A player from the Jingsan side had been taken and eaten by the champion monster as a notification appeared to inform their leader that they had logged out. Mingchen slowly recovered from Damien's kick as the champion monster continued to eat his people. He looks in horror and anger as he tried to make sense of what was going on right now. He could see that Damien was attacking the champion monster. Damien wore a smile on his face as he continued his attacks. Knowing that the Jingsan people had finally lost control of the champion monster that they had summoned, he then decides to change his plan by ordering Hyun to lead the monster to the cliff since they couldn't control it anymore. The monster will only focus on them right now. He then questions Dandyman and I Love Choco on whether they had prepared the trap he wanted. They both nodded in agreement as Damien wanted them to finish this off in one go. Captain Giorno, Damien and Hyun run beside each other as the champion monster chased after them. Damien informs the two of them that he was going to be the one to lure it to the very end, so he needed both of them to go up the cliff and in front of the trap. Hyun and Captain Giorno understood his commands and started to part ways from Damien. Looking back at the champion monster chasing after him, Damien started to count down to when the trap would activate it, but something happens to him. An arrow had pierced through his body as he ran. Mingchen shouted in joy over having caught Damien as he was the one that shot the arrow. Continuing to aim his crossbow at Damien, Mingchen laughs and asks him if he thought he was going to escape. Damien had fallen to the ground due to the surprise attack which caused the champion monster to catch up to him. Both Captain Giorno and Hyun turned around and called out to Damien with concern over what had just happened. But it was too late as Damien had been caught by the champion monster. Damien could only think that at least he had lured it to the cliff where the trap was. Wasting no time anymore, Damien turns and orders his team to not worry about him and to execute the plan right now, seeing that they had no choice in the matter. I Love Choco and Dandyman started to cast their abilities to turn on the trap. Her magic started to move around the cliff that was above where the champion monster stood. The assassin member then casted his own skill called the Stalker, unleashes multiple waves of attacks onto the cliff that she had wrapped her magic around. The cliff then broke into multiple pieces that formed sharp rocks. The rocks soon fell over to where Damien and the champion monster stood. The group then went over to where Damien was to see if he had made it out. Captain Giorno was the first one to head back. He informs the group that they couldn't wait for Damien as more monsters will come soon, so they needed to return using another route. The group agrees with his decision and started to make their way back, but Hyun took a moment to look back once again, seeing the ruins of the cliff all around. She knew that Damien was definitely still alive. A shadow soon emerges from the debris of the trap that Damien had planned. Mingchen managed to survive, but was furious over why his teammates weren't responding to him. But another dark shadow soon stood in front of him. He recognizes who it was and wonders why he wouldn't die as he started to use the destruction orb once again. He started to go crazy while repeating the words "die" over and over again as the destruction orb started to summon even more monsters that appeared on the cliffs around him. Monkeys with the skull masks appeared called boomers. They were a monster that appears in the extreme lands of Veritas Highlands. They are quite vicious and will eat humans and monsters alike. A red notification window appears and informs the user that the Tessa ring sends strong evil energy. Mingchen soon stopped talking as something happened to him. Damien had appeared once again in his zombified mode. "Look at our boy." Damien had pierced through Mingchen's body with just the use of his hand. He tells him that the reason why he wouldn't die was an industry secret, but informs him that just because he couldn't die doesn't mean that it didn't hurt. Damien looks up to the various boomers that surrounded him. Knowing that the zombification was about to end, he needed a way to sweep up that many monsters. He then decides to show off his skills for the first time in a while, casting a bright blue spell onto the ground. Damien shouts out, "Come out." Multiple blue summoning circles appeared around him as Damien casted the witch doctor skill called Corpse Creed. Something started to come out from those very same summoning circles. Damien's eyes were lighted up as he questions whether Mingchen was the only one that could call monsters. It turns out that Damien manages. Damien's newly summoned creatures, which were the gargoyles he had killed before, started to descend upon the boomers like vultures hunting its prey from the sky. The gargoyles were the first to draw blood as they bit hard into the boomers, but they weren't going down without a fight as one of the boomers leaped up into the air to counterattack, with a massive landing and powerful blow into the ground. The boomer's attack was able to send shockwaves through the air to push the gargoyles away from its pack. The battle between the beast continued on and on. Damien, on the other hand, was simply standing on top of a dead boomer's corpse, thinking about how from the start he never once thought of losing, as he watched the beasts battle against one another fiercely, which he expected of the high-ranked predators of the highlands. One of the boomers appears in the air right above Damien, which he sees as he looks up at it, but the boomer was stopped in the air by two gargoyles who appeared at just the right time. Damien smiles as he sees this and noted that the boomer's attack motion was too wide, which gave them a lot of gaps. He then summons a ton of his decay elixirs and threw them towards the boomer who tried to attack him. "Wipe them all out," shouted Damien as he smiled. Green explosions started to appear all across the skies due to Damien's witch doctor skill called Decay Elixir, but a different fierce roaring sound catches his attention as Damien turns to what caused the noise. Damien sees it as the leader of the boomers, but he didn't expect that it would have already come down from the cliff. Seeing the incoming boss made Damien immediately draw his knife as he intended to end their fight in one blow as he casted his witch doctor skill as well. Using Bloody Impulse, Damien stabs the leader of the boomers with his knife straight into its skull in one swing, but the knife decided to be weak and broke apart as Damien tried to pull it off its skull. Looking at the broken knife made him wonder if he had overdone himself, but it didn't matter to him as the attack worked and ended the leader's life easily. Notifications appear to inform Damien that he had defeated the named boomer and had gained EXP. Another notification appears to inform him that he had also obtained the obliterator's skull as a skull mask appears above his hand. Looking at the green aura that was exuding from his hand causes another notification to appear to tell Damien that the effect of the Rune of Greed Extorting Hand has been activated. He smiles upon seeing this effect and wonders if he should go recharge on blood and mana now. Our boy is now a vampire. Placing his hand on the dead leader boomer's body activates a notification to tell him that he was absorbing the HP and MP of the named boomer. As he drains the health and mana of the dead body, Damien looks up to see who was still alive. Seeing the Albion fortress ahead made Damien think that those who were alive were gathered there, so he needed to quickly chase after them. The scene changes to Giorno saluting and reporting to the High Commander that he had returned to Albion Fortress. Michael, the High Commander, commented that Giorno seems to have been looking for him upon his arrival, which made him question what he wanted. Giorno was ashamed by his conduct but still wanted something from the High Commander. Michael then questions him if he wanted their forces. This was exactly what he wanted as he reveals to Michael that there was an emergency that is equivalent to the Day of the Twin Moons. Hearing this from him made Michael realize that they were right to be worried from before. He immediately sends out commands for the fortress to be on the highest level of alert effective immediately and for everyone to assume protective formation for a great monster. Thor along with his own team started to form up and walk together to their formation positions. Giorno heads out as well, and soon enough, the members of the fortress soon stood side by side on top of the fortress walls to be prepared for what was coming to them. "Whoa, so cool," commented another player who opens his stream to inform the audience watching that the defense of Albion Fortress, the event that they had been waiting for, has finally started. The viewers started to go crazy over the numerous members that were participating in the defense event as an endless wave of players could be seen forming up in their defensive positions. Thor continues to give out commands to everyone, ordering them to go to their positions and to prepare to go into combat as the monsters will soon invade them. The mage I Love Choco tilted her hat down and noted that it was a shame as Damien should have been here to see this sight along with them. Hyun was still suffering from our boy's attack as her face blushes while telling the mage that Damien had probably logged out and is watching through the stream. One of the watchmen soon spotted something in the far distance and alerted everyone that the monsters were approaching them. An endless horde of different monsters were soon spotted from a close distance to Aldean Fortress. Some members of the fortress were terrified to witness this sight while the others simply wore a smile on their faces as though they wanted to fight the monsters for fun. But a familiar fierce roar is soon heard throughout the skies as its loudness was enough to cause the ground and monsters to shiver in fear over it. The leader of the boomers soon appeared on the cliff above the horde of monsters with its sickening aura spreading all around it. A mage from the fortress immediately casts the Night Crow skill called Scan, which gave out a green light. The mage reported to the others that the monster army at the front line was around 798 meters away and that they were slowly closing into the fortress. The war hears this and informs them that the special strike force of the Night Crow Knights should descend first. When the monsters are within 500 meters, they are to break through the battle line. Members of the fortress began to position near the walls as Thor tells them to prepare for the descent. Looking like Game of Thrones. "Wait!" shouted the mage who had scanned the area. He informs them that there was something approaching the fortress at speed. It was closing in on them from 650 meters to 580 meters within seconds. Giorno was surprised to hear this and wondered if the mage was sensing it wrongly, as he knew for a fact that there wasn't a monster in the highlands that could move that quick. But somebody disrupts him as he shouted, "Look over there!" Giorno turns to see what it was and spotted a monster leaping in the air. He recognizes the monster based on its jumping ability as the leader boomer. He then steps forward in front of the others and unsheathes his sword, which had a purple glow to it, telling them that he was going to take care of that bastard personally. But it turns out that our boy Damien was riding on the back of the leader boomer while being naked for some reason, but Giorno couldn't see him as he continued to cast his Night Crow skill while leaping off the fortress wall. His eyes were filled with murderous intent as he uses the skill called New Moon. With a single swing of his blade, Giorno manages to slice the leader boomer into half and landed right in front of the fortress. Damien was able to jump out of the attack's way as the leader boomer split in half. "How can you just attack without a care?" asked Damien towards Giorno, who was surprised to see what state Damien was in. Damien was now a naked boy. A sweat drips down his face as he apologizes to Damien for attacking him. The rest of the members in the fortress were alarmed to see Damien as well, while Hyun was smiling from ear to ear. Giorno then welcomes back Damien to the group as he stood there magnificently without any clothes on. Facing their backs together, Damien immediately drew his daggers out even though he was naked. "Should I go again?" asked Damien as the monster army slowly surrounded him and Giorno from all sides. Giorno held a smile on his face as he tells Damien that that was what he was hoping for, as he and Damien were getting ready for the battle of their lives. Just as Giorno and our naked boy continued to be surrounded by endless waves of monsters, Damien remembered that before he starts slaughtering he needed to stream it. He smiles over the fact that a lot of people will watch the stream because it was the fortress battle. Thor continues to shout out orders to the members in the fortress, telling them that when the monsters enter the range, the special strike force of the Night Crows will descend together. The Night Crows followed the command that Thor gave out and leaped from the fortress together. The audience that were watching through Damien's stream were happy to see this side of the defense event. The Night Crow Knights soon landed near Damien and Giorno as the audience continued to go wild over this. Damien was excited as he was able to stream something that the streamers in the fortress couldn't see up close. One of the monsters runs forward in front of the others, which Damien and Giorno both noticed as their backs were against one another. Damien was surprised to see the monster and noted that it wouldn't even give him the time to greet the viewers. He apologizes to the audience watching him and tells them that he would greet them later on. Giorno immediately calls out to Damien and Karen, the Night Crow Knight who was beside him. Both of them exchange glances at one another as they knew what they needed to do now. "I'm going," shouted Damien as he led the charge first against the monsters. Damien pulls out his blow dart to cast his Witch Doctor skill, which throws Bundle off his shoulder. Karen on the other hand casts his Night Crow skill, which appeared in the form of lightning that was unleashed in both his eyes and hands. Their combination attack of shooting of poison darts and Karen's Thunder Tempest causes a mixture of purple and yellow explosion to hit the monster. The monster that charged first towards them soon collapses onto the ground, but the monster attack doesn't end as even more monsters started to make their way towards the fortress. Giorno reminds Damien to do his best to hold out, as he reveals to them that there was going to be a bomb soon while he casts his Night Crow skill that gave him a purple aura. He then unleashes the powerful skill called the Full Moon, which absolutely destroys everything in its path. The attack was so powerful that it forced the drawer to change the looks of Damien, who was near it. As he slowly opens his eyes to see the aftermath, it shocked him to think that the new moon skill was nothing at all compared to the full moon skill. Just as a new victim appears to leap at Damien, he looks at it and knew that he couldn't lose to Giorno either. His first slice cuts off a leg, but the second strike ends the spider monster's life in an instant. But as soon as the monster died off, Damien looks around to see where the bomb was that Giorno had mentioned before, but all he could see was a bunch of Night Crow Knights easily slaying the monsters that appeared by them. Seeing all of them here made Damien realize something. As the Night Crows continued to battle it out against the monster army, Damien muttered the word wait, which Bundle hears and tells him that waiting is the greatest enemy. Bundle then warns him to look forward as even more of the monsters leap towards him. Damien was still easily able to cut down the monsters while thinking about how they were going to order a large-scale bomb. Specifically the commanding officer, at a place where 11 of the top-quality human resources known as the Night Crows were, which all didn't make sense to Damien as his audience couldn't believe his moves as he cut down the monsters. Damien then turns back to wonder if it was true that if the High Commander believes that the Night Crow Knights would be able to survive the bomb. He then shakes his head as he didn't need to know more details about the situation. Instead of trying to understand something annoying, Damien's eyes was more focused on the fight against the monsters. Soon enough, Giorno issues out a command to everyone for them to retreat to the trench in front of the fortress immediately. All the other Night Crow Knights heard his command and quickly went to follow it. Damien heard the command and stood still while thinking if the bombing was about to begin. A red barrier started to spread around the fortress as Damien knew that there was no point in escaping for him as he wasn't a Night Crow, which would make him die on the spot. He continues to wonder about what he could do as the barrier started to flash. A voice shouted out loud that the bomb was starting as numerous magic circles appear onto the red barrier at once. Damien decided then and there that he needed to raise his mana and endure it like a boss. A massive explosion occurs which sends tremors and shockwaves in all directions, destroying everything that stood in its way. As the fog cleared away, Damien is seen in a crater with notifications popping up to inform him that he had gained experience points and finally reached level 60. Damien continued to pant heavily even after surviving the explosion. His face was filled with pain as he knew that he had almost died to the explosion. He then continues to look around wondering if anyone else was still alive. The fog clears up even more to reveal that the Night Crows had hidden themselves in the trench that Giorno had mentioned. He looks around his troops and asks them if everyone was alive. His group replied back to him that there was no one missing among the 11 of them and that everything was okay. Seeing that his troops were okay, Giorno turns around to check on the status of the monsters. Much to his horror, it turns out that there were monsters that were able to survive the explosion like cockroaches. With his arm trembling as he grabbed onto his sword, Giorno curses out loud that it turns out that not all of the monsters had died, but a foot appears near the trench and tells him to rest some more. Giorno looks to the person and was surprised to see him here. The High Commander and Thor had finally arrived onto the battlefield. Michael questions Giorno on whether he had saved them for this moment. More Night Crow Knights and players had gathered and formed up onto the battlefield where Giorno was. He was no longer alone anymore as everyone rejoiced together. This was the moment that Michael calls out to the countless forces that will protect Aldean Fortress. He orders everyone to advance at the top of his lungs. "Advance!" shouted Michael as the players and Night Crows rushed forward to meet the monsters head-on. "I'll kill you all, you monster bastards!" shouted the leading man as he led the charge in front of everyone.
Stream highlights from when Damien showcased the defense mission was sent on all screens, from the time that the explosions were about to be set off, to the moment that Damien had decided to take on the full blast of the explosion like a man, were all highlights of the Aldean Fortress siege. As the explosion took over and destroyed everything in its path, the stream was destroyed as well as numerous users started to complain about the livestream being cut off all of a sudden. The scene then changes to someone else who was viewing the livestream from his phone. He wonders how Damien would have survived in that moment. He talked about how if he was a viewer then he wouldn't have believed it, if this video didn't exist on his monitor. The man was further surprised that Damien was able to upload this kind of video. With that speed, gaining tens of millions of views is nothing. He chuckled to himself and thought about how he had never seen a streamer with this kind of influence before, making him wonder how far Damien can climb. The scene then changes back into the world of AC, where a player is seen kneeling before Arthur while shouting "damn it." He held a painful expression on his face as he asks Arthur about how it was possible for him to kill all of his guild members alone. But Arthur simply smiled and laughed as he held onto a spellbook that was flipping through its pages on his hand. The player couldn't believe that he had defeated everyone from the Rising Dragon Assembly to the Azure Dragons, which wouldn't be possible without hacks. He slowly stands up and tells Arthur that the Azure Dragons that he belonged to will never surrender to a hacker like him. The man beside Arthur couldn't believe what the player said about Arthur and wanted to kill him, but Arthur tells him no. He will be the one to finish this, as his staff started to glow a red light which alerts the player as he took a defensive stance. As he raised the staff into the air, red lightning started to appear all around Arthur. The red lightning soon shocks the player, who could do nothing against it at all. Arthur smiles and commented that it was nothing much. The man who stood beside him soon informs him that Secretary Kim Woo-sung was urgently contacting him. Hearing that made Arthur end his game, as he soon returns to his real-life body. Secretary Woo-sung appeared beside him as he awakens from the game, handing a tablet over to Arthur as he apologizes for interrupting him, as he had something to report to him in regards to the AC community that he had mentioned before. Arthur takes the table and wonders what it was about. The tablet, 2 clips that challenged Arthur to Damien. The users online were commenting over which one of them would win if they fought one another. Secretary Woo-sung informs Arthur that Damien was the rookie and streamer receiving the most attention these days, and that Wiz Entertainment Korea has been supporting him with unusual marketing. Seeing and hearing all this information about Damien made Arthur comment that he was much more interesting than he expected, which made he felt that they would meet someday. The scene then changes to Damien, who was working out. He stops his workout halfway through to scratch his ear as he felt that someone from somewhere was talking about him. He soon wipes his sweat and started to look at his handphone. He was receiving chat notifications from his teammates at Aldean Fortress who were praising him and thanking him for being in the same team as them. Seeing all the notifications on his phone made Damien think that there must be a lot of OTube revenue now. Min Jun then pops up behind him, wondering what he was looking at. Damien immediately hides his phone and tells him that it was just AC news, of course. As he continued to work out, Damien questions him on whether he had raised his level by a lot since he had just moved on to Jushin, but Min Jun wasn't sure as he had gotten himself trapped somewhere weird, and now he was just hearing about Tri-Flower Spirit Gathering or Quintic Anatomical Chi, but seeing Damien working out made him comment that he was a monster for lifting that much weight at once. Damien then thought deeply about what phrases he was talking about, as they didn't sound unfamiliar to him. He was certain that Min Jun was currently at least a hero rank, or even a legend rank. Min Jun continued to explain his situation about how he was currently being trained as if they wanted him to beat someone to death. But Damien tells him not to be sad, that he was slower than others, and that it will come back to him in a good direction, which made him question Min Jun on whether he was recording things as well. Min Jun tells him yes, but that he sucked at editing, which Damien answers with a calling card. He tells him to take the card and contact them by giving Damien's name so that they would edit the recordings for him. Min Jun then thanks him for the card, which Damien simply wanted food sometime in exchange for. Hearing that Damien simply wanted food annoyed Min Jun, as he knew that Damien ate like an elephant, but Damien reminded Min Jun that he ate the same as him. Just as the two bros were discussing, a wild booty appears. Damien immediately took notice of that booty as he turned to see it. He continued to stare at the female gym member with a dazed look on his face. The female member could sense our boy's Riz level stare as she started to sweat profusely, which Damien started to notice. The female gym member then turns her head to see who it was that was staring at her, but upon seeing her face, Damien pointed a finger at her as he recognizes who she was. The sudden reaction from Damien was strong enough to stun the girl, which made her fall onto the treadmill face first. As she held her head in pain, Damien commented that it was her, as his AC avatar was shown in the background. Her face was soon filled with a familiar look as she recognizes who Damien is. Damien had figured out that she was the female ninja that was harassing him inside AC, and the very same player whom he had stolen all his equipment from. She finally stood up to question Damien if he was the asshole that she saw in AC and wondered what he was doing here. She accuses Damien of finding out what gym she went to and following her all the way here, which she then labeled him as a stalker. Being labeled as a stalker irritated Damien. He then reminds her that he understood that she was a narcissist, but there was no way he was interested enough in her to actually chase her around in reality. He informs her that he had come here to exercise and that he was with someone he knew over here too. Min Jun laughs awkwardly and agrees with what Damien said. He then tells her that if she has an issue with something that happened in AC, then they should resolve it in AC so that they wouldn't waste time in reality. The female ninja agrees with what Damien said as she turns back to the treadmill to get her phone, telling him that what happens in the game stays in the game. But Damien still wondered if she had any other business with him. She then handed her phone over to Damien with the contact info page opened. Her face started to blush as she tells Damien to hand over his phone number so that they could meet in AC. But our boy was stunned by this sudden request as his face was filled with confusion. The scene then changes to show that Damien was wandering along the streets after leaving the gym and female ninja behind. but his face was shown with an annoyed expression as he commented out loud that he was seeing all kinds of things today. A flashback is seen from when the female ninja was shouting at Damien to stop and that she had followed him to the supermarket, chasing him all day long as he was purposely ignoring her. She even screamed out loud that he would pay for this as Damien thought about how she was threatening him to just give her his number. As he opened the door to his building, Damien couldn't help but wonder that the female ninja was weird. He walks inside the building and noted that he didn't want the people he fights with on AC to get involved with him in real life, but another lady appears in front of him as he reached his floor. Looking closely to the lady that came out made Damien realize something. It was Hyun, whom he had teamed up with at Aldean Fortress. She looks up and recognizes Damien as well. Seeing her made him question her about how she looked so much like her game character. Damien also wondered if this neighborhood was the hangout spot of AC users. Hyun was startled by the sudden interaction but wondered why Damien was here. Her mind immediately went to stalking, which shocks her enough that she drops the things that she was carrying. As the plastic bottle rolled out from her bag on the floor, Damien questions why everyone thinks that he had so much time to stalk someone. He helps her to pick up the plastic bottle, using it to point to a door, and informed her that this was his house. Hyun couldn't believe that he was right next door, which made her flustered as Damien helped pick her stuff up. He also couldn't have known that she was his neighbor as well, but as he packed her stuff, he tells her to not come up with some weird conclusions. Damien then went on to enter his house while noting that he couldn't believe that she would live in a place like this. He then tells her that even if they didn't greet each other when they see each other, they shouldn't dislike one another. As soon as he entered his house, Hyun looked at her bag and started to blush heavily once again, saying that Damien wasn't that bad of a guy. Damien finally lets down his stuff as he couldn't believe the day that he had. He went on to remove his shirt as he figures that he could finally rest, but a red notification window appears to tell him that he still had 11 hours 49 minutes and 57 seconds left. The notification then warns him that if he does not enter the game, he will die, so he needed to be careful. Seeing the red window annoys Damien as he couldn't get his rest at all. He storms into the room that held his gaming capsule while shouting that out loud if they wanted him to die while playing the game. He immediately sits inside the gaming capsule and activates it, telling the game that he was coming in. We return back to AC where Damien was lying on a huge bed. A notification window appears to welcome him to Arcia. More windows appear to inform him that he had cleared the defense of Aldean Fortress and Mysterious Rage quest. He had also obtained the title of Survivor of the Battlefield and Narrow Escapee. Damien stretched his body and noted that it was a good idea to have gotten a room. He received another notification informing that there was a message for him. It turns out to be from Maria, who was threatening him if he doesn't come to her right now, then she was going to do something to him. Damien reads a paper and recalled that Maria had told him to come see her immediately, but he recalled that he was so tattered after the defense of the Aldean Fortress, and that this was much better than just crawling to her. Damien then figured that since he had refilled his health at the lodgings, then he should check his system window now. Seeing his current stats and abilities made Damien glad that he had worked hard to complete these quests, but comparing his stats and abilities to his equipment, he noted that it was extremely bad. But aside from his equipment being bad, he noted that his level was a bigger problem. He recalled that normally at this point, users would change jobs or get promoted, but a notification informs Damien that due to an unforeseeable wall blocking him, he cannot develop any further, so he needed to find the related quest and complete it to reach higher stages. Seeing this particular window made Damien pissed off due to the vague and stupid phrasing that kept happening. He shuddered to think that the system would only allow him to change jobs once he completes the 7 Deadly Sins tree, but figured that it wasn't like that. Another window soon appears to inform Damien that he had an unchecked item, so he needed to check his inventory and confirm the item. But a window suddenly opens up by itself. Damien stares at it and wondered why it appeared when he did nothing. Just as a bright light started to appear, it was revealed to belong to the Destruction Orb fragment piece. This was a fragment of an item with the power of the original 7 evils, the 7 Deadly Sins. Created with quite tough materials, it comes with the feature of simulating the instincts of monsters due to its feature of endlessly absorbing mana. The item's durability is quite low compared to its toughness, and because an unknown energy has not settled properly, it could easily endanger the user. Damien held onto the broken fragment in his hand and recalled that he had gotten it from the shattered Destruction Orb back then, which made him wonder why it had popped out, but feeling the energy coming from it made him realize that he had felt it before. He figured out that the mastermind was the Crucifix Dawn as expected, since it has the same nature as that guy. Notifications began to appear once again to inform Damien that the Apocalypse Invocation, the Book of the Black Covenant, is emitting a strange light and that the Oracle is being activated. The system then asks him if he would like to activate the Oracle. Damien stares at the book in shock and wondered what it was as the book itself appeared to be lighted up. Even Bundle was alarmed by what was going on as he questions Damien about why it was coming out. Damien remains stunned as he tells Bundle that he himself didn't know either. Damien thought about how seeing that they were both having the same reaction at the same time, it must be that there was a reason. He then decides to check what it was first as he stretched his hand towards the book. The book then began to emit a strong powerful light that causes Damien to flinch in pain for a bit as he held onto it. Damien soon vanished as the book closed itself and dropped onto his bed. Bundle was alarmed and wondered where Damien went. The scene then changes to show that Damien had been teleported to a different place as he fell from the light in the sky that was the same as the book. Damien kneeled onto the ground with a painful expression while exclaiming that he thought that he was going to die from motion sickness. He then looks around and wondered where he was, but something about this place was familiar to him at the same time. More notification appeared to inform Damien that the oracle had been activated and that he had been warped, but his current location remained hidden, while another notification tells him that he couldn't go back until he completes the oracle. Seeing the word oracle made Damien question what it was. He slowly began to stand up, but could only hear chirping noises that made him think of Bundle. But as he ventured deeper into the jungle, he realized that it was different from the sound Bundle makes. But just in case, Damien was going to be prepared to find it. He peeks out from the bushes to see that there was a campfire as he thought about how the sounds from earlier sounded like human voices. But Shaka appears right in front of Damien, shouting out "friend" at him. The sudden appearance of Shaka shocked Damien as he fell backwards. Shaka looks at Damien and questions him on why he haven't come all this time. But Damien was still alarmed to see Shaka in front of him, as Shaka was the god of the apocalypse. Shaka then grabs onto the back of Damien and tells him that he thought that he was going to die from boredom. Seeing Shaka here made Damien realize that this was probably Shaka's space too, which made him come to a sudden realization. He recalled the past memory of when Kiran had whacked him with the stick to send him to Shaka, which annoyed Damien as he questions why that old man had to knock him unconscious.
Shaka continues to dance around Damien endlessly. Damien was focused on something as he sat near the fire. Notifications appear to inform him that the oracle has been activated, and to try again shortly. But seeing the multiple windows of the same notifications made him wonder why it kept popping up. He knew that traditionally, oracles are given to humans after they ask God a question, but aren't I closer to the opposite of that right now? Was the question he had in mind as he recalled being summoned to this place. Shaka appears and starts to complain to Damien about why he was just sitting there, which startles him. He apologizes to Shaka and got up, thinking that it was good that he was able to meet Shaka without getting beat up. Shaka then asks Damien to explain why he didn't visit them all this time. But seeing Shaka's annoyed face was unbelievable to Damien, as he couldn't believe that this kid, who acts so childish to him, is an equal of the Queen of Gods, Arya, in the mainstream, the unprecedented god of darkness who stands over all darkness. So, Damien just tells him that he was busy. Shaka wasn't impressed by his answer and called him a liar. He complained that he was so bored and that his friends had even waited for him too. Damien kneels to apologize once again and tells him that he would come more often. He thought about how no matter how strong of a god Shaka is, no man is an island. Shaka hears this from Damien and warns him to not do that again from now on. Damien stood up and replied that he understood, but was also relieved to see that he had these chicks with him. Shaka then wonders if Damien had brought presents with him with a smile on his face. Damien thought about the present just as a quest notification appeared called the condition of reconciliation. The quest explains that reconciliation means that he must resolve any negative emotions towards each other. There is nothing better than a genuine present when reconciling with an old acquaintance. Let us try to ease the anger of someone with all our hearts and feelings who we want to reconcile with. The quest type was epic and tells Damien to give an item that the target might like. Damien couldn't believe that the game was trying to rip him off so blatantly as he continued to stare at the window. With his inventory now opened, Damien was confused to see it suddenly open, while Shaka on the other hand was happy to see it. He wonders why Damien had brought so much with him as he stares at his inventory with stars in his eyes. Seeing the greed in his eyes, prompted Damien to tell him to wait a second to calm down, but Shaka simply grabs Damien's inventory off him. This action shocks Damien as he couldn't believe that you could just take someone else's inventory like that. Shaka went on to remove everything from Damien's inventory as he pulled out each item one by one. Damien could only scream in horror over this sight. Multiple windows appear to inform Damien that he had been robbed of numerous items. But all he could do was scream and wail as he thought about how the game knew he was being robbed, then they should stop it. Damien decides to chase after Shaka, who continues to hold onto his inventory. Damien chases him around the fire till a notification appears to inform him that the seventh god Shaka likes his present, and questions him if he wanted to give Shaka a present. Knowing that the quest was mandatory, Damien knew that he had to press yes. Shaka's eyes begin to glow once again as he finally spots an item that he found cool. Damien looks at him with displeasure as he asks what he was taking out now. Shaka shows the destruction orb fragment piece in his hand with a smile on his face, asking Damien if he was going to give him this. But our boy couldn't believe that Shaka wanted that thing amongst everything else. But he decides to think about it as Shaka waves it in front of him. He thought about how maybe this robbery in the pretext of an oracle is because of that. There must be a reason why this situation came to be, so he decides to press yes while cursing over the fact that he had been robbed just like that. Notifications appear to tell him that he had cleared the quest and that his favorability of the seventh god Shaka has risen to 100%. After receiving the gift, Shaka continued to speed around in circles like a speedster non-stop. Seeing his reaction made Damien wonder if he was a track and field athlete. But Shaka soon comes to a stop, telling Damien that since he had given him a present, then he should give him one too. Damien was alarmed by the sudden kindness as Shaka placed his finger onto his body and told Damien to take his present. A purple light started to appear as Damien wondered what Shaka was doing to him, but he soon recognized the feeling that was inside his body in the form of a purple orb. Shaka's eyes held a certain madness as he continued to give his gift to Damien. The purple light had now engulfed Damien's entire body. He then reappears back onto the bed that he had left before. He started to breathe heavily and questioned if he was back. Bundle appears by his side and questions where he went, but all Damien wanted to know was how much time had passed. Bundle wondered what the hell he was talking about as he tells Damien that only 10 seconds had passed since he vanished into the book. Damien couldn't believe what Bundle said, which caused him to attack Damien. As Bundle continues to attack Damien, he wonders if it was all just a dream. But he was certain that what he felt was too distinct to have been a dream as the purple orb of light remained inside his body. A notification appears to inform him that a strong surge of darkness has filled his body, and that the seventh god Shaka's power was reconfiguring his monohull. Damien started to feel pain in his body as the purple orb within it started to react even more heavily. Another notification tells him that his incomplete monohull is now forming its complete shape. His face was filled with pain as he struggled to breathe as the notification window showcased the percentage slowly increasing. Damien lets out one final scream of pain as the percentage reaches 100%. A notification informs him that it was a success. His monohull is now complete and has formed a new ring. His body has knocked down an unknowable wall and developed into a higher stage. But he curses out loud over the fact that the purple orb wasn't stopping. Bundle was worried and asked what was wrong, but Damien could feel the change in his body now. He felt that the wall that was stopping him on level 60 was now gone as his stats showed that he was now level 70. His skill window now contained over 7 new skills. He finally understood the meaning of the oracle upon seeing it. This is a new beginning. The witch doctor class was now changing. Seeing that his witch doctor class was changing, Damien felt that he should test it out now. And so, he did. Damien leapt and ran around the room with a mad fury look in his eyes. He smiled as he could definitely feel that the flow of mana in his body had increased. He even practiced the 1-inch punch, which unleashed a purple aura around his body as he tested it out. He felt that his body and class were definitely up, which was absurd to him. He noted that it must be S rank or might even be SSS rank. Damien had basically formed a new circle. If his sixth sense activates here, he might be able to raise his senses like from his devoted days. Bundle was enraged by Damien's actions as he tells him that even though he was basically naked, he was super fast. Damien was pleased to hear that and replied that his body was indeed awesome. As he laid down on the bed, Damien thought about how he needed to get some gear right now, while Bundle was furious at him for taking all the space, which made it hard for him to lay down as well. But a pigeon with a letter tied around its neck started to peck against the window of Damien's room. He hears the noise and goes on to open the window. Picking the letter from its neck made him wonder what it was. It was written from Maria Jones, who tells him if he doesn't come immediately, she would kill him so that others couldn't even find his corpse. This message sends chills down Damien and Bundle's body as they read it themselves, as Damien had totally forgotten about it. The scene changes to a beautiful city called the Holy Theocracy Orinus's capital Upatel. A divine estate with glowing waters is seen where someone sat in the middle of it on a throne. It turns out to be Arya, the goddess of light. Mamma mia, her eyes remain closed as she stares up, but she slowly opens them after some time has passed. She could see that there was a black star in the sky, the star of darkness that swallowed everything is brewing. She wonders how something that had already died once is reappearing once again now. But the black star started to crack and reveal a red aura inside of it which she sees. Staring at it held no more purpose as she closed her eyes once again. Tens of millions of years ago, she definitely dropped that star, and yet it was still emitting such a strong energy. Arya then decided she needed to make preparations. She casts the spell called Light Aura to call her family. Calling forth her own version of a book just like Damien's, it was called the White Pledge Book that calls the creation of the world. We now return to the Adventurers Guild, where Damien excitedly opens the door to a room, but is greeted with a sharp pen thrown at a high speed towards him. Damien manages to spot it and bends his neck backwards enough to dodge it while a voice speaks out that she missed. Upon closer inspection of the pen, Damien could see that it was the fountain pen of an employee of the Adventurers Guild. Hatsun looks at Maria, who understood what he meant. She looks at Damien with a fearsome look on her face, asking him if he finally came. But Damien was still suffering from the shock of the sudden attack, asking Hatsun if he could do anything, but he simply gives a thumbs up and tells Damien to figure it out himself, as even he didn't know what was going on. Maria then grabs onto Damien's face and tells him to focus on her since it had been a long time since they had seen one another. Damien had no choice but to reply with "Yes, mommy." Maria was upset that Damien managed to come back alive but didn't even contact her, which made her think he was dead. Damien replied back that he was sorry and tried to contact her immediately. Damien asks her if she waited long, as he thought about how Maria was the one who sent him to Aldean Fortress, which made him feel bad about this. Maria noted that she wasn't very patient but couldn't believe that she was worried over someone she had an eye on. But her anger soon subsides as she tells him to not do that next time. She then tells him that they should deal with balancing the mission accounts. They proceed to head somewhere else. They walk down a few stairs which were lit with torches. Damien was quick to notice that the place they were headed to was somewhere that wouldn't be an exaggeration to say is the most important place and is the core of the Adventurers Guild. It prides itself on having better defense than most kingdoms, the heart of the Adventurers Guild, the safe. Maria asked him if it was the first time he was here. He replied yes, as it was his first time since regressing. Normally, it's called a vault, and it's the place where each department's mission rewards and commodities are managed. It's only open for mercenaries who are receiving an amount higher than the fixed amount. Damien's face was filled with shock as Maria led him to somewhere else. She introduces him to vault number 1492, which was his. Seeing his vault made him recall the version of himself when he was a devoted before regressing. Maria soon questions Damien about what he did, which he was unaware of, till Maria continues to question him about what he had to do for the fussy nerds at Aldean Fortress to favor him. Hearing the word nerds made Damien slowly realize who she meant by that. She then tells him that if he was curious, then he needed to hurry and place his hand here on the magic circle, as once the vault opens, he would understand what she meant. The moment Damien placed his hand on the vault magic circle, a notification informed him that his mana was resonating with the safe's magic technique. Another notification informs him that it was a success. He can now use the safe's vault function as the vault door opens. A bright light was casted which causes Damien to cover his eyes from its blinding light. Seeing the amount of gold and equipment made Damien think that he could swim in here. Damien questioned Bundle on whether this was a dream, as he couldn't believe that all this gold was his. Seeing the disgusting look on Damien's face made Bundle slap him repeatedly as he tells Damien to get a grip. Maria informs him that she was going to quickly explain the rewards he received. Fast forwarding at lightspeed, she ended the rewards list by telling Damien he had received a total of 7 million gold excluding the commander's special reward. Maria was impressed by her skills on having an eye for people, while Damien was super happy about the rewards. He immediately translated the 7 million gold as being around $60,000. As he swam in the gold coins, he couldn't believe that he was getting paid this well. But he soon takes notice of the equipment laid out in the corner of the room. He notices that there was a letter in its belt and proceeds to read it. The letter wrote, "To Damien, it was an honor to be able to fight together on the battlefield, soldier." It turns out that the equipment and letter were both from Giorno. Damien couldn't believe this and felt kind of touched by his act of grace. Maria then claps her hands to inform Damien that there was one last thing. She presented him a golden case and noted that this was probably the best gift. Damien took it from her and slowly opened it up. "Holy moly," shouted Damien as he finally saw what it was, a platinum badge. Maria congratulates him for entering the top 20% of mercenaries. Damien was now a platinum-tiered mercenary. Damien sat at the town's fountain, still shocked over the fact that he was now a platinum-tier mercenary. He continues to stare at the badge in his hand. He noted that although the difficulty level of the missions will get higher, what he can do as a mercenary will diversify. But this wasn't all that he got. A window appears with the title of Survivor of the Battlefield, a title given to someone who survives a fierce battle that was not possible to survive in. It seems to contain a strong will that does not come from normal people. He had also received another title called Narrow Escape, a title given to one who has repeatedly escaped death's strong grip. It is as if the user is able to survive from any hopeless situation. Seeing that he has these two titles, Damien thought that this might be enough while Bundle questioned him about what he was saying about being enough. As he rubs Bundle's face, Damien tells him that it would be okay to slowly leave this place, but Bundle was curious about what he meant by that. He explains that he had done everything he could do here, and before he knew it, Damien had reached level 70. Staring at the window, Damien knew that for normal classes, this level would mean the third occupation change. He places a dot on a map, stating that farming there would be limited. Nothing good will come out from staying in one place for a long time. So he decides that they should go to the central part now. But he questions himself on whether they should reset the items for now. Bundle tells him that they should. Damien started to look through his inventory for any good items just as a group of golden armor players started to walk past him. One of the members started to trip over a piece of broken pavement and fell head first in front of Damien. The player curses out loud before asking Damien about where he was looking. He shouts at our boy, asking him if didn't see him passing by. But both of them knew that the broken piece of pavement was the reason why he tripped. The player didn't want to admit it, so he continued to taunt Damien while another member of the group went to ask him about what happened. The player tells him and points to Damien that he was the one responsible for tripping him. Damien could only look at them and figure that they were a group. Judging from the fancy insignia on their chest, Damien figured that they must be quite a famous brotherhood. But his eyes soon widened as he figured out their insignia. It was the Emperor's Blood Alliance. This was the crest for the Emperor Blood Alliance, the place that Jung Yuman, the a-hole, is the leader of. The group then started to taunt and mock Damien, calling him a newbie who was scared of them. Their taunts and insults started to really anger our boy as he tried his best to contain his anger. But he soon explodes and grabs onto his hand, telling and warning the player to keep going their way. He continues to twist the player's arm into an awkward position, causing him pain as Damien continues to warn him to not start a fight with the wrong person. He continues to hold back his anger, knowing full well that this a-hole belonged to the Emperor's Blood Alliance, which made him want to tear him to shreds. But Damien held back, taking in a deep breath. He knew that he didn't have the equipment yet, so he needed to hold back. As he slowly lets go of the player's hand, he tells him that he must have misunderstood, and that he had tripped over the jagged stone himself. The player was acting like an NPC, as he shoves Damien's arm away and told him to let go, "You bastard." Seeing his reaction to Damien made his other members amazed at what he did. Damien then reminded them to keep going on their pretty way, but the player still decided to pick a fight with our boy as he tried to pull out his sword. But the guards of the city soon appeared and shouted at him. They warned the player that using weapons in the square is forbidden. The other members of the squad hears this and tell him that they shouldn't make a scene else they get marked by the troops. Hearing the word troops made Damien realize that this group were only common knights. As he understood that the Lord held the highest, Vice Lord the second, Escort Knights the third, Troop Knights the fourth, and the bottom dwellers were the common knight and apprentice knights. This made him wonder if the group were afraid of their higher-ups, but his thoughts were cut short as the player yelled at Damien to follow him to the hall. Damien was annoyed with this lil bitch but figured that there was no use in bluffing anymore, so he decided to follow the group of players who were walking to their deaths. As he walked, Damien knew that because of the war with the Azure Dragons, there's been more attention to the Emperor Blood Alliance, so there are quite a lot of onlookers as seen from the crowd that were talking amongst themselves. Damien tells the player that he didn't want to make this embarrassing, so he figured that they should end things quickly as he was busy. But the player continues to scold Damien, telling him that if he wanted to get destroyed, then he should keep talking. But a member of his group tells him to calm down, and advises him that if he wants to do something, he should do it at the gate. The player then turns to Damien to tell him to follow him as he would be dead today. Seeing his face filled with anger made Damien figure out more or less about what kind of bastard he is now. He noted that the player was like a high school bully. It was unsightly how drunk he was on attention. His face looks like he believes that he has become the protagonist of a movie. As they neared the gate, he turned around once again to tell Damien that he couldn't run now. Damien then heads into the gate first, much to the surprise of the player. He had been wrapped to the Fighter Street Endless Hall, where a tower so tall that it was covered by the clouds stood. Seeing the tower gave Damien a sense of nostalgia, as this was a neutral zone that adventurers can enter through the gate. And a ferocious battlefield where adventurers are ranked by battle. A scene out of Gladiator is shown as players fought one another while the crowd cheers and bets on whomever would win. This was a place where the strongest person owns the highest place of the tower. This was the place that made Damien a devoted in his last life. The player soon arrives as well and proceeds to shout at Damien, calling him a mannerless asshole for going in first without a reply. But his shouts and taunts meant nothing to Damien as he made his way towards the massive doors of the tower. A notification appears to welcome him to the Endless Hall. Damien knew that although there are a lot of people who want to test their own abilities, there were also a lot of bastards who would use this to legally destroy others. They soon arrive at a stand holding up a blue orb, with a notification asking Damien that if he agrees with the clauses, please reach your hand out to the sign. The player, being impatient, shouts at Damien to follow what the notification stated. The player turns out to be called Koharu, who invites Damien to free mode. Damien tells him that he talks too much and has a foul mouth, which irritates Koharu even more. Damien stretches out his hand to agree as he knew that he had no reason to reject. Both of them were soon teleported to the Field of Honor, a place that looks like an arena where gladiators fought one another like in ancient Rome. As Damien equipped the Night Crow equipment, he looked out his window and wondered if it was working. Koharu saw this and shouted at him about what he was doing right now. Damien informs him that he was filming their battle so he wouldn't go back on his words later on, but Koharu simply replied that he was an insane bastard. Damien went on to ask him, as a member of the Peerless Emperor Blood Alliance, was scared that he would lose to a newbie. Hearing those words made Koharu even more angry as he continued to shout out loud. He then warns Damien that he should do what he wants and just get ready to be destroyed. But our boy tells him that that was something he should do instead. The moment Koharu placed his hand on the handle of his sword, Damien disappeared in an instant. Koharu then felt something behind him in that same moment and turned around to see what it was. Damien appears with his fist raised high and tells him hi. With a mighty hit that causes an explosion, Damien's fist meets the a-hole dead-on. As he makes his way towards Koharu, who appears to be knocked out from a single blow, Damien tells him to get up. Stop exaggerating, member of the Peerless the Emperor Blood Alliance. Koharu couldn't believe what just happened to him as he faced the ground with shock written all over his face. He couldn't even see Damien move at all. But our boy shows no mercy as he continues to land another blow onto him. He warns Koharu that if he doesn't block, he will lose. The punch lands onto the a-hole's face as Koharu wonders what class Damien had. Seeing Damien's stance made him conclude that he was a pure strength-based physical class. He sees a chance to leap out of harm's way and looks at Damien with murder in his eyes, telling him that he was going to kill him. Koharu pulls out two blades to reveal his dual blader skill. Casting a tornado-like skill called Fatal Storm, Koharu rushes back to counterattack Damien with a dual blader's innate skill. Damien easily sees the attack coming and knew that blocking it was crazy, so he needed to dodge it, which he does easily as he reappears beside Koharu, taunting him about how slow he was even though he was probably an assassin class. Koharu could only give Damien the bombastic side eye as he questions him on how he dodged the skill. Opening his window in the middle of the fight, Damien knew that after changing jobs, his skills changed into something new, which made him wonder if he should try using them. He looked through the skill list and came upon something that was good for the moment. Damien had selected the Blood's Craving skill. Koharu could see that Damien was smiling for some unknown reason to him and shouts at him while rushing to stab our boy. As he rushed over to Damien, Koharu splits himself into three other clones, shadow clones, the ninja way. The crowd watched with shock over this new skill and figured that Koharu was serious about this fight now. Damien knew that the clones were simply mirror images, unlike the Kunoichi class shadow clone technique, where the clones are substantial. Koharu warns Damien that he was screwed now, but Damien wore a smile on his face, wanting to know who was the one that was actually screwed. Just as the mirror images reached Damien, he used the witch doctor skill called Blood's Craving. He disappeared and reappeared with punches as gifts to all of Koharu's mirror images. His attacks sends him flying with a huge explosion as Koharu coughs blood while thinking that it made no sense. A blood shield started to form around Damien just as he was thinking of ending the fight right now. Koharu on the other hand started to panic as he breathed heavily, knowing that he was definitely going to die. The crowd watches on and couldn't believe that a member of the Emperor Blood Alliance couldn't even beat a normal adventurer. A member of his group started to scold Koharu, shouting at him to get up, and that losing would make them all look like fools. But a member of the crowd soon recognizes the equipment that Damien was wearing. They realized that Damien was the player from the defense of Aldean Fortress. The streamers in the crowd started to announce the news that one of the members of the Emperor Blood Alliance was fighting Teacher Da from the defense of Aldean Fortress and is getting crushed. They also commented that it was insane that Damien was also a Platinum tier adventurer. A member of Koharu's group scolded the streamers and ordered them to end their streams right now. We return to the moment where Damien was about to bitch slap the poop out of Koharu's face as he stood there in silence. As Damien gives each bitch slap across Koharu's face, he tells him to respond when he talks to him. But Koharu still held onto his blade, thinking that to wait just a bit more. Damien continues to taunt the poor little boy, asking him if he was crying right now. But Koharu's face was filled with an intense hatred which was alarming to Damien. Koharu then shouts out a dual blader skill as he raises both of his blades into the air. He summoned a bunch of chains that appeared from underneath the ground using the skill called Chain Ascension. The chains immediately went towards Damien, who instantly leapt back the moment the skill was casted. Seeing that the chains were about to hit him, Damien thought that Koharu was pretty good since he was trying to buy time until he could get up. As Koharu continued to cast the skill, Damien was still able to dodge it, knowing that it would be 30 seconds at most, and by his calculations, the fight was going to end soon. As Damien finally landed back on his feet, the chains stopped just inches away from his face. It appears that the chains had started to disappear, which was according to what Damien had predicted. He noted that this was quite fun as the chains started to disappear. But realized that his back was against the wall, which was what Koharu wanted in the first place. And that this was the moment that Koharu had planned as he shouted that it was all done. A red symbol started to appear on his forehead as he casted another skill. Using the dual blader skill, Koharu had summoned the Asura. A mythical figure appeared and stood alongside him. Damien sees his skill and calls him a psycho. He knew that Koharu was burning his own mana, so that he could increase his physical abilities. An extreme continuous dealing move where the blades won't stop until one side dies. The moment Koharu disappears from where he stood, Damien was able to see where he was going as he turned his head. With more arms and blades on his back, Koharu lets out a battle cry as he attempts to land a hit on our boy. His face was filled with nothing but the Asura marking on his forehead. Damien decides to meet his attack head-on. Knowing that this was Koharu's lethal move. But it wasn't going to work on Damien as he simply uppercuts the poop out of Koharu's face. But his attack didn't stop Koharu as his attacks continued on. Damien speculated that this was because of the Asura mode. Damien could feel that Koharu's arms and legs were moving separately, as if someone else was controlling him. Damien then tells him that he was confident in his speed too, just as he saw it earlier on. "Is your final struggle over now?" questioned Damien as he faced Koharu head-on with a smile on his face. Koharu too decides to fight head-on in response. The two titans continued to battle it out with one another.
His exchange of blows was immense, sending shockwaves throughout the arena as everyone watched closely on their battle. The spectators couldn't believe the level of their fight. Koharu's teammates were watching the fight as well, afraid that the flow of the battle was getting strange. To their knowledge, Koharu's weapon, Alcazar's Fury, isn't something that you can block just because you want to. Using just one of the blades wasn't too bad, but Koharu was holding both of his blades, which allows him to have the effect of 100% ignoring defense. And it must be hard to even react to Koharu's attacks while he was in Ashura mode. But Damien was built differently. He was actually blocking all of Koharu's attacks with a smile on his face. He even manages to punch him in the face and deals a heavy blow onto his body as well, telling Koharu to bring out more. This time, Damien was the one on the attacking side. He endlessly sent a barrage of punches towards Koharu, who couldn't even block a single one of those punches. The spectators and Koharu's teammates were feeling scared and embarrassed by the current state of the match, thinking that they should end the match now to save Koharu from Damien's ruthless punches. With a single fist raised in the air this time, Damien lands one final powerful blow to Koharu, unleashing a bright blue pillar of light as it sends him flying back to Earth. The recoil of the punch from Damien was so strong to the point that Koharu bounced back into the air, before landing back onto the ground, completely unconscious. As Damien raises his fist in the air, the system announces that he had won the duel. Returning back to the arena, Damien started to yawn, feeling tired as this was the first time in a while his blood boiled over a match and he even had to fight an opponent with all he had without even knowing it. As he opened a window, Damien was wondering if he could use the video he recorded of the duel, thinking that it might be too cruel for everyone to watch. After all, he did beat Koharu mercilessly until he bled from every hole in his face. But as he thought that uploading the video of their duel onto YouTube would make his image worse, Damien stumbled upon a bunch of internet comments, talking about his duel. He couldn't believe that a video of his duel had already been uploaded, and with so many community comments already posted to it, most of them were saying that Damien should have gone easier on Koharu, but our boy didn't care about that at all. Seeing how fast the video had been uploaded made him think that someone in the audience from before was the one to upload the duel. But after seeing the comments from everyone, Damien thought that it was fine now, so he decided to send a copy of the duel to Wiz Entertainment. Even after reading the comments online about how cruel he was, Damien wasn't going to change his ways. After all, he still had to deal with Arthur. With a creepy smile on his face, Damien was determined to follow his saying, that he would repay favors by 100 and grudges by 1,000. But as he exited the tower, he looked back, thinking about how he came here and how this place was kind of like his heart's hometown. He wished he could challenge the tower right now, but because of his situation he couldn't. After all, fighting with Koharu, who was a common knight whose honor had been smeared, meant that Damien would be in trouble with the Emperor Blood Alliance. Since Arthur was in charge, Damien knew he would make a move as soon as possible. So our boy knew that he had to run as it was too early for him to fight against Arthur. Chippy soon screams at Damien, asking him about what was it that he was thinking about so hard, shocked and surprised by his reaction. Damien comforts Chippy by rubbing his face carefully, which he enjoys, informing him that he needed to prepare for a lot of things now, with a smile across his face. Back in the real world, a beautiful car is speeding through the night. It turns out to be Arthur, driving his date back home. As they say goodbye to one another, Arthur finally pulls out his phone, showing that he had been receiving a bunch of messages lately. He reads one of the messages from someone called Lee Rossing, a person should be managing AC. Looking at the message, Arthur wonders why he wanted to meet so late at night, but as he reads through the community posts and messages, a video catches his attention. Upon playing it, it shows the scenes from Damien's duel with Koharu being beaten badly. Watching the video made Arthur furious as he immediately turns on his car and speeds throughout the night again, shouting at his car system to call Lee Rossing immediately. Back in AC, Damien was lying behind on a cart somewhere, looking at his window, wondering why there was nothing for him to buy. Our boy was depressed, thinking about how expensive it was to use the return to village spell and the usage fee for the rap gate. And now, he was sad to use the outdated robotic horse carriage. As he continues to look through the system, notifications of the same message pop up, informing Damien that the item he was searching for cannot be found and to try searching for something else. Damien finally snaps over how he couldn't buy anything he needed. Looking at the scenery around him, Damien calmed down for a bit, believing that it was about time that the game did a patch since it was the 100th day. Thinking back to his memories before regressing, Damien figured out that the contents of the week-long dungeon sealed Demon's Altar should open around the 100th day. The reward that players would receive after clearing it would be exactly what he was looking for right now. The sealed Mana Stone's fragment, but the problem right now was that he didn't have the time to wait for the sealed Demon's Altar to come out. Back before this moment, Damien thought that he could have gotten all the items he needed, and to upload another video today, but he was screwed. Seeing no other choice, Damien opened the window once again, repeatedly clicking onto various items at once. Damien was searching for a bunch of materials, deciding that he was going to make the items himself. The scene changes to a jungle, where a muscular player with a hood was looking around for something. Two other players approach him from behind, calling out to Jae-han. It's revealed that the mysterious player was called Seo Jaein, the youngest of the 3J trio. The bald one is called Jae-hyuk, the second oldest of the trio, while the shorter man with hair is called Jae-young, the oldest of the trio. The 3J trio were fighters from the Holy Theocracy arenas. Jae-young, the oldest brother, was known as the oldest of the bulletin board as he was someone that posts many tips and is a pioneer of the fighter class. He has quite the fame as a YouTuber with several 100,000 subscribers with quite a hold on the AC community. As the oldest and youngest were discussing if they were at the right place, their attention was drawn to some loud noises behind them. Turning to see what it was, it turns out to be their second brother, who was smashing the nearby trees to bits, complaining that he was so hungry to the point that he could die. The sound of trees being smashed like your mom seems to draw the attention of a giant spider monster that appeared right above the two brothers. Seeing its ugly face screaming at them, Jae-young immediately activates his temple monk skill, causing his fist to glow with a golden light. With a mighty scream, he unleashes his skill called the Six Fists Might, destroying the giant spider monster in a golden glow. After one-shotting the spider monster, Young immediately scolds Hyuk for making so much noise that it attracts the nearby monsters, but Hyuk could only complain that his stomach had been grueling and was extremely hungry. Young then orders him to get rid of the corpse of the dead spider monster he killed. With just one hand, Hyuk manages to fling the corpse of the spider high into the air above them. But as he was still complaining about being hungry, the youngest brother makes his appearance once again. Ensuring Hyuk that there was no need to worry about his hunger anymore. He proudly shows off that he had gotten the tail, causing Hyuk to start salivating. And so, the trio continued on with their journey, even though the process wasn't all that enjoyable. Looking back, their journey began from a quest of the Holy Order Chelenus, which serves Arya, the goddess of light. For any other players, this quest would seem insane for them, but the trio were convinced that the quest given to them would connect to the main ones. Since they heard about the story about the stars from it. And so, using his tracking skill from the temple monk class called Kiri Elazone, Han continues to track for their quest. Back to Damien using the slowest transport known to mankind, Chippy was complaining about how long it was going to take them to arrive. After hearing Damien say that it was going to take 37 hours, Chippy slams him in the face repeatedly with his beak. After riding for some time, the two bros finally see a different sight. A castle appears on the horizon. But the castle wasn't Damien's goal, as he was looking for something else to pop up now. Chippy was curious by what he meant by that, as a dragon or a giant wouldn't appear in these mountains. That's when something started to move quickly towards them, which Damien was happy to see. It turns out to be Ongoliant, a giant type of spider that exists in valleys or bogs. Even though it was coming straight towards them with immense speed, Damien was casually waving at it, making Chippy panic. As he stood up, Damien assured Chippy that they were going to be fine, and started to cast his witch doctor skill called Blood's Craving. But just as he was about to cast his skill onto the incoming giant spider, another voice shouts at the bros to move out of the way, surprising them. The moment Damien leapt out of the way from the spider, its body began to spin into the air before landing onto a nearby tree, with its head missing from its body. Damien was stunned by this sudden sight. He couldn't believe that there was someone out here that was able to destroy a level 72 Ungoliant in one shot. But as he was figuring out who it was, a figure appeared in front of them, mentioning that he almost got into trouble. A bearded man with a giant hammer appears, greeting the bros and apologizing that he didn't know that they were standing there when he sent the giant spider flying in the air. Looking closely at this bearded man with a giant hammer, Damien could see that he was able to bench, squat and deadlift at least 500 kilograms, just like him, making them both the same type. But as he continued to stare at the man, Damien's eyes were caught by something. Looking closely at the giant hammer the man was wielding, even the bearded man realized where Damien was staring at. And started to flex his hammer at them, which was now covered in a purple aura. Seeing the giant hammer up close with the purple aura, Damien's eyes were sparkling as he figured out that what he thought was right all along. It was the actual legendary warhammer that he had only heard rumors about. It turns out that the bearded man's warhammer was called the Ogre-born Crusher Maul. It was a hammer strong enough to break even ogres' bones. It also has the blessing of ancient magic, so it is almost unbreakable and impossible to fix. The bearded man proudly shows off the warhammer in his hand, asking Damien and Chippy if this was something that they had never seen before. Damien still couldn't believe that he was seeing the famous warhammer with his own eyes. The hammer itself was the national treasure level item that anyone who played this game would know, the warhammer. It's an item that boosts your power by 500 points, so for normal class users, this would allow them to get around 500 levels stronger. Even before regressing, the warhammer was a treasure-like weapon that was priceless. The old man couldn't help but laugh at Damien's reaction to his hammer. He reveals that he had been using it pretty well till now and also had rejected numerous offers from people who wanted to buy the warhammer off him. Damien was now stunned by the fact that he was missing how he used to talk to people. Because of his propensity stat, he had to avoid meeting other players. So after talking with this old man for a short moment, Damien felt that he really liked him a lot. As the old man placed his hand onto Damien's shoulder, he asked him with a nervous look on his face whether he was free to help him out with something. As he reveals to Damien that he was actually lost at the moment, leaving our boy stunned. The old man recalled that his friends had told him to come to Pharma or Farami or some other place that sounded like those, so he went, but then he got lost because all he did was look at the map and simply moved in the east direction. Damien was shocked to learn this, as the place they were currently at was called the Sloth Valley, which has often sightings of Ungoliants, the spider monster from before. Based on how dangerous this place was, most players would have used the Ripley's Store's warp gate. Even if a player has good luck and doesn't come across any monsters, it was still quite a far distance, since you needed to walk for a day straight. Forming a new plan in his mind, Damien couldn't help but smile to himself, thinking that based on the current situation, he should take this chance to level up, believing that if he was with someone who could send an Ungoliant flying in one go, then it would be easy. So Damien agrees with the old man's request, telling him that they should go together. But the old man was chuckling to himself, placing his hand onto Damien's shoulder once again. He told Damien to call him uncle instead. Hearing that, our boy started to laugh, letting the old man know that he didn't even know his name. Surprised by that fact, the old man reveals his name to be Kim Chun Sam. But Damien could call him Uncle Chun Sam. As he laughed along, Damien was immediately shocked to learn about the name of the old man. Damien couldn't believe that the old man standing in front of him was the actual Kim Chun Sam. Kim Chun Sam held the title of the Great Commander. Before Damien had regressed, Uncle Chun Sam was not just a master blacksmith, but also the owner of the Iron Guard, the top-ranking manufacturing workers' alliance. The 10 greatest commanders are on an equal playing field with the 10 greatest blood alliances. Damien could not even begin to explain how incredible Uncle Chun Sam's standing was in AC. Since he led an up and rising manufacturing workers' alliance. Right now, that very same person was standing right in front of Damien's eyes. Knowing all of this, Damien couldn't let go of the opportunity. Wasting no time at all, Damien kneels and bows onto the ground repeatedly towards Uncle Chun Sam, who was confused by how Damien was suddenly acting, begging him to accept him. With sparkling eyes and blushed cheeks, Damien tells Uncle Chun Sam that bows were just a way for a nephew to greet his uncle. Damien's plan seems to work, as Uncle Chun Sam couldn't resist the fact that he now has a new nephew. Using this chance, Damien takes his hand, offering to guide him to the proper place. Damien knew that Uncle Chun Sam would be the one who would later create a mythical class weapon. And that was the Arya's Rage, the weapon that King Arthur would use in the future. Before he had regressed, Damien spent all of his time looking at the weapon that Arthur was using. As he gripped his fist hard, our boy swore that this time, he was going to prevent Arthur from getting such a weapon. Holding onto Uncle Chun Sam's hands in a romantic way, Damien suggests to him that they form a party since the journey they were going on was going to be dangerous. Activating the window screen in the game, Damien sends a request to Uncle, telling him that all he needed to do was to accept the invite. Uncle Chun Sam was impressed by this, seeing that this was the first time he had ever gotten a party invite from somehow and that he had finally learned how to do so. Once the boys had joined the same party, they decided to immediately set off to their destination. As the sun began to set in a further forest, we now could see Damien running fast away from something, screaming at Uncle Chun Sam to help. Hearing that his precious nephew was in danger, Uncle quickly asked him what was wrong. Damien reveals that a horde of those giant spider monsters were chasing fast after him. This type of beast was no challenge to Uncle at all, as he had already finished his preparations. So as the spider monster tried to attack him, just like the mighty Thor, Uncle only needed a single hit to kill the Ungoliant. With each swing of his mighty warhammer, every single one of the Ungoliant couldn't withstand a single blow from the old man, dying instantly again and again after a single hit. This continued for quite some time as Uncle just kept swinging and swinging his mighty warhammer, destroying all the spider monsters that were chasing after Damien. Our boy and Chippy this time was a spectator. Watching Uncle Chun Sam kill all those monsters was amazing to them. All Damien did was simply lure the Ungoliants to where Uncle was on purpose in order to level up, not knowing that he was able to one-shot all of them, showing our boys that he truly was a monster. Uncle Chun Sam was clearly showing off to his nephew, telling him that since he was feeling a bit stiff, the spider monster's timing was perfect and that Damien was also doing great. Damien had fallen in love, practically kissing Uncle's butt, which Chippy approves of, as this was the way to make good connections. Looking around after the spider monster's body had disappeared, loot started to appear where they died. With a quick dash everywhere, Damien wasted no time at all, collecting all of the loot from their canines to their skin and even their strong acidic corrosive body fluids. Thanks to their incredible connection with Uncle Chun Sam, Damien was basically making money without doing anything. Looking at the amount of loot they had gotten without doing anything at all, Damien questions Chippy if they should have done party hunting earlier, but Chippy knew that it would be impossible for Damien. He proudly points out the propensity stat that Damien had, which was in the billion negatives. Being reminded of this, Damien knew that Chippy was right. There was no way he would have been able to team up with others. As they were talking, Uncle Chun Sam appeared and called out to Damien, pointing at the badge on his chest and asking what it was about. Damien explained that the badge he was wearing belonged to the Adventures Guild and was his adventure certificate. The one he was wearing specifically was the Platinum badge. This was the type of thing that you would receive if you passed the Adventures Guild qualification test, but Uncle Chun Sam seemed clueless about it. Damien was stunned to see this, so he questions him on whether he had received his adventure certificate yet. Uncle Chun Sam laughs, telling Damien that he hadn't, since he had just been playing with his friends and worked with metals as a blacksmith. Learning this fact about him, Damien knew that working will be a bit difficult without a certificate, so he started to think of a game plan. As he started to think of a plan, Uncle asked him if the adventure badge was something like an excavator license. Damien corrects him, informing him that the adventure badge would make it easier for him to create a blood alliance. Hearing about the blood alliance immediately catches the attention of Uncle Chun Sam, as this was what his friends and him were waiting for. He needed to create a blood alliance first. As Uncle laughed after discovering this fact, Damien smiled to himself, watching the innocent and naive guy in front of him. He knew now that what was important right now wasn't hunting. Seeing Uncle's reaction, Damien asks him if already had members. Uncle reveals that he did and that they were aiming to be the best manufacturing workers alliance. After hearing that, Damien was sure that Uncle Chun Sam was going to be the best, so he needed to adjust his plans based on the future too. Summoning the slow metal carriage from before, Damien figured that the thing that was more important than leveling up right now was something else, so he suggested to Uncle that they hunt for something a bit different this time. A spider that was bigger than all of the ones that they had hunted so far. Damien's plan was to use this hunt to prove his worth to Uncle and receive his favor. Deep in the Sloth Valley rocky zone, the uncle and nephew pair were moving quietly in the eerie place filled with fog. Damien started to look around, confident that what they were looking for was around here somewhere, but the lack of light made it hard for him to see properly. Seeing Chippy on his shoulder, Damien asks him for some light. Within a second, Chippy had summoned a bright ball of light right above his head, like Goku's spirit bomb. But it turns out to be a tiny ball of light, which Damien found disappointing. But even so, the system informs them that they have discovered new geographical information. Their new location was a place called Land of the Black Rock. While Damien was disappointed by Chippy's small ball of light, Uncle Chun Sam was impressed by it, making Chippy climb on his shoulder instead. As they ventured deeper into the unknown, a strong green smell started to reach Damien's nose. Making him sniff and look for it more, Uncle Chun Sam was curious about what our boy was currently doing, as he looked like a dog. Damien explains to him that the sniffing was because there wasn't much light, so it was hard for him to find what they were looking for, so instead of using sight, Damien was going to use his sense of smell. He assures Uncle Chun Sam not to worry, as he was sure that the thing they were looking for was in this area and that he was going to find it soon. Seeing Damien sniffing away into the darkness made Uncle Chun Sam turn to Chippy, asking him if it was normal for people to find monsters by sniffing out their smell. But Chippy didn't know about it either. Laughing at Chippy's reply, Uncle Chun Sam was still confident in his nephew's ability and was sure he had a proper reason for doing so. But as he was talking to Chippy, the same smell that Damien was sniffing finally reached his nose, but it was too strong, causing Uncle Chun Sam and Chippy to cover their nose from the horrible stench. Smelling the weird sour smell, Uncle Chun Sam immediately chases after Damien, warning him about the horrible stench, as the system warns them that there was a strange hostility coming from their surroundings and that something was looking at them from the shadows. Standing in a wide open area, Damien was proudly smiling, informing Uncle Chun Sam that he had found what they were looking for all this time. In truth, Damien was almost happy to smell the stench of a corpse rotting. But being in this area in this life was strange to him. Before regressing, Damien had come here with a whole party, but now, there was only him, Uncle Chun Sam and Chippy. Sensing that a fight was about to begin, Damien summons his daggers while warning Uncle that a fight was coming for them. Instead of being afraid, Uncle was happy to hear that, bringing out his own warhammer in an instant. The system warns the boys that there was a strong feeling of death that was sweeping the place they were standing in, before informing them that the monsters of this place were finally revealing themselves. As a bunch of bright red eyes started to appear from the ceiling, right above them. To start off the fight, Damien immediately places his hand onto the ground, summoning a bright golden circle, which uses his witch doctor skill called reviving the dead. He then turns around, asking Chippy if he was ready. Soon enough, a bunch of Chippy's family members started to appear once again, holding onto their blow guns, armed and ready for firing. In his battle armor and holding a red flag, Chippy was leading his brothers and sisters, waiting for Damien's single command. Seeing everyone prepared, Damien orders Chippy and his siblings to aim for the ceiling and to commence firing onto everything that was moving around. Following his orders, the siblings fired an endless barrage of darts straight into the ceiling. Chippy and his siblings' attacks seemed to land without missing and were powerful enough to knock the spider monsters from the ceiling. As they fell to the ground, Uncle Chun Sam took the chance to deal the finishing blow, smashing every one of them into pieces. Both of them were battle maniacs, as even Damien was smiling from ear to ear as he sliced each of the spider monsters that fell from the ceiling. As they stepped through the dead bodies of every spider monster that they had slain, Uncle Chun Sam asks Damien about what kind of spiders they had been killing since they looked different. Damien tells him that these were the grunt soldiers. It turns out that grunt soldiers were the babies the queen laid and also the guards of this place that they were at. They would sometimes also be the queen's meal if they were being bad boys or girls. Their true names were red soldier spiders that protect the queen's refuge and move solely based on her commands. Seeing more of the spiders coming in different forms, Damien feels that they could communicate with one another, while Uncle Chun Sam could clearly see that they were pissed off right now. Tired and angry at the loud noises the new spider monsters were making, Damien started to scold them as he felt that they were cursing at him straight at his face. He finally snaps and attacks first with his own blowgun, hitting the closest spider monster directly into one of its eyes. Laughing at his attack that landed, Damien still cursed at the spiders, but as he did, Uncle Chun Sam shouted at him, warning him to duck as more of the spiders appeared right above Damien's head as he was distracted. Just like Thor, Uncle Chun Sam throws his mighty warhammer, covering Damien from the spider attacks and killing all of them in a single blow. Damien was shocked to see this. He was glad that Uncle was here, or else his head would have gone flying instead. Looking at how the spiders were moving, Damien informed Uncle Chun Sam that the spider monsters were going to be more active from now on, and trusted him to watch his back. With his trusty warhammer back in his hand, Uncle was ready for the fight, and prepared to watch Damien's back. In a massive T-flexing pose, a blue light starts to appear all around Damien's body as she summons a bunch of arrows from his sides. Pointing his arm straight towards the spider monsters that were incoming, he sends all the blue arrows into their direction, using the witch doctor's skill called Vengeful Spirit's Arrow. The blue arrows were powerful and accurate, landing onto each of the spider monsters easily and killing them. But there was a slight issue. More of the spider monsters started to appear even after killing a bunch of them at the same time. Damien was slightly panicking, seeing that there was another endless swarm of them heading their way. Coming up with a new plan, Damien summons another round of the Vengeful Spirit's Arrow, commanding Chippy to assume a new formation and to cover him while he does something else. Heeding Damien's command, Chippy went over to his siblings' side, telling them to get in line to form the third formation. Chippy and his siblings were now lined up alongside one another on a nearby cliff, shouting to Damien that they were ready. Wasting no time at all, Domain orders them to fire at once, as he fires his own blue arrows towards the endless horde of spider monsters coming their way. The combined attacks of Chippy and his siblings along with Damien's witch doctor skill was effective as the spider monsters started to die one by one, before even reaching them. Things were going as planned. Damien started to smile as he felt that this was doable, and was glad that he had trained Chippy with several strategies. Now that this side was taken care of, Damien turns around to check on Uncle Chun Sam, who was smashing away with his warhammer. It turns out that he was having the time of his life as he slams each of the spider monsters with ease, using his blacksmith skill, called Hammerfall, killing each of them with a single blow. That one hit was enough to send shockwaves throughout the cave they were in, destroying and cracking the stone all around. Damien could only comment that Uncle Chun Sam's skill was crazy, and that he had evolved from a monster to a being that was basically unbeatable. As the both of them continued to kill each of the spider monsters that came for them, something started to happen with their dead bodies. The same strong green smell started to come out of them. Not only was the smell even stronger than before that caused Damien to cover his nose, but Uncle Chun Sam could hear something loud coming their way. Looking at Damien for an answer, our boy warns Uncle to be careful. Looking at how the spider monsters were now behaving, Damien knew that this situation was unusual, as the spider monsters were getting into formation. He knew that since the queen always places her survival first, and doesn't usually move herself, But when a certain amount of her spider children and soldiers were dying, then she would become stressed and even more aggressive from before. As the system gave out red warnings this time, Damien and Uncle Chun Sam prepared themselves for what was coming as the spider monsters were moving in a formation. The system then tells Damien and Uncle Chun Sam that the forgotten Spider Queen was revealing herself and that they needed to prepare for the Master of the Refuge's wrath. Seeing this confirms it for Damien, the Queen herself was finally crawling out. A large monster with a woman figure appeared, covered in a bright purple aura, letting out a fierce scream that sent shockwaves in the air. With a scary-looking face, the forgotten Spider Queen has revealed herself. The Spider Queen, Aliwan, one of the queens of the countless factions who led the ancient spider kingdoms. She was defeated by one of the 12 pure-blooded branches princesses, Arashine, and lost most of her lineage's abilities, with only the instinctual desire to survive remaining. Compared to several hundred years ago, she was atrophied in several aspects, but she possesses strong acidic bodily fluids to digest most organisms and a strong obsession for her prey. She is much greedier than before. Her unique trait is that this monster is of noble blood and has quite high physical abilities and remaining techniques. The game system continues to warn Damien and Uncle Sam that the forgotten Spider Queen was revealing herself, and advises them to prepare for the Master of the Refuge's wrath. Instead of being afraid of the big bad boss, Damien and Uncle were excited to finally see her come out. And so she does, covered in a demonic black and purple aura as she lets out a ferocious scream, announcing her presence to everyone in the cave. Her eyes are up there, gentlemen. As the Spider Queen Aliwan reveals her face, it shows a look of anger. Once again, she is one of the queens of the countless factions who led the ancient spider kingdoms. She was defeated by one of the 12 pure-blooded branches Princess Arachne, and lost most of her lineage abilities with only the instinctual desire to survive remaining. Compared to several hundred years ago, she has atrophied in several aspects, but she possesses strong acidic bodily fluids to digest most organisms and a strong obsession for her prey. She is much greedier than before. Her unique trait is that she is of noble blood, and has quite high physical abilities and remaining techniques, so players needed to be extra careful in dealing with her. Uncle was curious about why they were suddenly facing the big bad Spider Queen, so Damien tells him that he needed to think of her as his free pass to receive the Adventurer certificate. Looking at the Spider Queen closely, Damien could see that she was still the same as ever, and also, right now, they needed to be especially more careful. As the Spider Queen wasn't that far away from them, Damien knew that if they even moved by a little bit, she would charge towards them at a fast pace. So to make things easier, Damien created a group chat first as he had a plan in mind. Using the group chat, he informs Uncle that when facing the Spider Queen, they couldn't move in any random way, so when she moves, Damien wants Uncle to prepare his strongest attack against her. Because all they needed was one strong blow. Looking at the way Damien was smiling at him, Uncle was questioning about what he was thinking, but seeing how Damien has performed so far, Uncle decides to trust in his plan and starts to charge his warhammer with a powerful blue aura, hoping that a single blow was enough to work against the Spider Queen. But as Damien and Uncle were preparing for their plan, the Spider Queen started hers too. In the palm of her sharp claws, a ball of purple energy was gathering together. Draining the blood out of her fellow children, their blood seems to empower her skill. Damien was able to spot the skill and knew what it was the Spider Queen's blood explosion skill. Wasting no time at all, our boy started to cast his own spell, gathering a bunch of red energy in the palm of his hand just like the Spider Queen did. A bunch of explosions occurred in the air as the Spider Queen and Damien's skill fought against one another. The result was Damien and Uncle being completely fine from the spider's attack, revealing their Giga Chad aura, while the Spider Queen simply had Ohio aura on her side plus her ugly face. After defending themselves from her attack, Damien scolds the Queen for attacking them without saying a single word. Bundle agrees with him, even saying that the Queen has no morals. Uncle was stunned to see that the Queen was actually closer to them than before, wondering if Damien had actually seen her attack that quickly. As the battle had started, Damien tells him to just think of that one strong blow they needed. While he charges up his attack, Damien was going to stall her for as long as it takes. Seeing that everything was going to be okay, Uncle agreed with the plan and started to charge his powerful blue aura once more. The Spider Queen was bad as heck. Her face was filled with anger after seeing that Damien was able to block her surprise attack. Our boy started to gather even more of the red aura into his hand, warning the Queen to stop glaring at him while he's asking her nicely. As he charges towards the Queen, Leroy Jenkins style, he warns her that he was going to pluck out her eyes as revenge. While Damien charges recklessly to get the Spider Queen's attention while Uncle charges for his powerful blow, the queen unleashes a new set of skills, summoning multiple balls made out of her deadly purple aura. Bundle was scared, but Damien showed no fear as he went up against her skill using his own witch doctor skill. Explosions were seen once more in the air as Damien casted the blood's craving skill to counter the queen's skill. Damien was doing his best, knowing that the attack from the queen was the same from before, and that if he was a normal player, then he would have already helplessly fallen for it because the cave was so dark, making it hard to dodge or attack against her skill. But thanks to his sixth sense, Damien could see everything, as if the cave was fully lit. Ordering Bundle to move, Damien was on to the next part of his plan. Using his coolest skill, in my opinion, Bundle and his siblings were positioned above a cliff behind Damien as he stood in front, covered in his blue aura and surrounded by multiple arrows. Bundle was the acting commander for his siblings, asking them if they were ready for what's coming. They all chirped together in unison, blowguns in their mouths, aimed and ready to fire. Hearing their response, Damien orders for everyone to fire everything they got towards the Spider Queen's direction using his witch doctor skill called Vengeful Spirit's Arrow. The arrows proved to be effective against the spiders as they were shot down one by one, as each arrow flew past them. Damien even notices that the queen was using her own children as shields, so he knew that he needed to tie her feet before Uncle finishes preparing his one blow. This time, a dark green aura started to flow around Damien's arm as he casted another witch doctor skill. With a wave of his hand, a whole bunch of insects started to swarm towards the Spider Queen. Damien was using the witch doctor skill called Epidemic Rage. The insects followed Damien's instructions and gathered themselves towards the queen's legs, causing her to be confused by what was going on. It turns out that the skill Epidemic Rage applies 50% of magic damage per second by releasing Epidemic's aura to those around the caster. If the caster hits the mark, the target's defense ability, magic resistance, and abnormal status resistance will be reduced by 1% every second. The radius of the cast increases is proportional to the caster's intelligence stat, and if there is an enemy nearby not affected, they can move without being influenced by the casting radius. The insects were doing as Damien wanted, planting themselves onto the queen's legs, holding her in place. At the perfect time too, as Uncle informs Damien that he has completed his preparations for the one blow. Seeing the immense aura that Uncle was giving off, Damien was shocked to see that this was his actual power. His aura this time was from a different dimension, the scarlet light aura that surrounds his warhammer. Damien knew that if Uncle hits a vital point, then no monster would survive that hit. Seeing that everything was in place, Damien informs Uncle that it was time for the execution, so they excitedly charge towards the queen who was stuck in place, thanks to Damien's insects. Uncle unleashes his blacksmith skill called Unnatural Death, transforming his aura and turning him into a battle god, ready to smash a bitch into pieces. Even the Spider Queen was able to sense the danger of Uncle's aura as he charged towards her. In a desperate attempt to save her life, she screams out loud, unleashing another one of her skills. The system warns the boys that the forgotten Spider Queen Aliwan is now howling as she spews a highly acidic aura. Damien was pissed off to see this from the system. He couldn't believe that the queen was using Poison Nova, which takes an incredible amount of mana. The plan has now changed as Damien warns Uncle that he would die instantly if he gets hit by the wave of purple acid that was coming in their direction, so he shouts at Uncle to dodge it immediately. Uncle was panicking due to the sudden change of plan, so instead of casting Unnatural Death, he changed the skill halfway, and decided to use Gravity Pose to dodge the acid wave. After dodging the acid wave, Uncle using Downward Blow, to attack the queen instead. The impact of his warhammer was strong enough to shatter the ground and spread boulders made of stone everywhere, while leaving the queen buried in the rubble. Seeing the aftermath of his skill attack, Uncle wonders if he used too much strength in killing the queen. Damien rushes in afterwards, praising Uncle was his strong attack as it was no joke at all. But Uncle was nervous. He reveals to Damien that in order to dodge the acid wave, he used the one blow that was meant for the queen. Damien could see that the queen had survived, rising out of the rubble. He knew that it was a shame that Uncle had done that but guessed that it couldn't be helped. After all, if he had hit the queen on her hit with the original skill, she would have died immediately. So he assures Uncle that it was fine, and to focus on surviving right now, while preparing to just do the final blow instead. Damien turns around, assuring Uncle that his nephew was going to take care of the rest. Uncle was hesitating a bit to leave everything to our boy, but reluctantly agreed with his suggestion. Damien started to think. He knew that the skill Gravity Pose, which is said to be the best blacksmith skill among all enchant skills, resulted in most of the Red Soldier spiders dead, but caused the Spider Queen to start raging instead. In his T-pose stance, Damien started to cast 2 different skills in each of his hands, the Witch Doctor's Blood Craving and Epidemic Rage. The Queen was serious this time too, combining and channeling all her aura into her body this time. The system continues to warn Damien that the Spider Queen is angered. But even after seeing the warning, Damien was focused. Determined to end this shit show of a fight right now, he combines the auras of the skills into his center, using the Witch Doctor skill called Compress to combine the 2 skills, turning them into a ball of blue aura, while summoning 100 vengeful spirit arrows. It's the final countdown, as the Spider Queen lets it all out, and so does our boy as he screams at the Queen to die. A massive blue and purple wave of aura clashed against one another, as Damien and the Spider Queen went all out, intending to kill the other. Damien seems to be winning the exchange of blows as the Spider Queen takes on his attacks without defending herself. Our boy knew that she had lost most of her bloodline skills, and only had limited skills at her disposal right now. As his attacks continued to land on her, Damien also knew that she couldn't use inherent traps or domain expansion attacks either. As he deals one more blow at her, Damina was smiling, wondering if he was able to use domain expansion at this point. Excited with that thought, he moves closer to the Spider Queen, realizing that the Spider Queen was no longer a free pass for Uncle, but instead, she was going to be the puppet that our boy was going to test his skills on. Changing from a long-range attack, Damien uses his Epidemic Rage skill once again, focusing it into his fist this time. While doing so, he decides to change his method and build the area too. The result was a domain expansion. As he landed his fist against the Spider Queen, the system notifies of the skill called Expand Darkness Spiritual Food Fruit. The moment it was announced, a black aura started to surround where Damien and the Spider Queen was. Deep inside the ball of darkness, Damien was amazed that what he thought actually worked. Even though this wasn't your typical domain expansion, he figured out another way to use Epidemic Rage. The moment he entered the domain expansion, Uncle was quick to message him in the group chat, wondering what had happened to him and if he had logged out. Damien responds back, knowing that Uncle was probably shocked since this was something that Damien didn't expect would work and he hadn't told Uncle about it before. In the group chat, Damien assures him that he was fine and to continue preparing his final blow since he was going to do the rest. Once he was done messaging Uncle, Damien turned around, to see that the Spider Queen was screaming in pain, due to it being poisoned. Damien knew that this was the result of it entering someone else's domain, making her feel like she was dying due to the debuffs. As he said this, a bunch of system windows appeared, informing him that the Spider Queen's defense, magic resistance, and abnormal status resistance had decreased. But instead of admitting defeat at this point, the Spider Queen lets out another howl, surprising Damien before showing him that she wasn't finished yet. This queen ain't going down this easily. Damien was glad to see it this way, but admits that he didn't have the time, and wanted to end things quickly. He charges at the Spider Queen by himself, curious about how much he can face her with nothing but his body. With one of her arms missing and blood flowing, the Spider Queen does the insane. She uses her own blood to cast her skill, pulling out more of it. Seeing this, Damien stops in his tracks immediately, pissed off about what she was doing, and realizing that it was different from the blood explosion she had used before. He notices that she doesn't have her subordinate spiders to use as ingredients here, so she was trying to use her blood instead to attack. The way the Spider Queen was attacking right now, was no different from craving and eating her own skin. As he charges in, Damien dodges the Spider Queen's attacks, asking her if she thought he couldn't pierce through because of this. With a fist in the air, he challenges the Queen to fight each other properly. But instead of agreeing with his suggestion, the Queen goes in for a grab, but our boy manages to knock and block her hand away quickly, allowing him to reach her at just the right spot. With a massive blow onto the Queen, Damien was able to lessen their difference in size. His strike was powerful enough to send her crashing down, almost causing her health to reach half. But our boy wasn't stopping there. He was determined, knowing that being this close to her made it possible. So he charges into her once again, striking the same spot over and over. As he lands blow after blow, the system notifies him that the effect of the title Narrow Escapee has activated, and that the Queen was now bleeding. As she suffers from Damien's continuous punches, the system informs him that the effect of the title Survivor of the Battlefield has been activated. Damien's hand was glowing green due to the effect of the Rune of Greed Extorting Hand, which has been activated. This new effect allows him to absorb the Spider Queen's health and mana. Damien was glad. All the effects he had earned until now were becoming one and activating, causing the battle demon inside of him to come out. He happily smashes the Spider Queen's face with his fist, smiling like a mad demon as he relishes in the joys of the battle. As soon as the blow landed, he landed in a superhero position, wondering if the fight was over. But the system warning turns red, catching his attention. It turns out that the fight isn't over yet, as the Spider Queen still has a hidden card to play. It turns out that she was about to release a powerful energy. Our boy started to panic upon seeing the bright light, cause it might mean that he sees the final light. Unable to stop it in time, the powerful energy the Queen unleashed resulted in a massive explosion spreading everywhere. The domain expansion that contained Damien and the Spider Queen started to crack due to the power of the explosion. Even Uncle was stunned to see what was going on, covering his eyes from the bright light and wondering if the barrier had been released. Through the smoke, he could only see the Spider Queen's body coming out. In a hurry, Uncle looks around, shouting out for Damien to respond to his voice. And soon enough, he sees our boy, sitting on top of the Queen's body. Damien stands up, completely fine and without a scratch, calling out to Uncle and informing him where he was. Damien wanted to chat, but he knew that right now, they needed to handle the Queen, who was struggling to live. With his leg raised high up, Damien stomps the Queen's face, hoping to end the fight right now. After kicking the hoe in the face, Damien casually leaps down from her body, telling Uncle that the Queen wasn't much, just acting up. But Uncle was concerned, asking Damien if he was okay cause he thought that he had died from the light earlier on. Damien reveals that he was fortunate enough to have the perfect skill to use at that time. It turns out that this was the first time he had actually used the skill. We turn back time to when the Queen was about to let it rip, and Damien could see his death coming, but luckily, he still had one card to play, a skill called Ghost, which transforms his body into a spirit state and moves it into the spirit world, leaving a puppet in his place. His body, which will be transported to the spirit world, will move to a designated location within a 10-meter radius, and once time passes or the puppet is attacked, it will disappear. Items and skills cannot be used when in the spirit state. It turns out that Damien had used this skill in the very last moment, just before the Queen's last attack was about to reach him. But he tells Uncle that the fight isn't over just yet, as he takes something out from the inventory. Holding a potion in his hand, Damien reveals that this was the most important thing. Damien shocks Uncle by pouring a health potion onto the Queen's body, healing her in the process. As the Queen recovers a bit of her health, Damien turns to Uncle, asking him if he was ready to deal the final blow right now. Uncle was stunned about what was going on, as the Queen is healing, but Damien, with a smile on his face, tells him that he needed to deal the last hit. Uncle was surprised by Damien's suggestion, telling him that he was the one that did all the work, which makes him wonder whether it was actually okay for him to do the finishing blow. Damien tells him that this was a present that he had prepared for Uncle. Chippy, on the other hand, was urging for the boys to quickly kill the Queen, since she might recover. Seeing that the Queen right now was a present from Damien, Uncle agrees to his request and raises his hammer. With just a single swing of his warhammer, Uncle blew away the Queen's head completely off her body. The moment he does, the system notifies him that he had killed the Queen. He raises his warhammer high in the air as Damien praises him for the nice shot. Uncle couldn't help but laugh, feeling the excitement of killing such a powerful beast. A bright light started to surround Damien. He had leveled up to 71. Not only that, he also received various crazy rewards from being part of a party that killed the Queen. He received a Lion's core, blood, an awakening bead and 100,000 gold. But looking back at the fight with the Queen, Damien didn't just receive experience points or items from killing her. He was using mana for a vengeful spirit's arrow to make it into a tri-beam. And in doing so, he was able to create an area through epidemic rage, to expand darkness spiritual food fruit. He had basically obtained a new skill. After recalling what he did, the boys started to congratulate one another over a job well done. Before they were done, Uncle started to look for something in his pocket. He pulls out a red gem in the palm of his hand and presents it to Damien, telling him that this was something that just entered his inventory. Damien was stunned to see what it was. It turns out to be a bloodstone. Its description goes like this: a transparent gem that shines an ominous light, contains the blood abilities of the ancient Spider Kingdom. Although most of the abilities of the gem have been destroyed after much time has passed, the inherent mana of the Queen, which has accumulated over several hundred years, is booming with power. It contains a captivating beauty that will capture anyone's gaze. Damien knew that bloodstones were gems that are discovered in boss monsters who are named rank or above, and are mana stones that contain the inherent ability and traits of the boss. Unlike the artificial materials that alchemists make, they are rare because they are created in the bodies of organisms with high intelligence and ego. This is why even before Damien had regressed, they were very expensive, and also, he had a lot of fun with them. Instead of taking it for himself to have fun again, Damien recommended Uncle to take the Bloodstone to the Adventurers Guild, which would allow him to get a free pass to Gold Tier. Uncle was impressed to hear that advice from Damien, who adds that he will be able to get a lot of money from selling it, but he advises that getting a free pass for the Adventurer certificate is way more beneficial. Hearing that advice, Uncle decides to go with what Damien suggests. But there was something concerning our boy. He knew that they had taken a long time to defeat the Queen, which made him worry that Uncle's friends must have been waiting for quite a while. But Uncle shrugs Damien's concerns away, telling him that those old men were probably fine being on their own. As Damien recovers from the powerful slap from him, Uncle couldn't help but think that the whole raid was super fun, making him unaware that a lot of time had passed. Thinking about it deeply, this was all thanks to Damien, so with his talent, Uncle decides to propose something to him. He wanted Damien to play with him for a long time, which confuses our boy. This is when Uncle formally suggests to Damien that he should join the clan he was going to make. The system notifies our boy that Uncle was showing high levels of likeness towards him, and wants to become friends. The scene changes to a place called the Principality of Pharma. We exit an armor store where our boy is now decked out in a new set of clothes. Looking like a player from Assassin's Creed Origins, Chippy questions him on why he needed a new set of clothes. Damien reveals to him that the crow armor he was wearing the entire time became like rags after fighting the Queen. Even though he lost the clothes, he was still happy over the raid, since it was quite fun. Another reason was because of Uncle, who invited him to the clan, which he didn't reject. After all, joining the clan was Damien's main goal. If anything, he felt sorry for what Uncle had given him before they parted ways. In a flashback, Damien was shocked to hear what Uncle was offering him besides the clan invitation. It turns out to be the loot from the Queen, where Uncle happily gives them all to our boy. But Damien still didn't want it as he had nothing to exchange for the loot. So instead of taking it, Uncle decides to use it as activity funds for the Blood Alliance he was creating for later. Soon enough, our boys were walking towards a massive teleportation gate. As soon as they exited the gate, they found themselves in a new place, covered with multiple towers. This place was called the Mage Tower Street, called Ivory Tower of Truth. It's a place where you can find many rare items you can't get, even at the trade center. Mage Tower of Wisdom, researching in-depth inquiry and enhancement of mana. Mage Tower of Vision, researching magic scrolls and progressive experimental application of enchantment. Mage Tower of Dimension, researching other-world adventures and developing multidimensional and parallel world theory. Mage Tower of Traits, researching complete understanding of monsters and objective theory on evolutionary genealogy. There were many towers available in this place, but to Damien, there was only one that he wanted to go to. As he continues to walk past the towers, a sudden bright light catches Chippy's attention and also blinds him, causing our boy to shout for Damien's help. As soon as Damien casted his own eyes on what was causing the bright light, his eyes were soon affected as well. Covering his eyes, Damien knew what it was, a tower that shines so bright that you might go blind looking at it. It is called the Mage Tower of Alchemy, and it's the gold storage of what seems to be all of the treasures in the world. Before Damien had regressed, it used to be called the Gold Tower, where only money ghosts obsessed with alchemy and transmutation gathered. There were also rumors that if you entered, your pockets would be cleaned out. Regardless of those rumors, Damien decides to enter the tower anyway, as it was the place he was looking for. Entering the tower, Damien was greeted by someone dressed in a golden white robe. He welcomes our boy as an otherworld adventurer who is searching for the truth. The greeter introduces himself as Arwen, a probationary alchemist of the Mage Tower of Alchemy. Damien was startled to see a probationary alchemist, who was dressed fancier than the priests of the 6 orders. Arwen questions him on the reason why he visited their Mage Tower. Damien replies that he wanted to meet Sir Renos. Hearing the name he wanted to meet, Arwen recognizes who it was. Damien reaffirms that he wanted to meet Sir Renos, who is called the Hand of Gold. Based on Arwen's awkward reaction to Damien's request, he could see that he was acting. Arwen immediately apologizes to our boy, saying that Sir Renos was quite busy recently, so it would be hard for general people to meet him. Hearing that sad excuse, Damien knew the truth as he could see past Arwen's business smile. In truth, Arwen's mind was probably filled with thoughts like, Sir Renos is not someone a beggar like him can meet. Damien also knew that the person known as the Hand of Gold is a core character who runs the Mage Tower of Alchemy, so if you weren't someone of high status, then you cannot meet him. Arwen then offers a separate solution. If he still wanted to meet Sir Renos, then Damien would have to pay a separate deposit and make a reservation. But Damien immediately rejects the offer, and starts to look for something in his clothes. He lays a huge pouch onto the table in front of Arwen, asking him if this was enough. Because in Damien's mind, they are the same when it comes to moving through the logic of money. Instead of accepting the bribe, Arwen humbly rejects it, saying that the Mage Tower doesn't accept bribes or payments. Those words didn't matter to our boy, who angrily tells Arwen to open the pouch first. With his trembling hands, Arwen reluctantly agrees with what Damien wants and slowly pulls the pouch open. The moment it opens, a bright light shines out from it, stunning Arwen and causing his mouth to open wide. He was confused by what he was seeing, an endless amount of jewels ranging from different sizes and colors. With a smile on his face, Damien simply tells him that the pouch contains one big bill. Hearing that it was one big bill, Arwen automatically converts it, and figures that it meant 1 million gold. With a gangster-like look on his face, Damien tells Arwen that if he wanted all this gold, then he needed to guide him to see Sir Renos right now. The bribe seems to work as our boy moves on. An announcement tells him to please hold on tight to the handle, we are rising to the top floor. It turns out that he was now on a moving platform. Chippy couldn't believe his eyes while Damien tells him to stay still as it was dangerous for him. Chippy was amazed by the sudden technology. He questions Damien if he could make the thing he wanted here. Damien tells him that that was the most important part. Looking at all the moving platforms in front of them, Damien was sure that he would definitely be able to make it here. Even after seeing these 100 floating stones, he knew how advanced the magic engineering is here. He also knew that those floating stones were made by embedding high-quality monostones at the bottom. Just one floating stone alone is worth an astronomical amount. The announcement soon informs him that he has reached the 50th floor, and has arrived at the master class. He enters a certain room and is greeted by a glowing ornament. The lion head had a magic circle all over it, as the system asks Damien if he wanted to activate the magic circle. He happily agreed with the question and a bright light started to appear at the door he was standing in front of. Before they knew it, both Chippy and Damien were teleported to a different place. They looked around, wondering where they were exactly. But soon enough, they noticed someone standing in front of the window in front of them. Damien talked to the stranger first, greeting him before asking if he was the one he was looking for, Sir Renos. The stranger remained silent after hearing Damien's question, but quickly turns around, showing a Gandalf-like appearance. He tells Damien that his face was full of anxiety and was a pilgrim who searches for the truth. Hearing those words was alarming to Damien, as he was confused over the cult-like fortune-teller vibes that the wizard was giving off to them. But the wizard continues to tell Damien not to worry, as he will become their signpost, for those like him, who are lost. He finally introduces himself as the Mage Tower's master, the hand of gold that represents the Principality of Pharma, Sir Renos. As he sat down in his seat, he questioned Damien over the reason why he had come all the way to their tower. Damien reveals to Renos that he wanted to ask for an excellent opinion from the most outstanding alchemist, so there was no other way than to request an audience with him, Sir Renos. But Renos wasn't sure about the audience part, until Damien questions him if that would be alright. It turns out to be fine as Sir Renos was aware that Damien had given them quite a huge amount for their research. Damien brushes it off, saying it wasn't much and just basic etiquette, but he knew that since when exchanged, the jewels that he had given them would be worth tens of millions. So he needed to get his money's worth. Other than money he had spent on his family and friends, Damien wasn't the type to waste a single dime. Because that is his creed. Because he opened his eyes widely, Sir Renos calls out to Damien, questioning him on why he was opening his eyes that wide in front of him like that. Since earlier on, the old man was able to sense that Damien was different when compared to normal adventures. Hearing that, Damien was confused. The old man even noticed how comfortable our boy was sitting in front of him. Damien was impressed. He knew that Sir Renos was no ordinary person as well. He had caught a gaze that he had on his face for maybe a fraction of a second. Damien decides to apologize for his reaction, saying it was because he couldn't hide his excitement after seeing Sir Renos' face, since he was famous. The old man still hesitated to accept Damien's reason, thinking that he had a strange gaze on his face, but decided that he might have mistaken it due to using too much mental power talking to a VIP yesterday. Moving on, Renos wanted to get to the point. He asks Damien about what it was he wanted. Our boy thought about it for a second, saying that it was something that couldn't be easily made. Hearing that it was hard to make, Sir Renos was pissed off as he found it an insult. He questions Damien if he actually knew who he was. This is when Damien started to kiss his ass. He recounts the achievements that Sir Renos had. He knew that he was the hand of hold, that can make something out of nothing, the living legend of alchemy, Sir Renos. Hearing about his own achievements made the old man happy, so he questions Damien once again, asking him if he really thinks that he was unable to complete the item he was speaking of. Our boy, in ass-kisser mode, wonders if there really isn't anything Sir Renos couldn't make. Hearing that, the old man was pumped up, knowing that Damien had also invested a huge sum of money, and that he was the type of person who returns as much as he is given. Feeling that he had fallen for the trap, Damien whispers to him if he had heard about an item called World Tree's Tears. Hearing the name of the item caused the old man to panic. The World Tree's Tears was an ingredient of hero rank. Even seeing it would prove to be difficult, as it was protected by fairies, due to the World Tree's crystals that sprouted through the will of causality. The old man was quick to ask what Damien was going to use the item for. In his mind, he questioned if Damien was trying to get the crystals of such a holy tree with just a few words. That's something that cannot and should not happen in the Arcia continent. But Damien wasn't going to let this chance go, and continues to push the old man to create the item. Sir Renos had to look out the window, averting away from Damien's strong sparkling gaze from before. He knew that making the item with advanced alchemy is difficult. But as Damien appears beside him, the old man reveals that there was one problem with making it. Hearing that there was a problem, an angry aura rose from our boy as he gave the old man the bombastic side eye. Sir Renos could feel the immense threat coming from Damien's eyes, so he quickly explains the problem to his ears to get him to understand. After explaining the situation, the old man hopes that Damien would understand that they don't have the ingredients at the Mage Tower right now. And even if he wanted to make the item for Damien, it would be difficult. But as the old man continued to complain about the lack of ingredients, our boy started to pull out something from his subspace. Within a few seconds, he presents to Sir Renos a huge sack. The old man was shocked by how big it was, and questions if Damien had kidnapped someone and placed them inside. But our boy assures him that it was fine and tells him to open it. Upon opening the huge sack, the old man was shocked by what was inside of it. It turns out to be the Pendant of Light, the Marble of Awakening, Fairy Wings Powder, the Conch of Abyss and other glorious items. Sir Renos could only wonder where Damien had gotten all of these precious ingredients. Our boy simply replied that he bought them, which shocked the old man even more. In his eyes, he could see that our boy was a huge rich kid. Figuring out that he had fallen for the trap, the old man finally realized that this was what Damien wanted all along. Damien quickly shakes Sir Renos' hand, telling him that the ingredients were a present, and that it should be possible for them to create the item right now. But after seeing all this, the old man turns his face away, without answering the question. Seeing that reaction, Damien heads to the doors of the room, and locks them. With an evil demonic look on his face, both Chippy and Damien stared back at the old man, demanding the World Tree's Tears. The old man finally realizes that the reason why Damien locked the doors was because he was going to stay here until he made the item. We start off this chapter at a local tavern in the area. After forcing the old man to make his item, we find Damien and Chippy stuffing their faces with food, happy and satisfied after the old man had finally made the item for them, while being on his knees and trembling with fear. As he picked his teeth, even though it took quite a while to make the item, Damien was glad that at least, he got his money's worth. But as he was enjoying his meal, he overheard two other customers in the tavern talking about a recent rumor spreading around the town. They were talking about someone being an artisan murderer. According to the customers, the artisan murderer was a bastard who hides his face using the Brotherhood robe set, and goes sound to all types of mage towers. Those who have suffered at this villain's hands include Sir Renos, the old man, and Sir Glint. Hearing the details of the rumor, Damien started to cough violently, catching the attention of the other customers. Looking at our boy, they thought that it was a bad sign that since he was quite young, he was already having problems with his body. The other customer even warns him to be careful too since they haven't seen him around before. As they were afraid that Damien might become the next victim of the artisan murderer. But our boy, all panicky and nervous with sweat dripping down his face, assures them that he is going to be fine and blesses them to be safe too. Soon after, Damien went on to leave the tavern, saying goodbye to the other customers. As they leave the tavern, Chippy asks him if the rumors were about them, which Damien believed that it was. Even though he was getting a bad reputation, Damien was fine with it. After all, he got everything he needed from this place. Gathering all of these items was the result of squeezing the masters of the countless mage towers dry. Seeing that he had done everything he needed in this place, Damien switches his outfit to the wolf totemic set, and proceeds to move on to his next location. Here's a bit of information on Damien's new outfit. It's called the wolf totemic set. A long time ago, the heir of the Mbadu tribe, Lakam Ya Dume, spent his whole life with the wolf he raised. When he united 46 tribes, people called him the incarnation of the Silver Wolf. Its rank is hero. Wearing a 2-set, Vengeful Spirit's arrow will change into the form of a wolf and, upon hitting the mark, will go into the abnormal status of blood loss. Wearing a 4-set, upon attacking, Vengeful Spirit's arrow will automatically activate and be divided with a 50% chance. Automatically activated Vengeful Spirit's arrows will not consume any mana. Wearing a 6-set, Vengeful Spirit's arrows' continued magic damage will increase from 30 seconds to 300 seconds, and enduring magic damage will be immediately given. Looking at the options given by the new set of clothes, Damien could only call it crazy. After all, he did spend a huge amount of money on it with the masters. He had used around 100 million won in real life, so the equipment should be this good. He needed to spend this much, because the next place he was going to require it if he wanted to make his way through the central part. But before he could move on, Damien looked at his hand. Thinking that it would be pretty nice if he could get rid of the curse before that. Seeing talk about it, Chippy wonders if Damien was talking about the thing that was sticking to his body. It is. Damien's master did mention it before. Revenge was important, but Damien had another important goal to achieve too. The curse Damien was talking about was referring to the one he got after regressing back to 10 years in the past, which will reveal the identity of the OVO system. If it wasn't for this curse, Damien wouldn't have felt so much pressure in raising his stats like this. The curse acted like a timer, forcing Damien to enter the game within a few days, or risk dying as a result. To Damien, the system was the biggest mystery right now. He had been tracking Aleister Crowley, who seems suspicious, as well as the crucifix's Dawn for now, but he shakes his head, reminding himself to take things one step at a time. And that naturally, the results would show themselves. The scene then changes to find our boys in a completely new place, filled with mountains with jagged and sharp tops. Chippy was complaining to Damien, asking him how much further they had to go. Shouting that it was almost dark already, Damien continued to look around, convinced that the place he was looking for was around here somewhere. As he continues to search, the sounds of something whispering in the air catches their attention. Chippy started to panic over hearing it, slapping Damien's face continuously, telling him that a ghost was going to come out. But our boy ignores the little bird's complaints, and heads deeper into the darkness of the forest. He even teases Chippy that he was a ghost too, but our little birdie refutes that statement, saying that he was a chick spirit. As he passes through the tall grass, Damien continues to assure Chippy that the thing he was looking for was close by now. Walking further down, he spots an opening in the ground, lighted by something. Thanks to the sixth sense skill and his experiences before regressing, Damien was finally able to find it. Descending into the opening, this was a place that has been disconnected from the world, because players couldn't even set up a common warp gate here. And this was a place where you might lose your life upon entering if they weren't strong enough to handle what was inside. After all, this was a place where ancient monsters live eternally, transcending species and age, simply for one goal. Upon entering this new location, Damien shouts at the top of lungs, his voice echoing through the chambers, asking if there was anyone here. It turns out that his current location is known as Uldweir's Furnace. A place where lava was flowing like pillars. Chippy started to complain to Damien about the new place. He could feel that he was going to become like chicken soup, but at the same time, he could also feel that the mana here was super clean. What Chippy felt wasn't wrong. Damien knew that this place was blessed, and it's rich in mana, enough to be called a ley line. Walking around the place, Damien still couldn't see anyone, plus it was super quiet for some reason. But as he ventured deeper, Damien could pick up on some noises coming from a certain direction. He walked towards the source of it, the moment he was close to it. Another person spoke out, asking who was there. As a tall looming shadow covers Damien, our boy looks up at who it belongs to. With the words, "Sir Lexer?" a massive orc monster appears before our boys, eyes gleaming bright red, asking who Damien is. Its ferocious aura could be seen lingering all over its body in a red hue. The orc was called Lexer, and he was curious about how Damien knew his name. Damien couldn't respond at all. His entire body was covered with sweat due to the immense aura that Lexer was giving off. As expected, his overpowering presence is as incredible as ever. If Damien makes the wrong move, something bad is going to happen to him. He immediately bows his head before the great Lexer, acknowledging that his reputation far precedes him, as he was the one who led the Red Hammer Alliance. The sole heir of the incredible warrior, Sir Rokhtar, and the owner of the immortal King Hammer. Hearing about his reputation, Lexer admits to being that guy at one point in time. But he also knew that it was from several hundred years ago. Which made him impressed, as he sees Damien as quite a knowledgeable human. In the orc world, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to call Lexer a mythical hero. After the heavenly demon battle, he was the orc that defeated the rampant black dragon single-handedly. And after the great warrior Roktar died to the black dragon, he received the immortal King Hammer, which had the power of the previous heroes within it. He had also united his species with the most outstanding power and charisma, to create the Red Hammer Alliance. His existence was akin to a gods among orcs. Lexer was him, but then Damien knew that he was also the one to dissolve the alliance, retire and now spend the rest of his life here, in Uldweir's furnace. Looking around, Damien was curious why he was alone here, as he was sure that there were supposed to be more people. Even though he was impressed that Damien knew who he was and his backstory, Lexer still couldn't believe that a human would have the balls to come to this place. Hearing the way he spoke, Damien needed to answer carefully so Lexer doesn't get angry, so instead, he tells Lexer that he has an offer. But that turns out to be the wrong move as Lexar's eyes were now focused on him, glowing red with a slight tinge of anger as he asked Damien if he wanted to die. Our boy started to panic, wondering what made him say that all of a sudden. But it was useless. Lexer, in anger, shouts at Damien, angry over the fact that a human had come into this place and even had the balls to make a deal with him. He raises his mighty red hammer, ready to strike Damien down for saying he had an offer. All our boy could do in that moment was realize that he screwed up massively, and braced for impact, using his arms as a shield against the mighty orc's attack. But before Lexer could strike, two more voices appeared, with thunder and lightning. They were shouting and complaining about who was talking so loudly in this holy place, before calling Lexer a bastard orc. With the appearances of the blue and yellow lighting and thunder, Damien recognizes the voices behind them. Two more figures appear in the darkness of the cave. They were none other than the other two owners of Uldweir's furnace. They had finally made their appearance. The first to make his appearance is the first king of Durin, the great dwarf kingdom below the mountain, Muradin Ratatosk II. He was the one that called Lexer a bastard and the owner of the blue lightning. He scolds him for swinging his heinous weapon around here. The second to make his appearance is the fairy king, who protected the land of fairies from the great evil, Balak Oberon Paraha of Royan, who was complaining about how they let an orc into this place, and yet, his arrogance has reached the sky. Damien immediately bows his head towards the other owners, as this was his opportunity, in order to survive. Muradin and Balak were amused by Damien's actions, curious about how he knew their names. Damien reveals that he had come to this place after hearing a story about Tubal-Cain, Wayland and Vulcanus. Amongst the three of them, it was to determine who is the best blacksmith out of the three species. The three of them had taken part in a competition lasting for 1,000 years, deeming that whoever wins the competition will be considered the continent's greatest blacksmith. Haven't heard about the name Vulcanus for quite some time. Balak was curious if his name had already spread amongst the humans. Muradin picks a fight, claiming that his name was spoken first before the elf-man, which angers Balak. In the argument, Lexer joins in, calling them immature bastards for coming here since they had so much to do. Damien couldn't believe what he was seeing. These three were still as crazy as ever. He couldn't believe how they weren't tired from fighting here every day. But this was the reason Uldweir's furnace was a place where everyone wanted to find in his past life. Since a fight amongst these three could lead to the creation of a random craft item that has advanced abilities. Looking at how easily they were fighting, Damien realized that this was the reason why they had no social skills and were so ill-tempered. Balak snapped hard, raising his hammer, lightning all around. He declared that he was going to beat the small dwarf first. Seeing that this fight was going to be for real, the dwarf king raises his hammer as well, attempting to fight back, but in doing so, he smacks Lexer in the face. Which leaves both of them with a shocked expression on their faces. Lexer, with his nose bleeding, looks at them as dead meat. Since they wanted to die so badly, he was going to grant their wishes. Looking at how the fight was going, Damien realized that shit was about to hit the fan. This time, Lexer joins in the fight. The three heavyweights were now going for it all together. Seeing the major forces collide, this was something our boy couldn't handle, so he makes the wisest choice. He makes a run for safety. A smart choice he made, as the impact of the three bosses was enough to destroy the entire area they were in. After some time had passed, Lexer was the only one at the table talking with Damien, about how he wanted to make them an offer, while Balak and Muradin were buried underneath the rubble of their fight. As he sat at the table with Lexer in front of him, Damien laughed and thought about how ridiculous this was. The orc in front of him was obviously much stronger than the other two. The story about them was that these three were tied together by one covenant. They bet their lives to serve the winner of the competition as an older brother. Thanks to that curse-like covenant, They can't die and keep repeating this ridiculous and tiring fight, all over and over again. Damien reveals to them that he knew about why they were staying here, which was because of the 1,000-year-long covenant. Lexer was surprised to see that Damien knew about that. Damien starts to search for something in his clothes, telling them that he had something to end their bed with. In front of Lexer, he takes out something which draws his attention. He questions Damien on what that red orb-like object was in his hand. Looking at it closely this time, Lexer finally realizes what it is. It turns out to be the flame light, called the Eye of the Fire Dragon. He quickly took it away from Damien, wondering how someone like him came into possession of such a precious item. Damien proudly tells him that he had his ways, after all he didn't get the nickname, Mage Tower Murderer, for nothing. In the middle of their chat, they were interrupted by Murikin, who appears in the dust cloud beside them, calling Damien a human without manners. Having recovered from their fight, Murikin and Balak dusts off the rubble from their bodies, complaining to Damien and Lexer about the phrase, elders first, and demanding that if such an item does exist, then Damien should be giving it to them first, as an offering. Upon hearing their complaints, Damien was actually prepared for this, revealing to the two other bosses that he had something to give them as well. He orders Chippy to enter his clothes and take out the items. Chippy returns, holding two items within his hands and presenting them as presents to the bosses. Balak takes the yellow one, calling it the World Tree's Tears. While Murikin took the blue item, knowing it as the Akrisha Hamoel document, both the bosses were confused by how a human like Damien had obtained such precious items. Seeing how excited the three bosses were about the items given to them, Damien gives a high five to Chippy. After all, their plan had worked. Now the three bosses were hooked. After receiving the items, the bosses were curious about why Damien had given them such precious items. Damien explains to them, not only were they considered the greatest blacksmiths of their respective species, they had also left their legendary marks on the continent. He knows that they have been competing to find out who the best blacksmith is out of the three of them for thousands of years. But he poses them a question: didn't they find it strange that even though they had been fighting for hundreds of years, they have yet to come to a conclusion? From what Damien knew about them, after they had made items for a whole year, they would each rate the other person's work and then tally the score. Hearing about the way they did their work, Murikin was furious, thinking that Damien was mocking them. But he simply points out that their current way of doing things was the problem. He points out to them that each of them have different standards, and since they were competing with one another, why would they fairly assess each other's work in the first place? Upon hearing what Damien had to say, the three blacksmiths realized something. Lexer speaks out first, questioning the two seniors if this was why they always rate his work so low. Soon enough, a scolding match between the three blacksmiths breaks out, each of them blaming one another for their low scores after hundreds of years. Instead of using their weapons this round, the elderly were going for each other, barefisted. With a thunderous clap from Damien, he orders them to stop fighting as it wouldn't end their problem. Lexer then questions him on what they have to do, causing Damien to stand up and telling them that they finally had someone else here. He appoints himself a judge, and suggests that he be the one to judge their work fairly right now. But the elders still weren't convinced. They argue that they didn't know if Damien was going to be fair or if he had an assurance that he had good taste. So in order to appease their worries, Damien took out a huge sack, pouring out massive amounts of items on the table in front of them. The three blacksmiths were taken aback, looking at each item. They were all for forging and all were high quality. Seeing how they were interested in them, Damien asks if they all agree that the ingredients were the same level. Balak was the first to agree with that, stating that the ingredients were all of the same rank. Happy with that, Damien announces that with the same amount of time and ingredients, he needed them to add one more additional condition. He pushes an idea to the blacksmiths, saying that someone using their items will make the standards clearer. So Damien pushes them to create equipment for him, and as the user, he will assess them as fairly as possible. His proposal was shocking to the blacksmiths as they all flinched upon hearing it. But our boy was confident in his proposal. Offering his hand, he questioned the elders about what they thought of his plan.
Thanks for watching the latest part from the voice of Manhwa. Subscribe for more content and don't forget to comment below what you want to see in the future. Like and share for more.